fucking massive. It is just gargantuan.
If I do remember correctly, the script for Star Wars Episode 4 has a bunch of shit that isn't actually in the movie.
Yeah, it does.
By the way.
There's a lot of different versions of the script. That's
Fox is obviously 3PO, right?
Can I meet Chewbacca?
Yes.
Wait, Lion, can you do all the background music through the whole thing?
I would love to play the role of nondescript characters. For example, I will play maybe an Aunt Beru and also an Admiral Grand Moff Tarkin.
You also play Greedo.
You want me to play?
There is so much goddamn narration in this, by the way.
Dude, I'm gonna be straight with you guys. I almost just fell into my bathtub. I'm just this drunk in a year. I'm so fucking drunk.
All right, that's it for me, everybody.
All right, man.
Lovely evening. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out.
Again for joining.
I cannot stress
Thank
enough.
you. Pussy piece of shit.
A, thanks for coming out. B, thanks for being amazing.
You guys are awesome.
Great.
I'll be back.
Let's
Just save me a spot, you know?
We'll fucking be here 12 hours from now.
course we
It's
will.
true. I'm not going anywhere.
Wait, so you guys are we planning on doing another read through today?
If you guys ever do a movie
no,
with Pesci,
not today, Red Panda Gamer.
yo,
right now.
motherfucker!
Yeah, it's
See you later, Reeves.
Are we planning on playing
I love
more
you.
video games, or are we just gonna
See you,
do
Raves.
obscure movies?
We're gonna do a read through of Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. Right
yeah,
now.
and then I'm gonna go into Dark Souls or something. Who knows?
Right now?
Yeah, right.
Everyone say goodbye to Reeves.
Bye.
Bye,
Reeves.
I love you. I love what you do. You're awesome.
I'll always remember the relationship we had.
It was kind of hot. All right, Gian.
I'm always gonna remember that one time I woke up with that stranger in the Skype call.
Josh, how did
Josh,
that
you have
suit
no
you?
fucking idea.
I have no idea. You're absolutely
awesome,
correct.
dude.
I
Dude, that
totally
was the
agree.
most absurd shit. Like, you were just
You can't-
snoring.
Yeah, just waking up and hearing the script. Of
Wait,
Pulp Fiction.
someone said that I was swearing in my sleep.
You did.
Yeah.
You
You said
You
fuck
did!
you.
Yeah, you were like, fuck you guys.
Considering the story, I think you woke up in the middle of the night and saw his coffee all over the floor and was cursing at it. So that's what happened.
Oh yeah.
Guys, JSmith, your stream is posted on r/funny 35+ hour gaming stream. Host has fallen asleep at computer and is snoring while co-hosts reenact Pulp Fiction.
Somebody is tweeting at us talking about what to stream next. Nobody even mentions playing video games.
Yeah, it's obviously we're just gonna do Star Wars. I'm ready for it, by the way.
Oh my god, I'm so drunk.
Okay, let's start it. Who's narrating?
Yeah, Ryan, come on, you even need to ask that question.
Are you fucking kidding me? That Pulp Fiction nearly killed me.
Well, you're the one who wants to do.
Do we have Star Wars Episode 4 queued up?
Yeah.
And you want to read 34,000 words then?
So
This is gonna be absurd.
Are you sure you guys want to do
Do
this
you guys
right
want
now?
to take at first
Okay,
like a
well,
10-minute
here's the
break
thing.
to go
No.
like get food?
No.
Well, no, listen.
Yes,
No.
everyone.
Listen,
This is mandatory. Everyone needs a
What
break.
kind of casual piece of shit is asking?
You
haven't
guys don't understand. You're killing momentum. Let's just fucking
no,
start.
no.
If you guys are gonna
Fucking
take a 10-minute break,
Star
I'm just gonna
Wars.
launch in a narration. I'll do the whole fucking first.
A
scene
long
by
time
myself.
ago, in a galaxy far, far away,
Josh, you don't know what you've just done to yourself.
a vast sea of stars serves as the backdrop for the main title. War drums echo through the heavens as the roll-up slowly crawls into infinity.
Boom, boom, boom.
It is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. During the battle, Rebel spies managed to steal secret plans in the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star, an armored space station with enough firepower to destroy an entire planet. Pursued by the Emperor's sinister agents, Princess Leia races home aboard her starship, custodian of these stolen plans that can save her people and restore freedom to the galaxy. The awesome yellow planet of Tatooine emerges from a total eclipse. Her two moons glowing against the darkness, a tiny silver spacecraft, a rebel blockade runner, firing lasers from the back of the ship, pew pew pew, races through space, is pursued by an Imperial Star Destroyer. Hundreds of deadly laser bolts streak across the Empire. causing the main solar fin of the rebel craft to disintegrate.
If I don't
Josh.
get to beat R2D2, I'm gonna fucking quit this.
Before
stream.
we start here, I just want to say I've just tweeted something I never thought I would have the privilege to do, so I would like to thank you all for this. The tweet is live streaming us reenacting Star Wars A New Hope, hour 43, I know, right?
Meanwhile, I tweeted we're reading Star Wars Episode 4 now.
Dude, I can't make it anymore.
But, go to bed. We don't even want you
This
here.
is get out of here.
Ouch.
We're separating the wheat from the chaff, and you are fucking chaff, Ohm.
Holy
This is
shit.
only for people who can be fucking like hammered and still.
If you're not ready to sit here for the next like 4 hours, then just get out.
If you're not cool with like falling asleep on the stream and snoring, then you're not cool enough for me.
We should. I guarantee I'm not gonna kill all 5 of the enemy team at this point if we play CS:GO.
What?
Interior rebel blockade runner, main passageway, an explosion. The ship has 2 robots, R2D2, in parentheses R2D2, and C3PO, in parentheses C3PO, struggle to make their way through this shaking, bouncing passageway. Both robots are old and battered. R2 is short, clawed armored tripod. His face is a massive computer light surrounded by a radar eye. 3PO, on the other hand, is a tall, slender robot of human proportions. He has a gleaming bronze-like metallic surface as the R2D2 design. Another blast shakes as they struggle along their way.
Did you hear that? They've shut down the main reactor. We'll be destroyed for sure. This is madness.
Rebel troopers rush past the robots and pick up positions on the main passageway. They aim their weapons toward the door.
We're doomed.
The little R2 makes a series of electronic sounds that only a robot could understand.
There'll be no escape for the princess this time.
R2 continues making beeping sounds. Green.
Dude, I just had to look at my.
Beep, boop, doop, 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 doop. Tension mounts as the loud metallic latches clank the screen of the heavy equipment overboard,
Oh, no, I
moving
didn't
around the
read
outside hull of the ship.
I'm the worst.
What's that?
Spacecraft in space.
That's what it is. Oh, thank you, script.
The Imperial craft is easily overtaken by a rebel blockade runner. The smaller rebel ship is being drawn into the underdock of the China Imperial ship.
The underdog. Nice.
Imperial rebel blockade runner. The nervous rebel troopers aim their weapons. Suddenly, a tremendous blast opens a hole in the main passageway, and the score of the fearsome armored spaceship stormtroopers make their way into the smoke-filled corridor. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. In a few minutes, the entire passageway is ablaze with laser fire. Pew, pew, pew! The deadly bolts ricochet in the wild, random patterns, creating huge explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Stormtroopers scatter and duck behind the storage locker. Laser bolts hit several rebel soldiers, and scream with the stagger through the smoke, holding shattered arms in the faces.
Dude, we need to get Chris Remo from Idle Thumbs in here.
I should have
explosion.
known better than to trust the logic of a half-sized thermocapsulary dehousing a sister.
R2 counters an angry rebuttal as the battle rages on. The 2 hapless robots. Green.
Where?
A death white wasteland. Alright, excuse me, hold on. Exterior, Tatooine, desert wasteland, day. A death white wasteland stretches from horizon to horizon. The tremendous heat of 2 huge twin suns set on the lone figure, Luke Skywalker, a farm boy with heroic aspirations who is much younger than his 18 years. His shaggy hair and baggy tunic give him the air of a simple but lovable lad with a prize-winning smile. Ting! A light wind whips at him as he adjusts several valves on a large battered moisture vapor, which sticks out of the desert floor much like an oil pipe with valves. He is aided by a beat-up tread robot with 6 claw arms. The little robot appears to be barely functioning and moves with jerky motions. The bright sparkle of the morning sky catches Luke's eye as he instinctively grabs a pair of electro binoculars from his utility belt. He stands transfixed for a few moments, studying the heavens, then dashes towards his dented, cruelly repaired land speeder, an auto-like transport which travels a few feet above the ground on a magnetic field. He motions from a tiny robot to follow him. Hurry up! Come with me! What are you waiting for?
We need a real Luke if you're going to narrate.
Alright,
You can't narrate and be Luke.
That's
you
true.
fucking
Yeah,
attention.
come on.
Well,
Guys,
you
said
weren't
you're gonna
narrating.
add
All right.
Pixel back to the call, right?
Dude.
She's in the call, isn't she? She's right there.
Oh, well, she isn't here.
Is she-
Hi.
Is
Someone-
she in
Yeah,
this?
she is.
Someone be Luke.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
this
she's
Neo
obviously
in this
Leia.
call?
I think Nick should be Luke. He sounds most like Luke.
You want me to be Luke?
I
All right,
think so.
guys. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night, Elm.
Night,
Um,
I'm
I'm,
gonna
uh,
go
Look at you,
to.
Homebreaker.
I'm posting this on the Star Wars subreddit right now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
do it.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
Dude,
What?
I'm gonna vomit
Who's
all
Luke?
over my
Who's Luke?
keyboard. I'm gonna be pissed off tomorrow.
Is, Nick, do you want to be Luke?
Is Nick, you want to be Luke?
Rob, do you want to be Luke?
Guys, I think I'm gonna leave for a while too. I need to get sleep.
You
Red Panda
son
Gamer,
of
do you
a
want to be
bitch.
Luke?
I'm
Oh my
sorry.
god.
Michael
I'm
Alpha,
sorry.
do you want to be Luke?
No, I've got a headache. I'm leaving.
Oh,
There we go.
all alone.
I also have a job tomorrow, and I can't get my schedule.
So do I,
for sleep
bitch.
Fucked up.
I've slept for like 6 hours this whole weekend.
Just so you guys know, so everyone knows, the Pulp Fiction, the entire 3.5 hours of it's gonna be on my channel later today.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hurry up,
for
come
you
with me.
now.
What are you waiting for? Get in gear. The robot
No,
scoots around the
People,
tight circle.
I need to. I
Stop.
feel the need to issue like a vote of confidence to people in the stream. I'm not leaving. Josh is not leaving. At the very worst case scenario, there will be 2 to X of us that will go through. I'm committed to staying here and not falling asleep until A New Hope is finished.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm here too.
Are you
All right,
Alpaca's
so-
here.
fucking testing these
I-
people to be like Algebra 2 in high school?
I will not go to sleep.
You're
until
testing
A New
people
Hope
to
is
be Algebra 2? What the fuck did you just say to me?
I will
I don't
literally
know.
be back in 30 minutes. I literally have to go tend to a farm. I'm not kidding.
A moisture
Because
farm?
the sun's up now.
You'd be a perfect Luke.
This guy has to go suck off some goats.
I do have to go farm a little bit.
You
I'll be back,
scruff
and I
your
will.
head in
I
Hereford.
will. I will read some of this too. So I will be back in like half an hour.
All right, cool.
Oh man.
I think Ozzy would be a pretty good Luke. Too bad he
Anyway,
left.
welcome back.
All right, guys, I'll be back around the stream later. See ya.
This
Alright.
is some bullshit. Someone has to
Look at
take
this.
it.
Someone
Look at
fucking
this
take the lead as
There
Luke.
should be like 3 of us left.
Nobody
I mean-
wants to be Luke.
Rob,
I never said I wouldn't, but I was just waiting to see how many people drop before I hit post on this thing.
just hit post, man. We're gonna
Yeah.
be here.
I didn't want it to be like, hey, I just posted this and everyone left.
I'm gonna be here. You're gonna be here.
Well, let's take stock. Who do we have? We have a Leia automatically with Pixel here.
Yeah.
We have Ryan who's taking the role of 3PO.
We haven't
And
asked her if she wants to actually
Various,
like participate
not
in this.
that important characters.
No. Pixel, you are participating in this. You honestly have no choice here.
So you have to commit yourself for like 3 hours of reading A New Hope.
That's fine, but do I have to just be the woman?
Yes.
We can do that?
You could be like Greedo,
I guess that's a good point. Yeah.
Be Greedo.
you know, if you
Can that
want.
not be something big and
You want-
squishy, like Jabba?
You could be Jabba too. Fuck it. You're Leia and Jabba at the same time. If this was like Revenge of the Sith, you'd be like in it. Except,
Sweet!
You like enslaved yourself?
yeah, Return of the Jedi. I mean, not Revenge of the Sith.
That was
Anyways,
really
who's
We have to
Nick?
get some momentum here.
Yeah,
man.
let's go.
We can't afford to stop. given
Yeah,
this-
Nick,
this
you
long.
gotta read Luke, man.
All right, give me 1 sec here. I'm looking through the script. Where the hell are we?
Hurry, you're at Hurry Up, Come With Me. What are you waiting for?
All right, I see it.
You know what? I'll be Ben. I'll be Ben Kenobi.
Oh, that's a good
Jesus
role
Christ,
for
I
you.
get to play Luke in Star Wars with fucking Northern Lion on a live stream in front of people. What the hell is going on?
PewDiePie was here earlier.
PewDiePie was here earlier.
Yeah, man,
Where the hell am I right now?
PewDiePie is Ben Kenobi after he's already dead.
Oh my god.
right.
If one of
So
us
we
drops
use the
dead,
Force.
I don't know.
All right,
Use the Force, Rogley
We have-
smile.
We
Let's
have
go,
five
Nick.
people to play
I'm
all.
using the whiskey instead.
Nick, you got this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Read your line.
Hurry up.
I-
Hurry up. Come with me.
Hurry up, come with me. What are you waiting for? Get in gear.
The robot scoots around the tight circle, stops short, and smoke begins to pour out of his every joint. Luke throws his arms up in disgust. Exasperated, the young farm boy jumps into his land speeder, leaving his smoldering robot to hum madly. New scene, interior of the rebel
It's
blockade
just
runner.
like a narration for
Main
like.
hallway.
Oh shit! Never mind. That's me.
This is some fucking.
The awesome 7-foot-tall
Josh slept
Dark
for 4
Lord of the
hours
Sith
instead of
makes his
drinking
way into the
hardly.
binding light of the main passageway. This is Darth Vader, right hand of the Emperor. His face is obscured by his flowing black robes and grotesque breath mask, which stands out of the faceless white armor suits of the Imperial stormtroopers. Everyone instinctively backs away from the imposing warrior, and his death quiet sweeps through the rebel troops. Several of the rebel troops break in round about a frenzied panic. The interior of the rebel blockade runner. A woman's hand puts a card in the opening R2's dome. R2 makes a beeping sound. Green! Green!
Yo, put that shit down.
R2 getting some dome, bro.
Interior. Alright, green. Every time I say green, that's your cue to fucking do R2 sounds, man.
Well, I'm fucking making a tweet right now, so
Just do
fuck
R2
yourself.
sounds. You go boop, doop, doop, doop. Interior rebel blockade runner.
You're such
3PO
a
stands in the
dickhead.
hallway, somewhat bewildered. R2 is nowhere in sight. The pitiful screams of a dude rebel soldier can be heard in the distance.
R2D2, where are you?
A familiar clanking sound attacks 3PO's attention, and he spots little R2 at the end of the hallway. Green! In a smoke-filled alcove, a beautiful young girl, about 16 years old, stands in front of R2.
About 18 years old.
About 69 years old, stands in front of R2,
Exact right
surreal
age.
and out of place, dreamlike and half hidden in the smoke. She finishes adjusting something on R2's computer face. What? And then watches the little robot joins his companion.
At last, where have you been?
Stormtroopers can be heard battling in the distance. Pew
We're
pew!
heading in
Pew
this
pew pew!
direction. What are we going to do? Will we sent to the spice mine of Kessel or smashed into who knows what?
R2 scoots past the bronze-filled friends and races down the hallway. Green! 3PO chases after him.
Wait a minute, what are you doing?
R2 responds with his electronic beep. Green! Rebel blockade runner, corridor. The evil Darth Vader stands amid the broken and twisted bodies of his foes. He grabs wounded rebel officer by the neck of his Imperial officer, rushes up to the Dark Lord.
The Death Star plans are not in the main computer.
Vader squeezes the neck of the rebel officer, who struggles in vain.
I'm gonna play all of the Imperial officers.
Where are those transmissions you intercepted? Vader lifts the rebel off his feet and his throat. What have you done with those plans?
Everyone's saying Josh's mic is too loud.
No, it's good.
That's because he was Darth Vader.
No, I don't mean just now. They've been saying it for a while.
We intercepted no transmissions. This is a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission.
If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador? The rebel refuses to speak, but eventually cries out as the Dark Lord begins to squeeze the officer's throat, creating a gruesome snapping and choking, until the soldier goes limp, sexually. Vader tosses this dead soldier against the wall and turns to his troops. Commander, tear this ship apart until you found those plans and bring me the ambassador. I want her alive. The stormtroopers survey the sub-hallways. Interior, rebel blockade runner. What did I say?
It's nothing, sorry. Go on.
I can't read. The lovely young girl huddles in a small alcove as stormtroopers search through the ship. She is Princess Leia, Organa, a member of the Alderaan Senate.
Organa.
The fear in her eyes slowly gives way to her anger as the muted, crushing sounds of the approaching stormtroopers grow louder. Bump-a-da-bump-a-da-bump-a-da-bump. One of the stormtroopers spots her.
There she is. Set for stun.
Leia steps out from her hiding place and blasts the stormtrooper with a laser pistol. She starts to run as if felled by a paralyzing ray. The troopers inspect her inert body.
She'll be all right. Inform Lord Vader we have a prisoner.
That is the greatest stormtrooper. Interior rebel blockade runner, sub hallway. R2, green. Stops with a small hatch of emergency life pod. You are the worst R2-D2 for the man who wanted to be R2-D2. He snaps the seal of the main latch and the red warning light begins to flash. The stubby Astro robot works his way into the cramped 4-man pod.
Hey, you're not permitted in there. It's restricted. You'll be deactivated for sure.
R2 beeps something at him. Green! That's terrible.
Don't call me a mindless philosopher, you overweight glob of grease. Now come out before somebody sees you.
R2 whistles something at his reluctant friend regarding the mission he's about to perform.
Secret mission? What plans? What are you talking about? I'm not getting in there.
R2 isn't happy with 3PO's stubbornness. He beeps and twangs angrily.
Twang!
A new explosion! This time very close. Sends a dust and debris through the narrow sub-hallway. Flames licked at 3PO. And after a fury of electronic swearing from R2, the lanky robot jumps into the life pod.
I'm going to regret this.
Alright, this is the Imperial.
Guys, I have to interrupt for a second. This is important. I tweeted Mike Bithell as a joke. I said, get on Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope. And he said, huh, where? You're still doing this stream? I want in.
Oh, shit, yes.
What?
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Mike Bithell.
I want Mike Bithell in here.
Wait, I don't know if he knows what he's signing up for.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him the fucking riot act so he knows right now.
It's one thing to get Reeves in here, it's another thing to Mike Bithell
What
in here.
Mike Bithell
So,
is
what the hell's
a
going
British
on in that
gentleman,
world right now?
so he might have to take the role of 3PO.
Excuse me? Are you saying my role's not good enough?
No, I'm saying 3PO is the only British gentleman in Star Wars.
Are
That's
you
a good
saying
point.
that I can't do beeps?
You are the worst beeper.
You're-
I don't understand how you're so bad at being
You
R2D2.
would not tell me who to call back, you son of a bitch.
I'm mostly asleep.
I'm laying in my bed with my iPhone, so if I just go away, it means I fell asleep.
It's
Josh,
alright.
I'm here with you, man.
I know,
Me,
it's-
you, Alpaca, and Mike Bithell are going to kill this fucking stream. Can you imagine when you started this?
Mike-
When
Mike
you started
Bithell
this
is the faceless
Friday night, like pre-drink, you definitely did not expect
I
that it would end with me, you, Alpaca, and Mike Bithell reading the entire script of Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope.
Can I just say, by the way, I met you, Ryan, like 2 weeks ago. Like
It's great,
totally-
man. It feels
and
good.
now I'm reading Star Wars of New Hope in front of 2,200 people. This is the weirdest experience of my life, probably.
Yeah, this is silly shit, man.
This is amazing.
Oh my god, Mike Bithell just said he's totally up for it.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Yes.
Oh my god.
Get him in here.
Did you watch the stream?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's been asleep. Well, I was gonna say he's been asleep the whole time, but that doesn't make any sense. But
I still think that this is hilarious that this is more viewership than the Super Show.
that's insane, right?
It's,
Well,
it's ridiculous.
the first night was 200 to 300 viewers,
Right.
and right now, Josh, while you were asleep, we hit record viewership. While the fucking cameraman was asleep.
Yeah, man. It's because we're streaming the greatest movie of all time.
Apparently, like according to Reeves, it went viral. Like he heard about
Yeah,
it
man.
through friends.
Oh, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, he was watching it and eating ice cream.
Josh, just tweet that picture again.
Yeah, in
See what
case
happens.
people in the chat don't know, Mike Bithell is the creator of Thomas Was Alone, one of like, my favorite games ever.
Yeah,
And
awesome.
so it's like the biggest like happiness to have him like read Star Wars with me. So
How
that's
long have you wanted this moment, Josh?
this is a big moment for me.
Years?
If Mike Bithell
I'm gonna go
comes
take a
in,
pee. I'll be back.
Dude, we're approaching some shit. Like, this is gonna be some underrated shit that people will talk about in like 10 years. They'll be like, PewDiePie, Chris Hecker, Mike Bithell, and like all the
the guy from Frog Fractions and Mike
Gassy
Bithell.
Mexican were all on the same stream, and nobody knows about it.
Don't forget Cryotic, man.
Oh,
Was
shit.
Cry in here?
Okay. Mike Bithell says, I've got his Skype name. He says, give me 15 minutes. So we can at least make some progress into like the first act.
Okay,
And
all right. All right, Imperial Star Destroyer. On the main view screen, the life pod carrying two terrified robots speeds away from the stricken rebel spacecraft.
I'm adding him right now. If it's my line, then I don't have it.
It's your line. There
Okay,
goes
well,
another
just read it for
one.
me.
Hold your fire. There is no life forms. It must be short-circuited. The interior of the life pod. R2 and 3PO.
Short-circuited.
I'm gonna punch you in the dick, Green, if you say that again.
Right.
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 Affirmative.
Interior of the life pod. R2 and 3PO look
Affirmative.
at the receding
The humans,
Imperial
they are
starship. Stars circle as the pod rotates through the galaxy.
The humans are dead.
This is 3PO's line.
No, just give me a second. I'm social media.
It's gases.
That's funny. The damage doesn't look as bad from out here.
That's really good. R2 beeps an assuring response. Screen.
I totally forgot we had a woman.
Are you sure things are safe?
Exterior, Tatooine. The Anchorhead Settlement Power Station. It's during the day. Heat waves radiate the dozens of bleached white buildings. Luke pilots his land speeder through the dust, empty streets of the tiny settlement. An old woman runs out to get out of the way of the speeding vehicle, shaking a fist as Luke flees past. "Fuck you, Luke Skywalker," she says.
I've told you kids to slow down.
The interior of the power station. It's during the day. Luke bursts into the power station, waking the Fixer. The Fixer is it's a proper
From
noun.
Monaco.
A rugged mechanic, and Cammy, a sexy, disheveled girl who has been
Disheveled.
asleep in his lap.
I don't remember this part.
I don't remember her.
Yeah,
They
wait,
grumbled.
who's Cammy?
I don't
Just
know.
making
What
shit
the
up. She's
fuck
from
is
Street
going
Fighter.
They grumbled as he races through the office, yelling wildly.
What the fuck is going on?
Someone be the Fixer, I guess.
Did I hear a noise? A young noise blaster here.
It's just,
I'm back.
It's just a wormy on another rampage.
Luke bounces in a small room behind the office where Deke and Windy, two tough boys about the same age as Luke, are playing a computer pool-like game with Biggs, a burly, handsome boy a few years older than the rest. His flashy city attire has sharp contrast to the loose-fitting tunics of the farm boys. A robot repairs some equipment in the background.
We're seeing some shit that never made it.
Shape
into
it up,
this
guys.
episode four.
Biggs.
Luke, surprised at the appearance of Biggs, gives way to the great joy of emotion. They give each other a great bear hug.
I didn't know you guys were back. When did you get in?
Thanks for
When
stealing
did
my
you
role,
turn to Luke?
What?
I just read a line of Luke 3 seconds ago.
Yeah, Alpaca, calm your ass.
I wanted to
wasn't
talk
me.
about the
That was
great
Green.
way-
Green, calm your ass.
That was not me.
All right.
I didn't know you were back. When did you get in?
Someone
No,
be
I
Biggs.
just got here.
So-
You guys were in the middle of a thing. I actually just found myself in the script as well.
Someone be Biggs.
Biggs the cat.
Biggs. Just now, I wanted to surprise you, Hotshot. I thought you'd be here. Certainly didn't expect you to be out waking.
That is amazing.
What?
Russian pigs.
Biggs is my hero.
Jewish.
The academy didn't
That
change
was
you much,
Russian.
but you're back so soon. Hey, what happened? Didn't you get your commission?
Biggs has an air of cool and seems slightly phony.
Of course I got it. Signed aboard the Rand Ecliptic last week. First mate to the Biggs, the Darklighter at your service, he salutes.
Zoidberg.
I just came to say goodbye to all you unfortunate landlocked simpletons.
Everyone laughs. Everyone fucking laughs, you assholes. Everyone laughs. The dazzling spectacle of his dashing friend is almost too much for Luke, but suddenly he snaps out of it.
I almost forgot. There's a battle going on. Right here in our system. Come and look.
Not again. Forget it.
Exterior, Tatooine, Anchorhead, Settlement, Power Station, day. That's a lot. The group stumbles out into the stifling desert sun. Cammy and the Fixer complain and are forced to shade their eyes. Luke has his binoculars out scanning the heavens.
There they are.
Biggs takes the binoculars from Luke as the others strain to see something with the naked eye. Through the binoculars, Biggs sees two small silver specks.
That's no battle, Hotshot. They're just sitting there. Probably afraid of tanks and fueling.
But there was a lot of firing earlier.
Cammy grabs the binoculars hanging against them for the building in the process. Luke grabs them.
Hey, easy with those.
Who's Cammy?
I imagine Cammy is a woman?
Who
Yeah,
is
it
the
was
Fixer?
me, but I've been talking to Mike Bithell, excuse me.
All right.
I don't
That's
even
not Battle
remember
Hotshot.
these people.
They're just sitting there, but there was a lot of firing earlier. Don't worry about it, Wormy.
The Fixer gives Luke a hard look at the farm boy and shrugs his shoulders in resignation. Fixer?
Who is the Fixer?
I keep telling you the rebellion is
There
a
you go.
long way from here. I doubt that the Empire could even fight to keep the system. Believe me, Luke, this plan is a big hunk of nothing. Luke agrees,
I
although
agree.
it's obvious he isn't sure why. The group stumbles back to the power station, grumbling about Luke's ineptitude.
The more I read the script, the more I'm like, wow, George Lucas lucked the fuck out.
No, seriously, Indiana Jones is the same way. All that shit that was in Indiana Jones 4, the swinging with monkeys and shit, that was in the first one. And someone was like, okay, come on, George Lucas, this is fucking retarded. Get this out of here.
I just don't even remember half of these characters, like the Fixer and Cammy. I don't.
They're not. Yeah, this is.
I have no idea what's happening right now.
Princess Leia led down a low-ceiling hallway, boom, 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 by a squad of armored stormtroopers. Her hands are bound as she is brutally shoved in, which is unable to keep up with her briskly marching troops. They stop in a smoky hallway as Darth Vader, emerging from the shadows. The sinister Dark Lord stares hard at the frail young senator, but she doesn't move.
Right, do you want me to try an American accent, or would you rather she was a very posh Brit?
Posh Brit.
She is a posh Brit.
She is a posh Brit.
She was British in the fucking movie.
She's a very poshy
Fab.
Brit.
Lord Vader, I should have known. Only you could be so bold.
That's
the Imperial
perfect.
Senate will not sit for this when they hear you've attacked a diplomatic.
Oh my
Don't
God,
play
you
games
just
with me, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. You passed directly through the restricted system. Several transmissions were beamed by the ship of the rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
You're part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away. Leia's marched down the hallway and into the smoldering hole blasted in the side of the ship. An Imperial commander turns to Vader.
Holding her is dangerous. If word of this gets out, it could generate sympathy for the rebellion in the Senate.
I have traced the rebel spies to her. Now she is the only link to find the secret base.
She'll die before she tells you anything.
Leave that to me. Send a distress signal and inform the Senate that all aboard are killed. Another Imperial officer approaches Vader and the commander. They stop and snap to attention.
For the record, she's not she's not English in the film. She's just posh American.
Well,
You're
it's weird.
Vader, the battle station plans are not aboard the ship, and no transmissions were made. An escape pod was jettisoned during the fighting, but no life forms were found aboard.
Vader turns to the commander. She must have hidden the plans of the escape pod. Send a detachment down to retrieve them. See to it personally, Commander. There will be no one to stop us this time.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Exterior, space. The Imperial Star Destroyer comes over the surface of the planet Tatooine. Exterior, Tatooine, desert. Judland, or, in quotes, no man's land, where the rugged desert Maces?
Mesas.
The desert Macy's.
The desert
Black Mesas.
They're having their Thanksgiving Day parade on Tatooine.
They made with the foreboding Dune Sea.
Snoopy has
The
just
two helpless astro droids kick up clouds of sand as they leave the life pod and clumsily work their way across the desert wasteland. Green! The life pod in the distance rests half the buried sand.
How did I get into this mess? I really don't know how. We seem to be made to suffer. It's our lot in life.
R2 answers with beeping sounds.
I just did that, man.
R2 answers with beeping sounds.
I just did it. You fucking talk over me while making beeping sounds.
R2 answers with beeping sounds.
I
Green,
have
right
got to
now.
rest before I fall apart. My joints are almost frozen.
R2 continues to respond with beeping sounds.
What a desolate place this is.
Suddenly, R2 whistles, makes a sharp right turn, and starts off in the direction of the rocky desert mesas.
Maces.
Good job.
3PO stops and yells at him.
Where are you going?
A stream of electronic noises pours forth from the small robot.
Well, I'm not going that way. It's much too rocky. This way is much easier.
R2 counters with a long whistle.
What makes you think there are settlements over there?
R2 continues to make beeping sounds.
Don't get technical with me.
R2 continues to make beeping sounds.
What mission? What are you talking about? I've had just about enough of you. Go that way. You'll be malfunctioning within a day, you nearsighted scrap pile.
Nick is a really fucking good 3PO.
Guys, I have to say, just not to interrupt the scene, but Mike Bithell just tweeted, about to join the stream. Hope I arrive in time to be Han.
Oh, yes. Yeah, all right.
We're gonna have a
So
British
Mike
Han.
Bithell
That
is
sounds
going to be
beautiful.
Han.
Mike Bithell is going to be the British Han Solo.
Yo, and Luke, that's
British Han
crazy shit.
Solo.
All
Oh,
right.
maybe we should make Ryan Luke.
Okay, yeah. 3PO
Whatever.
gives a little robot a kick and starts off in the direction of the vast Dune Sea.
And don't let me catch you following me begging for help because you won't get it.
It's so good.
Scottish.
That is pretty good.
R2's reply is a rather rude sound. He turns and trudges off in the direction of the towering mesas.
No more adventures. I'm not going that way.
R2 beeps to himself as he makes his way toward the distant mountains. Exterior,
Or whiskey.
Tatooine, the Dune Sea. 3PO, hot and tired, struggles over the ridge of a dune, only to find more dunes, which seem to be going on for endless miles of dunes. He looks back in the direction of the dunes, the now distant Rock Mesa dunes.
Rockley Dunes.
Did you finish your line? I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
That malfunctioning little twerp. It's all his fault. He tricked me into going this way, but he'll do no better.
In a huff of anger and frustration, 3PO knocks the sand of his joints. His plight seems hopeless. When a glint of reflected light in the distance reveals an object moving towards him.
Wait, what's that? A transport. I'm saved.
The bronze android waves frantically and yells at the approaching transport.
Over here. Help. Please help.
Exterior, Tatooine, Anchorhead Settlement, Power Station, day. Luke and Biggs are walking towards the drinking malt brew. Fixer and the others can be heard working inside.
I just want to say that Luke would never say this shit, but I mean, so I cut off my power, shut down the afterburners that came in low on Deke's trail. I was so close I thought I was going to fry my instruments. As it was, I busted up the skyhopper pretty bad. Uncle Owen was pretty upset. He grounded me for the rest of the season. You should have been there. It was fantastic.
Oh, I'm Biggs. Oh, God. You ought to take it easy, Luke. You may be the hottest bush pilot this side of Mos Eisley, but those little skyhoppers are dangerous.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
Keep it up, and one day, whammo! You're gonna be nothing more than a dark spot on the dark side of a canyon, etc. Oh,
Oh my god.
my eyes might have glossed over, and I saw.
You were one word away, and then you said etc.
The word was wall. The
I
word
think
we were
it's
looking
talking,
for was
etc.
wall.
Now that you've been around these giant starships, you're beginning to sound like my uncle. You've gotten soft in the city.
I've missed you, kid.
Well, things haven't been the same since you left, Biggs. It's been so quiet.
Biggs looks around and then leans close to Luke.
Luke, I didn't come back to say goodbye. I shouldn't tell you this, but you're the only one that I can trust. And if I don't come back, I want somebody to know.
Luke's eyes are wide, as is his butt, with Biggs' serious in loyalty.
What are you talking about?
I made some friends at the academy. When our frigate goes to one of the central systems, we're gonna jump ship and join the Alliance.
Luke, amazed and stunned, is almost speechless.
Join the rebellion? Are you kidding? Ow!
Quiet down, will you? You got a mouth bigger than a meteor crater.
I'm sorry, I'm quiet. Listen, how quiet I am. You can barely hear me.
Biggs shakes his head angrily
This is
and
so
then
bad.
continues.
This is the dumbest shit.
My friend is a friend on Bestine who might help us make contact.
You're crazy.
Wait, time out. In
Wait,
the
hang
script it says "you're" spelled improperly.
Yeah, you're
Those
crazy.
sons.
Dude.
It is.
I didn't
It
want
is
to
Northern
lampshade it. I
Lions
just wanted to
crazy.
roll with it.
You're crazy.
Possessive your.
Actually,
My-
you could roll another way on that with Luke. I think it's you're crazy. You could wander around forever trying to find them.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here. I didn't know that Biggs was going to be a character that had dialogue.
Yeah.
That he was going to be a one-off, so I'm sorry for his stupid.
No, you have made this so much
This
better.
is- yeah, this is a-
Biggs has made the opening act of a new.
Yeah.
I know it's a long shot, but if I don't find them, I'll do what I can on my own. It's what we always talked about, Luke. I'm not going to wait for the Empire to draft me into service. The rebellion is spreading, and I want to be on the right side, the side I believe in.
And I'm stuck here.
I thought you were going to the academy next time. You'll get your big chance to get off this rock.
Not likely. I had to cancel my application. There's been a lot of unrest among the Sand People since you left. They even raided the outskirts of Anchorhead.
Here we go with the racism.
Who's laughing?
Your uncle could hold off a whole colony of Sand People with one blast.
Oh, man.
I know, but he's got enough vaporators going to make the place pay off. He needs me for just one more season. I can't leave him now.
I feel for you, Luke. You're gonna have to learn what seems to be important, or what really is important. What good is all your uncle's work if it's taken away over by the Empire?
Chris says, need someone to play Biggs? Why not Zoidberg?
You know, it's not to nationalize commerce in the Central Systems. It won't be long before your uncle is merely a tenant, slaving for the greater glory of
It
the
couldn't
Empire.
happen here. You said it yourself. The Empire won't bother with this rock.
Things always change.
I wish I was going. Are you going to be around long?
No, I'm leaving in the morning.
Then I guess I won't see you.
Maybe someday. I'll keep a lookout.
Well, I'll be at the Academy next season. After that, who knows? I won't be drafted into the Imperial Starfleet, that's for sure. Take care of yourself. You'll always be the best friend I've got.
So long, Luke.
Biggs turns away from his old friend and heads towards the power station.
God.
That was a really good fucking Biggs, man.
That was the best Biggs.
Incredible.
That's the ultimate Biggs.
I mean,
if-
Biggs, Rob.
If we had
I
George
love Rob.
Sincerely, unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, I tried.
George Lucas is watching the stream right now. He wants to for the
Hey,
Wait, okay. Mike
I
Bithell
put
wants
this
it.
in r//
Oh my
Star
God.
Wars, so Lucas is watching.
I'm adding Mike Bithell right now.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
Oh my
I'm
god.
back, by the way, guys.
Hey, look at this guy.
Hello.
I have eggs too.
Your show up, Austin. We got bigger fish to fry now.
Wait, did I just see the Skype thing move?
It mooed?
Move.
Is it a cow?
Cow,
Is
yeah.
Mike Bithell in here?
He's added. He has to join the call.
Move.
Oh, he'll be here.
I like his
By the way, I appreciate
Skype
that in
name.
the chat. Great, Luke. I'm doing my best.
Sorry, what?
Did it work?
Oh no, it doesn't look like you joined. Hold on.
He hates us. I gotta use the little boys' room, or the big
Maybe
man's
the
room.
Girls' room.
Big man's room.
One sec.
You use your little boy's room.
We have really not dipped any viewers at all. Wow.
No,
Yeah, I know.
we're probably gonna gain now that Mike Bithell's here.
Mike Bithell.
Hello.
Oh my
Hello?
god, this is amazing.
Hello.
Hello.
Mike
Hello.
Bithell!
Hello, everyone.
For a
Wave.
while on this 42-hour live stream, we bothered with pretense and asking developers, why are you here? Like, what game are you promoting? But the only question I have to ask is, what fucking prompted you to, at hour 42, while we're live streaming the original script of Star Wars: A New Hope, what was the motivation to come in?
Well, mainly it's Star Wars, isn't it? No, it was the first time you asked me, and I was awake. That was the main difference. But that's all right. That's all right. I'm just trying to find the script. Bear with me. Sorry.
No,
Oh,
I
we
mean,
have it.
We can link that to you. That's not a problem.
Oh, I've got it. I've got it. I'm just trying to catch up to where you were.
Okay, right now we have just finished the very long and completely cut out of the original film dialogue between Biggs and Luke.
Control
Oh,
F
yeah.
Gargantuan rock formations.
I'm
Yes,
there.
yes.
Thank you. Excellent.
That was perfect. And you know, you are totally, if you want to be Han Solo, you're in.
You are Han Solo.
Has Mr. Guinness been cast yet?
No, actually, I don't believe we have cast Ben Kenobi yet.
I can do Ewan McGregor's version of him.
Oh
Either
shit!
way.
Is this Mike Bithell?
Yes.
Yes. The ultimate Han Solo. Mike Bithell, thank you very much. I just want to say, like, I love you, but not like in a weird way, but in a totally cool way.
We can pick that up after this. But,
Oh God.
yeah, that's very moving. Thank you.
What's going on?
What's going on?
No, like
Someone
with
is cooking outside on like a bus.
what's okay? Is it my microphone making strange noises?
No, it's actually Mike's.
Mike
It
who?
seems.
Oh, Mike Bithell's?
Yes.
Mike Bithell, get your shit in gear, man.
What's up? What's up? I'm on the
Hold on.
help him?
What is he doing?
Oh God. I had this problem with a microphone before. Actually, do you actually have another microphone, Mike Bithell?
I love that you always use my full name.
To use both names.
I love that you pronounce it right as well. It's rare. It's good.
Really?
How else is there to say it?
Mike Bithell.
You say Bithell.
Yeah, how do people say Mike Bithell? It's not correct.
There's Bithell. I get a lot.
Really?
Actually, yeah. People assume it's made up to be Bithell, and I've had
Bithell.
saying, "God, that guy's a dick. He's making up his own name to sound
that
cool."
sounds really good.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
That sounds way better. Yeah.
That's perfect.
It's a good name. It's a good name. It's done me well so far. I can try and find a microphone. I've got one.
This is perfect now.
It's fine.
Yeah, you solved the riddle of the Sphinx, but it's still kind of like janking out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's up to you guys. It's your stream.
You can push the
obviously
door.
say again.
God.
Oh God, Mike Bithell, you might have to get a new microphone.
I tell you what, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna cancel this call and I'll come back later. You've got a while till Han shows up anyway. Haven't
Well,
you?
yeah. This man, he's after my own heart. He knows when Han Solo shows up. All right.
You know that you are a legend of the stream at this point.
Yeah,
Seriously.
dude.
You're Enigma wrapped in a riddle for us.
Love it.
Like last night was the greatest moment. Just like Mike Bithell, get on CS:GO. It's like I'm just gonna go eat with like my girlfriend for breakfast.
For you, I've got to put this in context. For you, that was the evening you were having fun. For me, that was 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, we weren't having fun. It was like 3 in the morning, and we were just entirely keeping the stream going by obligation at that point.
No, I love it. I love it. No, I'd already promised a lovely breakfast. So but this caught me just before I promised anything, so that's good. I'm missing a meeting to be here with a mate, but fortunately, the Star Wars fan, so he's listening instead. Okay, if my microphone's wrong, I can go away and try it on something else if you want.
Yeah, we'll reserve you a great role as long as it takes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to like cut out. Like it's like periodically. It's not all the time.
Yeah.
I wonder if is it bad?
God.
Oh, see, there it is.
That is pretty bad.
It sounds like a connection that's shorting a little bit.
Yeah, it's like your microphone's not plugged in the back of the computer all the way.
Well, it's the one that comes with the Mac. It's in the Mac. There's literally a hole in the side of the Mac. So that's a bit worrying. That's okay though. I've got some external mics, so bear with me.
That'll work.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool.
Right, I'll see you in a bit.
Of course.
All right, now. Bye.
So,
Is Mike Bithell not the greatest man in the world?
Bithell.
Mike
Can we get
Bithell.
Hashtag Mike Bithell trending.
We don't talk to him. We don't call him Mike Bithell anymore. He's our future Han Solo.
That's true. Yeah.
if two of the main cast
Josh,
are going to be British,
Josh,
Does
if
that
you can
mean-
continue from the gargantuan rock
I'm British now
formations.
too, remember?
All right, the gargantuan something or other. The gargantuan rock formations are shrouded in a strange, foreboding mist. And an ominous sounds of unearthly creatures fill the air. Cuckoo, cuckoo. R2 moves cautiously through the creepy rock canyon, inadvertently making a loud clicking noise as he goes. He hears. Okay, good. I was hoping for the loud clicking noise. He hears in the distant, hard, metallic sounds and stops for a moment. Convinced he is alone, he continues on his way. In the distance, a pebble tumbles down the steep canyon wall and a small dark figure darts into the shadows. A little further up the canyon, a slight flicker of the light reveals a pair of eyes in the dark recesses, only a few feet from the narrow path. The unsuspecting robot waddles along as the rugged trail until suddenly, out of nowhere, a powerful magnetic ray shoots out of the rocks and engulfs the eerily glow. He manages one short electronic squeak before he topples over on his back. His bright computer lights flicker off, then on, then off again.
Bright computer lights is like a fucking electropop emo band or something now.
Out of the rocks scurry 3 Jawas, no taller than R2. They holster strange and complex weapons as they cautiously approach the robot. They wear grubby cloaks and their faces are shrouded so only their glowing eyes can be seen. They hiss and make odd guttural sounds as they heave and heavy robot their shoulders and carry him off down the trail. Exterior, Tatooine, Rock Canyon, Sandcrawler, Sunset. The 8 Jawas carry R2 out of the canyon in a huge tank-like vehicle the size of 4 story houses. They weld a small disc at the side of R2 and then put him together in a large tube on the side of the vehicle, and the little robot is sucked into the giant machine. The filthy little Jawas scurry like rats and small ladders. They enter the main cabin of the behemoth's transport.
Filthy little Jawas.
Interior, Sandcrawler, hold area. It is dim inside the hold area of the Sandcrawler. R2 switches on the small floodlight in his forehead and stumbles around the scrap heap. The narrow beam swings across the rusty metal rockets as part of the array of grotesque, twisted, and maimed Astro robots.
Astro robots.
Or do our Strotska robots.
He lets out a pathetic electronic whimper and stumbles off towards what appears to be a door at the end of the chamber. Interior, Sandcrawler, prison area. R2 enters the wide room with a 4-foot ceiling. In the middle of the scrap heap sits a dozen or so robots of various shapes and sizes. Some are engaged in electronic conversation, while others simply mill about. A voice of recognition calls out from the gloom.
R2-D2, it's you, it's you.
So good. A battered 3PO scrambles up to R2 and embraces him. Exterior, Tatooine, Rock Canyon, Sandcrawler, Sunset.
By the way, can I pause for a second?
Absolutely.
Also, famed YouTuber Bebop Vox is also in the chat right now, watching us.
Does he want to roll? Fuck it.
Just does he want to roll? Well, I'm pretty sure he's in Germany right now, so the time zones might line up.
Does he want to be Yoda?
Really?
Shit, dude, you might want to get on. Whatever.
Yoda's not in this episode.
Yo, Vox, you have me on Skype, man. If you want to get in on this, fucking hit me up. It'll be gross and awesome.
It will be gross.
We're gonna have
Exterior,
like every
Tatooine,
YouTuber
Rock
ever.
Canyon, Sandcrawler, Sunset. Yeah, what roles need to be filed?
No, just keep reading. We'll fill it as we
All
go.
right, Tatooine,
Land
Rock
of
Canyon,
Calrissian.
Sandcrawler, Sunset. The enormous Sandcrawler lumbers off towards the magnificent twin suns, which are slowly setting over the distant mountain ridge. Tatooine, desert day. God damn it, Jesus Christ. 4 Imperial
I know,
stormtroopers mill about in the front of the half-buried life pod that brought R2 and 3PO on Tatooine. A trooper yells at an officer distance away.
Someone was in the pod. The tracks go off in this distance.
That's bullshit. It's supposed to be, look, sir, droids. Oh, there he is, the second trooper. Second trooper picks a small bit of metal out of the sand and gives the first trooper.
Look, sir, droids.
There you go. Exterior, Tatooine, droids. The Sandcrawler moves slowly.
All right,
down
Mike Bithell's coming back in. We're gonna live test him to see if he's ready to go.
live testing.
Nice.
I barely know him.
We're gonna test them good.
Oh shit! No, he's trying to call me. I have to indicate that our stream doesn't matter. Literally, just join this stream. Hello.
Oh god.
Hello?
Hello? You are in a burning house?
You are not burning.
Mike
Every
Bithell?
time, dude.
Have you guys seen that video? I don't think these guys have seen it.
Oh, it's the best. These guys even know who or yeah, I already asked that, didn't I?
Probably not.
Everyone
The
should
fact
know
that we
who
have not lost viewership is fucking stupid.
Hold on. Nick Narcotic told me to do something.
Have I got time to make a cup of coffee? What's going on?
Jesus
Oh my god,
Christ,
make all the
Pixel.
cups.
Or make a
I have
cup of
time to
whiskey.
make eggs, so.
Yeah, I have literally just poured another glass of whiskey. So
When-
Yeah, I've
when
been drinking
Leia
beer
doesn't
ever since
turn
I
up
woke
for
up.
a while yet, does she? Unless that little recording comes out and speaks to
Well,
everybody.
yeah.
Josh, are you watching a super slow GIF of like who shoots first versus Han and Greedo?
No.
God.
Yes.
I can't believe we're not even close. We haven't even been introduced to Obi-Wan yet. We're so early.
They said this has like 450,000 words or something. It's gonna be like 10 hours of us doing this.
We're gonna do this, Nick. Don't get negative on me.
Hey, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just trying to be realistic.
We can an act in. We can switch roles, and Josh can pass off narrating abilities to play someone who doesn't speak as much.
I like it.
Okay, guys, someone has to remove Mike from the call and then recall him.
I can't bring myself.
Total recall, Mike Bithell.
Who's the host? Whoever's the host has to do it.
Jesus
the only one
Christ.
who can.
Cheese and Christ.
Josh, right? Like,
Cheese and Christ.
Cheese and crackers.
How do I call Mike Bithell?
I appreciate
Mike
that. It took
Bithell!
us 2 days, but we have cultivated an audience that is just pure. You know what? If it's going to take you 45 minutes to sort this shit out,
Wait,
whatever, man.
How
That's
do
what
I
I'm here
call
for.
Mike Bithell?
You just gotta do
You
it.
can watch any other stream. If something takes longer than like 5 minutes, like you lose so many viewers. People just like.
I don't think so, man. I'm pretty sure this audience has, at this point, we've created like a culture of this audience. This audience, if you were to look at this compared to like all the other audiences on Twitch, there would be like demographic disparity on some degree that I can't imagine.
Did Mike Bithell change accounts? No, he's here.
Guys, I'm
Hello.
here.
Mike
It sounds
Bithell!
good.
Mike Bithell!
Hello.
It sounds fine.
He sounds really good.
Yeah,
I sound really good.
He's
I'm on an iPad now. I'm trying something new. So there you go.
that's impressive.
impressive.
Oh,
We
wow.
have
Until the
turn.
battery.
It's hashtag Mike Bithell, everybody.
Hashtag Mike Bithell.
Hashtag crazy Mike Bithell.
Finally.
Butter jail.
Nobody's going to butter jail tonight.
Mike Bithell might be
Today,
going
you
to
mean?
jail.
You guys,
Yeah,
you've
whatever,
Like,
it's
stacked up
daytime.
like 42 hours of in jokes now, right? This is
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it, man.
It's all alright, yeah.
This is all downhill.
I would love to thank you for just allowing me to tweet when I'm about to tweet, which just says, @ Mike Bithell has now joined us as our Han Solo at hour 43 of this bullshit stream, twitch.tv/JSmithOTI.
nice.
Tweet.
I also posted on r/Star Wars, so hopefully people show up.
Oh my
Posted in our
God.
games.
Josh, you've gained 800 followers on Twitch since I just refreshed.
That's really good.
Wow, that's
I've got like over 1,000 unread emails, which are
Yeah.
like
What?
yeah,
1,000?
over 1,000 unread emails.
I love that this new like stream mentality is just open a GIF related to the film. Just, like, leave it up. Like, leave it up with your desktop background. This is so great.
Shut up, man. We're real professional. Interior of the Sandcrawler, 3PO and R2 noisily bounce along the side of the cramped prison chamber. R2 appears to be shut off.
Wake up! Wake up!
Suddenly, the shaking bouncing of the Sandcrawler stops, creating quite a commotion among the mechanical men. 3PO's first bangs his head of R2, whose computer lights pops as it begins beeping.
Beep boop beep.
At the fear of this long chamber, the hatch opens, filling the chamber with blinding white light. A dozen or so Jawas make their way through the odd assortment of robots.
We're doomed.
A Jawa starts moving towards them.
Do you think they'll melt us down?
R2 responds, making beeping sounds. Don't
Oh, that was
Don't
amazing.
shoot!
That
Don't
was
shoot!
amazing.
Will this never end?
that was really good, R2. Thank you.
That.
Alright, so exterior Tatooine, Jaw, Desert, Lars, afternoon. The Jawas mutter gibberish boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop, as they busily along their battered captives, including R2 and 3PO, in front of the enormous sandcrawler, which is parked beside a small homestead consisting of 3 large holes in the ground surrounded by several tall moisture vaporators and small adobe blockhouses. The Jawas scurry about, fussing over the robots, straightening them, brushing some dust from a dented metallic elbow. The shrouded little creatures smell horribly, attracting small insects in dark areas where their mouths and nostrils should be. Out of the shadows of a dingy side building limps Owen Lars, a large, burly man with mid-50s. His reddish eyes are sunken in his dust-covered face as a farmer carefully inspects each robot. He is closely followed by his slump-shouldered nephew, Luke Skywalker.
Wait, why are they introducing Luke Skywalker right now? I've already read like 40 minutes of lines.
One of the vile little Jawas walks ahead of the farmer, sprouting animated sails with a picture in the queer, unintelligible language. A voice calls out from the huge holes that form the homestead. Luke goes over the edge and sees his Aunt Beru standing in the courtyard.
Luke, tell Owen that if he gets a translator, to be sure it speaks Bocce?
It looks like we don't have much of a choice, but I'll remind him.
Luke returns to his uncle as they look over the equipment for sale with the Jawa leader.
I have no need for a protocol droid.
Sir, not in an environment such as this. That's why I've been programmed for over 30 secondary functions that...
What I really need is a droid that understands the binary language of moisture vaporators.
Vaporators, sir, my first job was programming binary load lifter. Very similar to your vaporators, you could say.
You speak Bocce.
Of course I can, sir. It's like a second language for me. I'm fluent in Bocce.
All right, shut up. I'll take this one.
Shutting up, sir.
Luke, take these.
Timing.
I want you to have both of them cleaned up before sunset.
Excuse me, before dinner?
Oh, God, sorry, my eyes.
Sunset dinner, my eyes.
But I was going into the
Which one?
Toshi
Which
station to
sunset?
pick up some power converters.
You can waste time with your friends when your chores are done. Now, come on, get to it.
All right, come on. And the red one, come on. Well, come on, Red, let's go.
As the Jawas start to lead the three remaining robots back to the sandcrawler, R2 lets out a pathetic little beep and starts after his friend 3PO. He is restrained by a slimy Jawa? Who zaps him with a control box. Owen is negotiating with the head Jawa. Luke and the two robots start off for the garbage when the plate pops off the head of the Astro droid's head plate and sparks wildly.
Uncle Owen,
Yeah?
this R2 unit is a bad motivator. Just look.
Hey, what are you trying to push on us?
The Jawa goes into a loud spiel. Meanwhile, R2 has sneaked out of line and is moving down, trying to attract attention. He lets out a low whistle.
There you go.
3PO chaps Luke on the shoulder.
Excuse me, sir, but that R2 unit is in prime condition. A real bargain.
Uncle Owen,
Yeah?
what about that one?
What about the blue one? We'll take that one.
With a little reluctance, the scruffy dwarf trades the damaged Astro droid for R2.
Yeah, take it away.
I'm quite sure you'd be very pleased with that one, sir. He really is in first-class condition. I've worked with him before. Here he comes.
Owen pays off the whining Jawa as Luke and the two robots trudge off towards the grimy homestead entry.
Okay, let's go.
Now, don't you forget this. Why I should stick my neck out for you is quite beyond my capacity.
Interior, Lars
So
homestead.
there's like a lot in this spec script way before action actually happens. I have to point that out. Like,
Yeah. This scene all happened, though.
we're like
I like that you're
Alpaca
actually
and I
belonging
had a
about
big.
that.
There's no one whose nephew I would rather be than Rob right now. He's killing
Rob
it.
is such a good man at everything.
At least you got your trusty droid, too.
And then, like,
That's true.
fucking Nick is the greatest 3PO
Oh, thank
since
you.
actual 3PO. Alright, so the Lars homestead, this is the garage area in late afternoon. The garage is cluttered with warm but a friendly, peaceful atmosphere permeates with a low gray chamber. 3PO lowers himself into a large tub with warm oil. Near the battered land speeder, little R2 rests a large battery with a cord around his face.
Thank the maker. The oil bath is going to feel so good. I've got such a bad case of dust contamination, I can barely move.
R2 beeps a muffled reply. Luke seems to be lost in thought as he runs his hand over the damaged fin of a small two-man skyhopper spaceship resting on a low hanger of the garage. Finally, Luke's frustration gets the better of him, and he slams a wrench across the workbench.
Just isn't fair. Oh, Biggs is right. I'm never gonna get out of here.
Is there anything I might do to help?
Luke glances at the battered robot. A bit of anger drains, a tiny smile creeps across his face.
Well, not unless you can alter time, speed up the harvest, or teleport me off this rock.
I don't think so, sir. I'm only a droid and not very knowledgeable about such things.
What a pussy.
Not on this planet anyway. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure which planet I'm on.
Well, if there's a bright center to the universe, you're on the planet that it's farthest from.
I see, sir.
You can just call me Luke.
I see, Sir Luke.
Just Luke.
And I am C-3PO, human-cyborg relations, and this is my counterpart, R2-D2.
Hello.
R2 beeps in response. R2 beeps in response!
Who's the person doing our R2 noises?
Well, Green was, and then he just passed out, so I'm just taking over the mantle.
Wait, Green passed
All
out?
right.
Yeah, Green's dead.
I don't know where he is, yeah.
Luke unplugs R2 and begins to scrape several connectors on the robot's head with a chrome pick. 3PO climbs out of the oil tub and begins wiping oil from his bronze body.
This is a
You got a
sexy
lot
scene.
of carbon scoring here. It looks like you boys have seen a lot of action.
With all we've been through, sometimes I'm amazed we're in as good condition as we are, with what rebellion and all.
You know of the rebellion against the Empire?
That's how we came to be in your service, if you take my meaning, sir.
Dude, this is some straight up like Napoleon Dynamite lines here. Have you been in many battles?
Several, I think. Actually, there's not much to tell. I'm not much more than an interpreter and not very good at telling stories. Well, not making them very interesting anyway.
Do the droids have large talons?
Nick, you sound like Get Me Penamore, or sorry, Get Me Henamore from like Mitchell and Webb. Like, you're so much. I know, whatever.
I
You
don't know
guys
what
have
you
Mitchell and Webb over there.
Well, no, I just I watch YouTube and
That's
I
awesome.
love David Mitchell.
Very cool.
I'm trying my best.
Cannonball!
Yeah,
There's already a ton of there's already 19 comments on this Star Wars post on Reddit.
Seriously?
On Reddit?
I haven't
Yeah.
looked at it at all. You guys
That's
need to update me.
134 upvotes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Seriously?
Yes.
Luke struggles to remove a small metal fragment from R2's neck joint. He uses a larger pick.
Wait, I'm finding it.
Okay.
It starts with well.
Oh, there's a line for Leia.
Oh, yeah. Well, my little friend, you got something jammed in here real good. Were you on a cruiser or?
The fragment breaks loose with a snap, sending Luke tumbling over heels. He sits up,
Head over.
and he sees a 12-inch dick, three-dimensional hologram of Leia Organa, the rebel senator, being projected from the face of a little R2. The image is a rainbow of colors and it flickers and jiggles in a dimly lit garage. Luke's mouth hangs open in awe,
Help
awaiting.
me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
That was really
What's
good.
this?
Nice.
That was good.
That was. Do that again.
That was-
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Yeah, I like
This is
that.
really
That's
good.
so good.
yeah, that is pretty good, yeah.
R2 looks around and sheepishly beeps for an answer.
What does he do?
3PO to translate. Leia continues to repeat the sentence fragment over and over.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope, etc., etc.
What is
I'm the only one
what?
who can say etc.
He asked you a question. What is that?
R2 whistles his surprise as he pretends to just notice the hologram. He looks around and sheepishly beeps an answer for 3PO to translate to Leia. Leia continues to repeat the sentence fragment over and over.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. She says it slightly differently every time.
Oh, he says it's nothing, sir. Merely a malfunction. Old data. Pay it no mind.
Luke becomes intrigued by the beautiful girl.
Who is she? She's beautiful.
Girl.
I'm afraid I'm not quite sure, sir.
That's
Help
great.
me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
She was drinking at the time.
Help me, Obi-Wan
Obi-Wan
Kenobi.
Kenobi.
You're my only hope or whatever.
I think she was a passenger on our last voyage. A person of some importance, sir. I believe our captain was attached to...
Nick, you are so fucking aping Henamore right now. It's perfect.
It's so good.
It is so Henamore-ish. It's great. But,
I'm glad.
Is there more to this recording?
Luke reaches out for R2, but he lets out several frantic squeaks and a whistle.
Behave yourself, R2. You're going to get us in trouble. It's all right. You can trust him. He's our new master.
R2 whistles and beeps a long message to 3PO.
He says he's the property of Obi-Wan Kenobi, a resident in these parts, and it's private message for him. Quite frankly, sir, I don't know what he's talking about. Our last master was Captain Antilles, but with what we've been through, this little R2 unit has become a bit eccentric.
Obi-Wan Kenobi?
No,
Yeah.
I wonder if he means old Ben Kenobi.
I beg your pardon, sir, but do you know what he's talking about?
Well, I don't know anyone named Obi-Wan, but old Ben lives beyond the Dune Sea. He's sort of a strange old hermit.
Old Ben. Luke gazes at the beautiful young princess for a few moments and unzips his pants.
Oh, this is the perfect... 1 second, I've got a method act to get into the fucking emotion here.
Are you holding your penis?
I wonder who she is. Sounds like she's in trouble. I'd better play back the whole thing and you guys gotta leave.
R2 beeps something at 3PO. Get the fuck out of here.
He says the restraining bolt has short-circuited his recording system. He suggests that if you remove the bolt, he might be able to play back the entire recording.
It's restraining bolt. Luke looks longingly at the lovely little princess.
It makes it weird that he put little in there. Like he deliberately
Yeah.
put little there, right?
While his lovely
Well,
little prince rose in his pants and hasn't really heard what 3PO has been saying.
Oh yeah, well, I guess you're too small to run away on me if I take this off. All right.
That's my line. Luke takes a wedged bar and pops the restraining bolt off R2's side.
Sorry, I clicked away for a second.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
The princess. There you go.
Wait a minute. Where'd she go? Bring her back. Play back the entire message.
R2 beeps an innocent reply as 3PO sits up in embarrassment.
What message? The one you're carrying inside your rusty innards.
A woman's voice calls out from another room.
Luke! Luke! Come to dinner!
Luke stands up and shakes his head at the
I don't know, she's having a
malfunctioning robot.
All right, I'll be right there, Emperor.
I'm sorry, sir, but he appears to have picked up a slight flutter.
Luke tosses R2's restraining bolt on the workbench and hurries out of the room.
Well, see what you can do. I'll be right back.
Just you reconsider playing that message for him.
R2 beeps in response.
No, I don't think he likes you at all.
R2 beeps.
No, I don't like you either.
The interior of the Lars homestead in the dining area. Luke's Aunt Baroom, a warm, motherly woman, fills a pitcher of blue fluid in refrigerated container with a well-used kitchen.
Guys, we're now top post on r/Star Wars.
She puts the pitcher on a tray with some bowls of food and starts for the dining area. Luke sits with his Uncle Owen before the table with a steaming bowl of food, and Brew carries a bowl of red grain. Luke says,
You know, I think that R2 unit we bought might have been stolen.
What makes you think that?
Well, I stumbled across a recording while I was cleaning him. He says he belongs to someone named Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Owen is greatly alarmed at the mention of his name, but manages to control himself.
I thought he might have meant old Ben, but do you know what he's talking about? Well, I wonder if he's related to Ben.
Owen breaks loose of the fit, uncontrolled anger.
That old man's just a crazy old wizard. Tomorrow I want you to take that R2 unit into Anchorhead and we'll have its memory fit all flush. That'll be the end of it. It belongs to us now.
What if this Obi-Wan comes looking for him?
He won't. I don't think he exists anymore. He died about the same time as your father.
You knew my father?
I told you to forget it. Your only concern is to prepare the new droids for tomorrow. In the morning, I want them on the South Ridge working those vaporizers.
condensers, but yeah.
Condensers, sorry. I have to, like, fill in words because my eyes keep fucking out.
Rob's eyes are crying.
I think these new droids are going to work out fine. In fact, I was thinking about our agreement about my staying on for another season. And if these new droids do work out, I want to transmit my application to the Academy next year.
Owen's face becomes a scowl, although he tries to suppress it.
You mean the next semester before Harvest?
Sure, there's more than enough droids.
Harvest was when I need you most. Only one more season. This year we'll make enough on Harvest, so I'll be able to hire some more hands. Then you could go to the Academy next year.
Luke continues to toy with his food, not looking at his uncle.
You must understand, I need you here, Luke.
But it's a whole nother year.
Look, it's only one more season.
Luke pushes his half-eaten plate of the food aside as it stands. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what you said last year when Biggs and Tank left.
Where are you going?
Looks like I'm going nowhere. I have to finish cleaning those droids.
Resigned to his fate, Luke paddles out of the room. Owen mechanically finishes his dinner.
Oh, and he can't stay here forever. Most of his friends have gone. It means so much to him.
I'll make it up to him next year, I promise.
Luke's not just a farmer, Owen. He has too much of his father in him. Oh, dear.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You sound like woman Deckard Cain, and I love it.
I gotta say, thanks to Mike Bithell for joining us for this.
Yeah, like I'm just waiting for him to have a line.
I'm ready, guys.
Mike Bithell, you are an amazing individual. The interior of the Lars homestead in the garage. Luke enters the garage to discover the robots nowhere in sight. He takes a small control box of his utility belt similar to the Jawas were carrying. He activates the box, which creates a low hum. And 3PO, letting out a short yell, pops out of behind the Skyhopper spaceship.
What are you doing hiding there?
3PO stumbles forward, but R2 is still nowhere in sight.
It wasn't my fault, sir. Please don't deactivate me. I told him not to go, but he's faulty, malfunctioning, kept babbling on about his mission.
Oh, no.
Luke races out of the garage, followed by 3PO. Exterior, Tatooine, Larm's homestead. Luke rushes out a small, doomed entry in the homestead and searches the darkening horizon for the small, triped Astro robot. 3PO struggled out of the homestead in the salt flat as Luke scans the landscape with his electro binoculars. Fuck it.
That R2 unit has always been a problem. These astro droids are getting quite out of hand. Even I can't understand their logic at times.
How could I be so stupid? He's nowhere in sight. Blast it.
Pardon me, sir, but couldn't we go after him?
It's too dangerous with all the sand people around. We'll have to wait until morning.
Owen yells from the homestead plaza.
Luke, I'm shutting the power down for the night.
All right, I'll be down in a few minutes. Boy, am I gonna get it.
He takes a final look across the dim horizon.
You know, that little droid is gonna cause me a lot of trouble.
Oh, he excels at that, sir.
Lars Homestead Plaza. Morning slowly creeps into the sparse but sparkling oasis of the open courtyard. The idyll is broken by the yelling of Uncle Owen, his voice echoing throughout the homestead. His voice echoing!
Echo.
Where could he be loafing now? No.
Lars Homestead kitchen. The interior of the kitchen is a warm glow as Aunt Beru prepares the warm morning breakfast. Owen enters in a huff, echoing.
Have you seen Luke this morning?
I don't think it's echoing inside, is it?
That is,
I don't know.
there's a lot of reverb in the room. I mean, there's no carpeted floors. It's all Adobe here. Come on.
He said he had some things to do before he started today, so he left early.
Take those two new droids with him?
I think so.
Well, you'd better have those units in the South Range. There'll be hell to pay, baby.
Oh, the rock and sand of the desert floor are a blur as 3PO pilots the sleek land speeder gracefully across the vast wasteland.
Wasteland.
Luke leans over the back of his speeder and adjusts something in his motor compartment.
How's that?
that. 3PO signals into defiant as Luke turns back to the wind-whipped cockpit and pops up a canopy shut.
Old Ben Kenobi lives out in this direction somewhere, but I don't see how that R2 unit could come this far. We must have missed him. Uncle Owen isn't going to take this very well.
Sir, would it help if I told him it was my fault?
I ain't sure he needs you. He'd probably only deactivate you for a day or so.
Deactivate? Well, on the other hand, if you hadn't removed his restraining bolt...
Wait, there's something dead out there on the scanner. It looks like our droid. Hit the accelerator? Is that like a David Caruso moment where he put the sunglasses? It looks like our droid.
Puts on
Hit
sunglasses.
the accelerator. Yeah, like...
Crank it up to 88.
Crank it up to 69. From the high on a rock mesa, the tiny land speeder can be seen gliding across the desert floor. Suddenly, in the foreground, two weather-beaten sand people, shrouded in their grimy desert cloaks, peer over the ridge of the rock mesa.
Ultimate racist Josh Smith.
One of the marginally human creatures raises a long, ominous laser rifle and points to the speeder, but the second creature grabs the gun before it can be fired. Wait, I think Mike Bithell might be on that. The Sand People, or Tusken Raiders as they're sometimes called, speak in a coarse barbaric language as they get into the animated argument. The second Tusken Raider seems to get in the final word as the nomads scurry over the rocky terrain. Tatooine, Rock Mesa, Canyon. The Tusken Raider approaches the two large banthas, standing tied to a rock. The monstrous bear-like creatures are large as elephants, but with huge red eyes, tremendous looped horns, and the long, furry, dinosaur-like tails. The Tusken Raiders mount saddles strapped to the huge creatures' shaggy backs and ride up the cliff down the rugged path screaming, "For Mike Bithell!" The speeder is parked on the floor of the massive canyon. Luke, with his long laser rifle slung over his shoulder, stands before the little R2. Luke says,
"Hey, whoa! Where do you think you're going?"
The little droid whistles a feeble reply as 3PO poses menacingly behind the little runaway.
Master Luke, here's your rightful owner. We have no more of this Obi-Wan Kenobi gibberish, and don't talk to me about your mission either. You're fortunate he doesn't blast you into a million pieces right here.
Well, come on, it's getting late. I only hope we can get back before Uncle Owen really blows up.
If you don't mind my saying so, sir, I think you should deactivate that little fugitive until you've gotten him back to your workshop.
No, he's not gonna try anything.
Suddenly, the little robot jumps to life with a massive, frantic whistles and screams.
What's wrong with him now?
Oh my. Sir, he says there are several creatures approaching from the southeast.
Luke swings his rifle into position and looks to the south.
Sand people, or worst. Come on, let's have a look. Come on.
Worst.
Or worst. Exterior Tatooine, Rock Canyon Ridge, day. Luke carefully makes his way to the top of a rock ridge and scans the canyon with his electro binoculars. He spots the two riderless banthas. 3PO struggles up behind the young adventurer.
There are two banthas down there, but I can't see any. Wait a second, they're sand people, all right. I can see one of them now.
Luke watches the distant Tusken Raider through his electro binoculars. Suddenly, something moves, huge, in front of his field of view. Before Luke and 3PO can react, a large gruesome Tusken Raider looms over them. 3PO is startled and backs away, right off the side of the cliff. He can be heard several moments as he clangs, bangs, and rattles down the side of the mountain bangs. The towering creature brings down his curved, double-pointed... If you fucking can pronounce this shit, I'll give you $1 million. Gadurfil-y. Gadurfy. Excuse me, but the Gadurfy is the dreaded axe blade that has struck the terror to the heart of the local settlers. But Luke manages to block the blow with his laser rifle, which is smashed to pieces. The terrified farm boy scrambles backwards until he is forced to the edge of a deep crevice. The sinister raider stands over him, his weapon raised, and lets out a horrible, shrieking laugh. Tatooine, Rock Canyon, floor, day. R2 forced himself into the shadows of a small alcove in the rocks. The vicious sand people walk past carrying the inert Luke Skywalker, who was dropped heap before the speeder. The sand people ransack the speeder, throwing parts and supplies in all directions. Suddenly, they stop. Then everything is quiet for a few moments. A great howling moan is heard echoing through the canyon, which sends the sand people flowing in terror. R2 moves even tighter into the shadows as the slight swishing sound that frightened off the sand people grows even closer. Until a shabby old desert rat of a man appears, leans over Luke. His ancient leathery face, cracked and weathered in exotic climates, is set off by dark penetrating eyes and scraggly white beard. Ben Kenobi squints his eyes as he scrutinizes the unconscious farm boy.
Mike, would
Yes.
you love to jump in?
Yes, please.
I would love
Please
to.
be Ben Kenobi.
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Go for it. Let's do this.
R2 makes a slight sound and Ben turns and looks right at him.
Hello there. Come here, my little friend. Don't be afraid.
Oh, God, you didn't have to play him like a priest.
A spoon priest. R2 waddles over to where Luke lies crumpled in a heap and begins to whistle and beep his concern. Ben puts his hand on Luke's forehead and begins to come around.
Don't worry, he'll be all right.
What happened?
Rest easy, son. You've had a busy day. You're fortunate you're still in one piece.
Ben? Ben Kenobi! Boy, am I glad to see you.
The Judland wastes are not to be traveled lightly. Tell me, young Luke, what brings you out this far?
Oh, this little droid. I think he's searching for his former master. I've never seen such devotion in a droid before. There seems to be no stopping him. He claims to be the property of an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Is he a relative of yours? Do you know who he's talking about?
All right, I'm going to read this line, and then I'm going to give a little break to myself, so someone's going to have to read the parts, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes. But Ben ponders this for a moment, scratching his scruffy beard.
Oh, that's me. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. A long time.
I think my uncle knew him. He said he was dead.
Oh, he's not dead. Not yet.
Oh, you know him?
Well, of course I know him. He's me. I haven't gone by the name Obi-Wan since, before you were born.
Well, then the droid does belong to you.
Don't seem to remember ever owning a droid. Very interesting.
He suddenly looks up at the overhanging cliffs.
I think we better get indoors. The sand people are easily startled, but they will soon be back, and in greater numbers.
Luke sits up and rubs his head. R2 lets out a pathetic beep, causing Luke to remember something. He looks around. 3PO! Oh, all right, little R2 stands at the edge of a large sand pit and begins to chatter away in electronic whistles and beeps. Luke and Ben stand over a very dented and tangled 3PO lying half buried in the sand. One of his arms is broken off. Luke tries to revive the inert robot by shaking him and then flips a hidden switch on his back several times until finally the mechanical man's systems turn on.
Where am I? I must have taken a bad step.
Can you stand? We've got to get out of here before the sand people return.
I don't think I can make it. You go on, Master Luke. There's no sense in risking yourself on my account. I'm done for.
No, you're not. What kind of talk is that? Luke and Ben help the battered robot to his feet. Little R2 watches from the top of the pit. Ben glances around suspiciously. Sensing something, he stands up and sniffs the air.
Quickly, son. They're on the move.
We are now in Kenobi's dwelling. The small Spartan hovel is cluttered with desert junk, but still manages to radiate an air of time-worn comfort and security. Luke is in one corner, repairing 3PO's arm as Old Ben sits thinking, "No, my father didn't fight in the wars. He was a navigator on a spice freighter."
That's what your uncle told you. He didn't hold with your father's ideals. Thought you had stayed here and not gotten involved.
You fought in the Clone Wars?
Yes. I was once a Jedi Knight, the same as your father.
I wish I'd known him.
He was the best star pilot in the galaxy, and a cunning warrior. I understand you've become quite a good pilot yourself. and he was a good friend. Which reminds me...
Ben gets up and goes to a chest where he rummages around. As Luke finishes repairing 3PO and starts to fit the restraining bolt back on, 3PO looks at him nervously. Luke thinks about the bolt for a moment, then puts it on the table. Ben shuffles up and presents Luke with a short handle with several electronic gadgets attached to it.
Banana bread.
I have something here for you. Your uncle, your father even, sorry. My apologies, boy. It's been a long time and very convoluted. Your father wanted you to have this when you were old enough, but your uncle wouldn't allow it. I held this watch in my ass for 5 years. He feared you might follow old Obi-Wan on some damned fool idealistic crusade like your father did.
Sir, if you'll not be needing me, I'll close down for a while.
Sure, go ahead.
Ben hands Luke the saber.
What is it?
Your father's lightsaber. This is the weapon of a Jedi Knight. Not as clumsy or as random as a blaster.
It's not as clumsy either. Luke pushes a button on the handle. A long beam shoots out about 4 feet and flickers there. The light plays across the ceiling.
An elegant weapon for a more civilized time. For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights... Jedi? If you're going to get a word wrong. The Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. Before the Dark Times. Before the Empire.
Luke hasn't really been listening.
Which I had to feel it's like an ultimate character flaw. How did my father die?
A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. He betrayed and murdered your father. Now the Jedi are all but extinct. Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force.
The Force?
Well, the Force is what gives a Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things, midichlorians. It surrounds us and penetrates us.
All liver things.
Living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
It really does penetrate us.
R2 makes beeping sounds.
Now let's see if we can't figure out what you are, my little friend, and where you came from. I'm getting to this.
I saw part of the message he was...
Luke
part of the message he was...
Luke is cut short as the recording image of a beautiful young rebel princess is projected from R2's face. Say it! Say the line!
I seem to have found it.
Luke stops his work as the lovely girl's image flickers before his eyes.
General Kenobi, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars. Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire. I regret that I am unable to present my father's request to you in person, but my ship has fallen under attack, and I'm afraid my mission to bring you to Alderaan has failed. I've placed information vital to the survival of the Rebellion Army in the memory systems of this R2 unit. My father will know how to retrieve it. You must see this droid safely delivered to him on Alderaan. This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
She actually
Very
apologizes
well done.
midstream. That was really good. You are the ultimate Princess Leia, by the way.
Seriously, yeah.
There is a little
Merci
static.
beaucoup.
Say it again. There is a little static and the transmission is cut short. Old Ben leans back and scratches his head. You scratch your head right now, Mike Bithell.
I'm scratching.
He suddenly puffs on an old tarnished chrome water pipe. He's high as shit. Luke has stars in his eyes. What?
You must learn the ways of the Force if you're to come with me to Alderaan.
Alderaan? I'm not going to Alderaan. I gotta go home. It's late. I'm in for it as it is.
I need your help, Luke. She needs your help. I'm getting too old for this shit.
I can't get involved. I got work to do. It's not like I can't hate the Empire. I hate it. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. It's such a long way from here.
That's your uncle talking.
Oh, God, my uncle. How am I ever going to explain this?
Learn the Force. Don't step on that line.
I'm sorry.
again.
It just comes out of nowhere. It's just learn the Force, Luke.
You just stole my line.
Say it again.
Learn the Force, Luke. Thank you.
That's not where it actually happens in the movie, right? Like that's.
Oh, it's not even learn the Force. It's learn about the Force. That's shit. Learn about the Force. Go and read a book about the Force, Luke. You need to sit down and research.
Look, I can take you as far as Anchorhead. You can get a transport there to Mos Eisley or wherever you're going.
You must do what you feel is right, of course.
Exterior space.
On the interior of space. That's what I want to know.
The interior Crocodile Alice Space Skater, an Imperial Star Destroyer, drives a Chevrolet movie theater, heads towards an evil planet-like battle station, the Death Star! Death Star, conference room. 8 Imperial senators and generals sit around a black conference table. Imperial stormtroopers stand guard around the room. Commander Tog, a young, slimy-looking general, is speaking.
Until this battle station is fully operational, we are vulnerable. The Rebel Alliance is too well equipped. They are more dangerous than you realize.
You're more British than me and Mike.
That was a good Tog. The bitter Admiral Monty twists nervously in his chair. Dangerous to your Starfleet, Commander, not this battle station.
The rebellion will continue to gain support in the Imperial Senate as long as...
Suddenly, all heads of Commander Tog's speech is cut short as the Grand Moff Tarkin, the governor of the Imperial Outlander regions, enters. He is followed by his powerful ally, the Sith Lord Darth Vader. All the generals stand and bow before the thin, evil-looking governor. As he takes his place at the head of the table, the Dark Lord stands beside him.
Can Tarkin be like a Cockney?
The Imperial Senate will no longer be of any concern to us. On this received word that the Emperor has dissolved the council permanently.
Mate?
I was just making a straight up joke if someone wants to take it.
I like it.
All right, beautiful. The last remnants of the old Republic have been swept away.
That's impossible. How will the Emperor maintain control without the bureaucracy?
The regional governors will now have direct control over territories. Fear will keep the local systems in line. Fear of this battle station.
And what of the rebellion? If the rebels have obtained a complete technical readout of this station, it is possible, however unlikely, that they might find a weakness and exploit it.
The plans you refer to will soon be back in our hands.
I don't... Wait.
I don't understand.
Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Never mind.
The plans you refer will soon be back in our hands.
Can I give this one a shot? I want to hop in here if I can.
Please, take Grand Moff Tarkin off my hands. Who's now become a fucking Australian fucking safari.
Who's Marty? Any attack made by the rebels against this station will be a useless gesture, no matter what technical data they've obtained. This station is now the ultimate power of the universe. I suggest we use it.
Too proud of this technological terror you have constructed. The ability to destroy the planet is insignificant to the power of the Force.
Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerer's ways, Lord Vader. Your station devotion with an ancient religion has not helped you conjure the stolen tapes, or given clairvoyance through enough to find the rebels' hidden fort. Suddenly, Mogi chokes and starts to turn blue under Vader's spell.
Suddenly, Moby chokes?
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Enough of this, Vader. Release him.
As you wish.
This bickering is pointless. Lord Vader will provide us with the location of the rebel fortress by the time the station is operational. We will then crush the rebellion with one swift stroke.
Of the dick.
That's so good.
Tatooine Wasteland. Yeah, you are really good at all things.
I'm gonna forget all of these accents.
Oh, Becca, that's amazing.
Characters appear.
The speeder stops before what remains a huge Jawas sandcrawler. This is obviously on Tatooine.
I can't believe we
Wasteland.
still have not met Han Solo. We've been doing this for like 2.5 hours.
Luke and Ben walk among the smoldering, rubbled, and scattered bodies.
It looks like the Sand People did this all right. Look, here's the gaffy sticks, bantha tracks. It's just... I never heard of them hitting anything this big before.
Ben is
The
crouching.
Jaffa cakes.
Jaffa cakes. They're so good. Ben is crouching in the sand studying the tracks.
They didn't. But we're meant to think they did. These tracks are side by side. Sand people always ride single file to hide their numbers.
These are the same Jawas that sold us R2 and 3PO.
I love these dramatic pauses.
And these blast points. Too accurate for sand people. That's a bit unfair. Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise. That's not
Why would
true.
Imperial
That's not true.
stormtroopers want to
They're
slaughter
shit.
Jawas?
They can't aim for crap. I'm sorry.
Mike Bithell looks back at the speeder where R2 and 3PO are inspecting the dead Jawas and put 2 and 2 together.
If they trace the robots here, they may have learned who sold them to, and that would lead them home. Sorry, can I take a second and take it that? If they trace the robots here, they may have learned who they sold them to, and that lead them home. That's as good as it's gonna get.
Good.
Wait, Luke reaches a sudden horrible realization and then races the speeder and jumps it.
Wait! Luke! It's too dangerous!
Luke races off, leaving Ben and the 2 robots alone with the burning sandcrawler. Exterior, Tatooine, wasteland. Luke races across the wasteland in his battered landsaber. Exterior, Tatooine, Lars homestead. The speeder roars up to the burning homestead. Luke jumps out and runs to the smoking holes that were once his home. Debris is scattered everywhere, and it looks as if the great battle has taken place.
Uncle Owen and Peru, Uncle Owen. I'm home.
Luke stumbles around in a daze looking for his aunt and uncle. Suddenly he comes upon their smoldering remains.
Oh, that's disgusting. Why would you do that, Luke?
He is stunned and cannot speak. Hate replaces fear, and a new resolve comes over him.
Not to foreshadow anything, but...
Exterior, space. Imperial TIE fighters race towards the Death Star. Interior, Death Star alligator. Detention corridor, movie theater. 2 stormtroopers open an electronic cell door and allow several Imperial guards to enter. Princess Leia's face is filled with defiance, which slowly gives to fear as a giant black torture robot enters, followed by Darth Vader.
And now, Your Highness, we will discuss the location of your hidden rebel base.
The torture robot gives off a steady beeping sound, beep, beep, as it approaches the Princess Leia and extends one of its mechanical arms bearing a large hypodermic needle. The door slides shut and a long cell block hallway appears peaceful. The muffled screams of the rebel princess is barely heard.
We talk more about the giant black torture robot.
The muffled screams of the rebel princess are barely heard.
I'm trying!
Muffled screams!
It's muffled as fucking go!
Exterior Tatooine. This is the wasteland. There is a large bonfire of Jawa bodies blazing in front of a sandcrawler as Ben and robots finish burning the dead. Luke drives the speeder up and Ben walks over to him.
There's nothing you could have done, Luke. Had you been there, you'd have been killed too, and the droids would be in the hands of the Empire.
Full stops and commas, what are they for?
Nothing, that's what they're for. Nothing.
I want to come with you to Alderaan. There's nothing here for me now. I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
Exterior Tatooine, wasteland. The land speeder with Luke, R2, 3PO, and Ben in it zooms across the desert. The speeder... Shut up, guys. The speeder stops in a bluff overlooking the spaceport of Mos Eisley. It is a haphazard array of low, gray concrete structures and semi-domes. A harsh gale blows across the stark canyon floor. Luke adjusts his goggles and walks to the edge of the craggy bluff where Ben is standing.
Mos Eisley Spaceport. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
That was a good villainy, scum.
Thank you.
Ben looks over at Luke, who gives the old Jedi determined smile. Ping! Exterior, Tatooine, Mos Eisley Street. The speeder is stopped on a crowded street by several combat-hardened stormtroopers who is looked over by 2 robots. A stormtrooper questions Luke.
How long have you
How long
had
have
these
you had
droids?
these droids? Wanted him to be a bit common.
You're a bit female to be a stormtrooper.
How long have you had these droids?
There you go.
About 3 or 4 seasons.
They're for sale if you want them.
Let me see your identification.
Luke becomes very nervous as he fumbles to find his ID while Ben speaks to Trooper in a very controlled voice.
You don't need his identification.
We don't need his identification.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
There it is.
These ain't the droids we're looking for.
These ain't the droids.
Yeah, these ain't the droids we're looking for. You're right. we need none of them
Go
droids
about
there.
its business.
You can go about your business.
Move along.
Move along, move along.
Tatooine exterior, Mos Eisley in the streets. The speeder pulls up in front of a rundown blockhouse cantina on the outskirts of the spaceport. Various strange forms of transport, including several unusual beasts of burden, are parked outside of the bar. A Jawa runs up and begins to fondle the speeder.
I can't abide these Jawas, disgusting creatures.
As what? As Luke gets out of the speeder, he tries to shoo the Jawa away.
Go on, go on. I can't understand how we got by those troopers. I thought we were dead.
The Force can have a strong influence on the weak-minded. You will find it a powerful ally.
Do you really think we're going to find a pilot here that'll take us to Alderaan?
Well, most of the best firefighters...
Well, most of the best firefighters are here.
Most of the best freighter pilots can be found here. Only watch your step. This place can be a little rough.
I'm ready for anything.
Come along, R2.
Wow.
Interior, Tatooine, Mos Eisley, Cantina. The young adventurer... The young adventurer and his 2 mechanical servants follow Ben Kenobi into the smoke-filled cantina. The murky, moldy den creatures... Wait, what? The murky, moldy den is filled with startling array of weird, exotic alien creatures and monsters at the long metallic bar. At first, the sight is horrifying. One-eyed, thousand-eyed, slimy, furry, tentacle, scaly, clawed creatures huddle over drinks. Sen's fortress moves into an empty spot at the bar near a group of repulsive but human scum. What? A huge, rough-looking bartender stops Luke and the robots.
We don't serve your kind here.
Oh, that's so good.
So good. Rob's the man of 1,000 voices.
I'm gonna forget all of these voices immediately.
Wait, what?
Luke's still recovering.
Luke's still recovering.
Oh, wait. What?
Luke's still recovering.
Luke's still recovering from the shock of seeing so many outlandish creatures. Doesn't quite catch the bartender's drift.
What?
Droid! You'll have to wait outside. We don't want him here.
Luke looks at old Ben, who is busy talking to one of the galactic pirates. Talk to him, Ben.
Hello.
Nice to meet
Do you know where I can find the sailors?
He notices several of the gruesome creatures along the bar, giving him a very unfriendly glare. Luke pats 3PO on the shoulder.
Listen, why don't you wait out by the speeder? We don't want any trouble.
I heartily agree with you, sir.
3PO and his stubby partner go
Yo,
outside.
I'm straight up playing Creature, by the way.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 3PO and his stubby partner go outside. Most of the creatures in the bar go back to their drinks. Ben is standing next to Chewbacca, an 8-foot-tall, average savage-looking creature resembling a huge gray bush baby monkey with fierce baboon-like fangs. It's like terribly racist.
I'm gonna grab a bathroom break. I'll be back in like 5 seconds.
His large blue eyes dominate a fur-covered face and soften his otherwise awesome appearance.
Hold on a second. Hold on. That was not racist. The bush baby is an animal, Josh. You're racist.
No, with that's a rude way to fucking get Chewbacca in here. His large blue eyes dominate a fur-covered face and soften his otherwise awesome appearance. Over his matted, furry body, he wears 2 chrome bandoliers. Little else, excuse me. A furry body, he wears 2 chrome I'm just reading the same thing again.
Oh my god.
And little else, his 2-handed year-old Wookiee and a sight. Wait, he is a 200-year-old Wookiee. Holy fuck. He is a 200-year-old Wookiee and a sight to behold. Ben speaks to the Wookiee.
Hello, Wookie. you look somewhat different than I remember from the movie.
Pointing to Luke several times during his conversation, the huge creature suddenly lets out a horrifying laugh. Where am I at?
Luke is more than a little bit.
Luke is a little bit disconcerted and pretends not to hear the conversation between Ben and the giant Wookiee. Luke is terrified but tries not to show it. He quietly sips his drink, looking over the crowd for some sympathetic ear or whatever. A large, multiple-eyed creature gives Luke a rough shove.
Negola Dawagi Wulduga.
The hideous freak is obviously drunk. Luke tries to ignore the creature and turns back to his drink. A short, grubby human and an even smaller rodent-like beast join the belligerent monstrosity.
He doesn't like
you. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I'm sorry.
I don't like you either.
The big creature is getting agitated and yells out some unintelligible gibberish. At a rather nervous young adventurer.
Don't insult us. You just watch yourself. We're wanted men. Either death sentence in development.
Michael Caine is on every bar in Tatooine.
I'll be careful then. You'll be dead.
The rodent lets out a loud grunt, and everything at the bar moves away. Luke tries to remain cool, but isn't easy. His 3 adversaries ready their weapons. Old Ben moves in behind Luke.
I did. I've done it. Oh, there's light. Okay. This little one isn't worth the effort. Come, let me buy you something.
A powerful blow of cocaine from the unpleasant creatures sends the young would-be Jedi settling across the room, crashing through tables and breaking a large jug filled with foul-looking liquid. With a blood-curdling shriek, the monster draws a wicked chrome laser pistol from his belt and levels at an old Ben. The bartender panics.
Oh, no blasters! No blasters!
With an astounding agility, old Ben's laser sword sparks to life. In a flash, the arm flies to the floor. The rodent is cut in 2, and the giant multiple-eyed creature lies doubled, cut from chin to groin. Ben carefully and precisely turns off his laser sword and replaces it to his utility belt. Luke, shaking and totally amazed by the old man's abilities, attempts to stand. The entire fight has lasted only a matter of seconds. The cantina goes back to normal, although Ben is given a respectable amount of room at the bar. Luke, rubbing his bruised head, approaches the old man with a new eye. Ben points to the Wookiee.
Well, then again, I have... This is Chewbacca. He's first mate on a ship that might suit our needs.
Exterior, Tatooine, Mos Eisley, Street. 3PO paces in front of the cantina as R2 carries an electronic conversation with another little red astro droid. A creature comes from the cantina, approaches the 2 stormtroopers in the street.
I don't like the look of this.
Interior Tatooine, Mos Eisley, cantina. Strange creatures play exotic big band music and odd-looking instruments. As Luke, still giddy, downs a fresh drink and follows Ben and Chewbacca to a booth where Han Solo is sitting. Han is a tough, roguish star pilot, about 30 years old. A mercenary and a starship, he is simple, sentimental, and cocksure. He's
This is
sure of
it.
his cock.
Who's Han Solo?
This is me. I think it's me, innit? I'm going to try an American accent. We'll see how it goes.
Oh,
okay?
please.
I'm excited.
Let's do this.
This is what I
This
want.
is great. This
Everyone
is a
hit your Fraps
conversation.
recording keys.
This is a conversation. You're gonna have to switch from American to British over and over again.
It's good.
He's talking to
it's good. I can do this. I have faith. Right. Han Solo. I'm captain of the Millennium Falcon. Chewie here tells me you're looking for passage to the Alderaan system.
I'm so insulted.
I'm so sorry. Yes, indeed. If it's a fast ship. Fast ship? You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon. Could I have? It's the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs.
I fucking love Mike Bithell's American accent. Ben reacts to Solo's a stupid attempt to impress him with obvious misinformation.
I've run Imperial starships, not the local bulk cruisers, mind you. I'm talking about the big Corellian ships now.
Oh my
She's fast
god.
enough for you, old man. What's the cargo? Only passengers, myself, the boy, 2 droids, and no questions asked. What is it? Some kind of local trouble? Let's just say we'd like to avoid an Imperial entanglements. Trick, isn't it? And it's going to cost you something extra. 10,000 in advance? So sorry.
Luke says,
Oh, sorry. Do I get to play a role now? 10,000? We can almost buy our own ship for that.
I've completely lost track of this. But
Han
who's going
says-
to fly it, kid? Kid? You?
You
Okay,
bet I
yeah.
could. I'm not such a bad pilot myself. We don't have to sit here and listen.
We haven't that much with us, but we could pay you 2,000 now, plus 15 when we reach Alderaan. 17, huh? And
Han ponders this for a few moments.
Quick, ponder.
I'm pondering. You can't see it, but I am.
3 days pondering.
Okay, you guys got yourself a ship. I think I changed regions in every season. You guys got yourself a ship. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. Docking Bay 94. 94? Looks like
Bay
somebody's
69.
beginning to take an interest in your handiwork.
Docking Bay 69. Ben and Luke turn around to see 4 Imperial stormtroopers looking at the dead bodies, asking bartender some questions. The bartender points to the booth.
All right, well, check it out.
The stormtroopers look at the booth, but Luke and Ben are gone. The bartender shrugs his shoulders in puzzlement. Han says...
Apologies.
Han says apologies.
I'm just so confused right now. What's going on? Okay, you guys got yourself a ship. We'll leave as soon as you're ready. Docking Bay 94. 94? Looks like we've already done this, haven't we?
Yeah, we sure have. I was just going to let you go, man.
Where are we? 17,000. 17,000? These guys must really be desperate. This could really save my neck. Get back to the ship and get her ready.
Exterior, Tatooine, Mos Eisley.
Wait, I have to ask though, where's the ship located?
It's Docking Bay 69.
Yeah, Docking Bay 69 is, I'm pretty sure, is what it says. 100% sure. That's what it is.
Ben says...
Don't I? I need to know where I am. Where am I?
Ben says...
You'll have to sell your speeder.
You'll have to sell your speeder.
You'll have to sell your speeder. Speeder?
Your speeder's beater.
Are we back to the echoes again? Is that what's happening?
You have to sell your
That's okay.
speeder.
I'm never coming back to this planet again.
Interior, Mos Eisley, Cantina. Doo, 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 doo. As Han is about to leave, Greedo, a slimy green-faced alien with short trunk nose, pokes a gun in his side. The creature speaks a foreign tongue, translated English subtitles.
Should I be
already?
What's it? Pixel is Greedo, right?
No, I'm Jabba, but I can be the English subtitles. If you like. Going somewhere, Solo.
A silent film rendition like they happen afterwards.
Oh,
Mike.
did you
Mike Bithell.
I'm sorry.
Mike Bithell says.
Yes, Greedo. As a matter of fact, I was just going to see your boss. Tell Jabba that I've got his money.
Han sits down, and the alien sits across him, holding a gun to him.
Yeah, but this time... Oh, you're doing the thing, aren't you? Sorry.
Unless you don't want anyone to know what they just said.
I'm used to playing every part. There's been a couple of scenes now. Carry on, sorry.
It's too late. You should have paid him when you had the chance. Jabba's put a price on your head so largely that every bounty hunter in the so large that every bounty hunter in the galaxy will be looking for you. I'm lucky I found you first. Subtitles are very unemotional.
Yeah, but this time I got the money.
If you give it to me, I might forget I found you.
I don't have it with me. Tell Jabba.
Jabba's through with you. He has no time for smugglers who drop their shipments at the first sign of an Imperial cruiser.
Even I get boarded sometimes. Do you think I had a choice?
Fuck, Mike Bithell gets boarded. Han Solo slowly reaches his gun under the table.
Hashtag Mike Bithell gets boarded.
You can tell that to Jabba. He may only take your ship.
Over my dead body.
That's the idea. Been looking forward to killing you for a long time.
Yes, I'll bet you have.
Suddenly, the slimy alien disappears in a blinding flash of light. Han pulls his smoking gun from beneath the table as another patron looks over in bemused amazement. Han gets up and starts out of the cantina, flipping the bartender his middle finger and some coins as he leaves.
Sorry about the mess.
Wait.
Josh, that means you have to change your GIF now.
I guess I got there. I'll see what I can do with that. But there's a lot of things.
Greedo never shoots.
Exterior space. Several TIE fighters approach Death Star.
When you watch this in super slow motion, it looks so bad. It looks like when Han fires his blaster, it's like a fucking 2-ton cannonball that comes out of the launcher. It's like it dips for a second as soon as it fires, and then it gets to approach velocity. It's like real fucking awesome. And then no matter where it's these precision targeted laser shots, it doesn't matter because Greedo just explodes. Go watch the stream right now. They fire a laser pointer style precision shot, and Greedo just explodes into a hail of fireworks. It doesn't matter.
It's like the Power Rangers.
This
is so
Call
good.
of Duty now.
Death Star control room.
Her residence is the mine of the probe is considerable.
That's Resistance.
Her resistance to the mine of the probe is considerable. It will be some time before we can extract the data any information from her.
An Imperial officer interrupts the meeting.
The final checkout is complete. All systems are operational. What course shall we set?
Perhaps we should resort to an alternative form of persuasion.
What do you mean?
I think it is time we demonstrate the full power of this station. To soldier. That's your
Yes.
Set your course for Princess Leia's home planet of Alderaan.
With pleasure.
With pleasure.
That was the hive mind of troopers. Exterior, Tatooine, Mos Eisley in the street. 4 heavily armed stormtroopers move menacingly along a narrow slum alleyway crowded with darkly clad creatures, hawking exotic goods in dingy little stalls. Men, monsters, and robots crouch in the waste-filled doorways, whispering and hiding from the hot winds.
Lock the door, R2.
One of the troopers checks tightly locked doors and moves on down the alleyway. The door slides open a crack, and 3PO peeks out. R2 is barely visible in the background.
All right, check that side of the street. It's secure. Move on to the next door.
Wait, can the stormtrooper be Michael Caine, please?
All right. Check that side of the street. It's secure. Move on to the next door.
The door opens. 3PO moves into the doorway.
Since when was Michael Caine Australian?
Exactly.
He goes where he needs to go.
I'm in no position to judge.
I would much rather have gone with Master Luke than stay here with you. I don't know what all the trouble is about, but I'm sure it must be your fault.
R2 makes beeping sounds.
I made a promise to Master Luke that I'll take care of you. And I've broken that promise.
You watch your language. Exterior,
Oh,
Tatooine,
shit,
Mos
sorry.
Eisley Street alleyway, used speeder lot. Ben and Luke are standing in a sleazy used speeder lot, talking a tall, grotesque, insect-like used speeder dealer. Strange, exotic bodies and spindly legs beasts pass by. The insect concludes the sale by giving Luke some coins.
He says it's the best he can do. Since the XP-38 just came out, they're just not in demand.
It will be enough.
Ben and Luke leave the speeder lot and walk down the dusty alleyway past a small robot herding a bunch of anteater-like creatures. Luke turns and gives one last forlorn look at his faithful speeder as he rounds the corner. A darkly clad creature moves out of the shadows as they pass and watches them as they disappear down the alley.
If the ship's as fast as he's boasting, we ought to do well.
Interior Docking Bay 69 in the day. Jabba the Hutt and a half-dozen grisly alien pirates and purple creatures stand in the middle of the docking bay. Jabba is the grossest of the slavering hulks, and his scarred face is a grim testimonial to his prowess as a vicious killer. He is a fat, slug-like creature with eyes on the extended feelers and a huge, ugly mouth.
Come out, Solo!
Solo. Voice directly behind the pirates startles them, and they turn around to see Han Solo and a giant Wookiee, Chewbacca, standing behind them with no weapons in sight.
I've been waiting for you, Jabba. That was awful, sorry.
That was really good. I like that. You can make Han like a southern cowboy.
Yeah.
That's what I would like.
He's like a southern cowboy. I say, I've been waiting for you, Jabba. Or is that too something?
No, that's perfect, man.
That's Foghorn Leghorn is what that is.
Okay.
I expected you would be.
I'm not the type to run.
Fatherly smooth. Han, my boy, there are times when you something is well times when you disappoint me. Why haven't you paid me? Why did you have to fight Paul Greedo like that?
What
After all we've been through together.
You sent Greedo to blast me.
Oh shit, the microphone. You're too valuable to fry. He was only relaying my concern at your delays. He wasn't going to blast you.
Oh, was that me? I apologize. I think he thought he was. Next time, don't send me one of those twips. If you've got something to say to me, come say it myself. I'm sick of this working for me.
If only you hadn't had to dump that shipment of spies. Good exception.
Is this Dune?
What would I be if every pilot who smuggled for me dumped their shipment at the first sight of an Imperial starship? It's not good business.
Oh my god.
You know, even if I get boarded sometimes, Jabba, I had no choice.
Even if I get docked sometimes, Jabba.
I've got a charter now, and I can pay you back, plus a little extra. I just need some more time. I'm sticking to this whole thing.
Put your bastards away. Oh, my boy, I'm only doing this because you're the best, and I need you. So, for an extra, say, 20%, I'll give you a little more time. But this is it. If you disappoint me again, I'll put a price on your head so large you won't be able to go near a civilized system for the rest of your short life.
Jabba, I'll pay you because it's my pleasure.
That was really good that time.
Super genteel Han Solo is my favorite character now.
Chewbacca.
Not cast Mike Bithell in the new Star Wars.
This is the exterior of the docking port entry in the alleyway. Chewbacca waits restlessly. at the entrance of the docking bay 69. Ben, Luke, and the robots make their way up the street. Chewbacca jabbers excitedly and signals for them to hurry. The dark-clad creature has followed them from the speeder lot. He stops in a nearby doorway and speaks to a small transmitter. In the interior of Mos Eisley Spaceport in Docking Bay 69, Chewbacca leads a group of giant dirt pit in his Docking Bay 69. Resting in the middle of the huge hole is a large, round, beat-up, pieced-together hunk of junk that could only be called loosely a starship.
What a piece of junk!
The tall figure of Han Solo comes down the boarding ramp.
She'll make .5 beyond the speed of light. She may not look like much, but she's got it where it counts, kid. I've added some special modifications myself.
Luke scratches his head. Are you scratching your head? It's obvious he isn't sure about all this. Chewbacca rushes up the ramp and urges others to follow.
Wow.
Is it me? Have I missed something?
Han says we're a little rushed.
We're a little rushed.
Whoa,
so
is that the same guy?
worry. I beg your pardon? Sorry, what did you say to me? I'll be lost my place. We're a little rushed, so if you'll hurry aboard, we'll get out of here.
The group rushes up the gangplank, passing a grinny Han Solo. Interior of the Millennium Falcon. Chewbacca settles in his pilot's chair and starts the mighty engines of the starship. In the interior of Mos Eisley Spaceport in Botley Bay, in Docking Bay 69, Luke, Ben, 3PO, and R2 move toward the Millennium Falcon, passing Solo.
Hello, sir.
Exterior of Tatooine, Mos Eisley in the streets.
I'm like really sleepy at this point.
8 Imperial stormtroopers rush up the darkly clad creature.
Which way?
The darkly clad creature points to the door of the docking bay. The Rockley
All right,
Bay.
man. Load your weapons.
In the interior of Mos Eisley Spaceport in Docking Bay 69, the troops hold their guns at the ready and charge down the docking bay entrance.
Stop that ship.
Han Solo looks and sees the Imperial stormtroopers rushing to the docking bay. Several of the troopers fire at Han as he ducks into the spaceship.
Blast him!
Blast him.
Han draws his laser pistol and pops off a couple of shots, which force the stormtroopers to dive for safety. The pirate ship's engines whine and Han...
The pirate ship?
The pirate ship? Yeah, the pirate ship's engines whine as Han hits the release button that slams the overhead entry shut. The stream is still going on, right? I just want to make sure.
There's 2,200 viewers right now.
Alright, good.
What do you have on the thing looping now? Oh, it's the Death Star.
Don't spoil it, man.
Hey, you're right. Sorry. I didn't mean to spoil it.
2,200 people are watching this right now.
Alright.
Amazing.
Is this...
Chew it! Get us out of here!
Get us out of here. Okay, the group straps in for dock-off.
Oh my! I'd forgotten how much I hate space travel.
Exterior of Tatooine, Mos Eisley in the streets. The half-dozen stormtroopers at a checkpoint near the general alarm and look to the sky as a huge starship rises above the dingy slum dwellings and quickly disappears into the morning sky. In the interior of the Millennium Falcon cockpit, Han climbs into the pilot's chair next to Chewbacca, who chatters away as he points to something in the radar scope. Exterior of the space planet of Tatooine. The Carillion pirate ship zooms from Tatooine into space. In the interior of the Millennium Falcon, the cockpit, Han frantically types information into the ship's computer. Little R2 appears momentarily in the cockpit doorway, makes a few beeping remarks,
I believe.
and then scurries away.
I believe you mean the dock pit.
In the
That's what you actually meant to say.
My oh my, it looks like an Imperial cruiser. Our passengers are more faster than I thought. Try and hold them off. Angle the deflector shield while I make the calculations for the jump to light speed.
Oh my god. That's like some Herschel Walker shit, like Walking Dead.
Captain Spacey first 2 episodes of House of Cards until I got into it.
Oh, the Millennium Falcon pirate ship races away from the yellow planet Tatooine. It is followed by 2 Imperial Star Destroyers.
Do 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 do.
Interior of the Millennium Falcon dog pit. Over the shoulders of Chewbacca and Han, you can get the galaxy spread before them. Luke and Ben make their way into the cramped dog pit, and where Han continues his calculation.
Stay sharp. There are 2 more coming in. They're going to try to cut us off.
Why don't you outrun them? I thought you said this thing was fast.
Watch your mouth, kid. Yourself floating home. We'll be safe enough once we make the jump to hyperspace. Besides, I know a few maneuvers.
We're getting into like Microsoft Sam territory at part moments here.
Are you trying to type a script to fucking Star Wars? We'll lose them. Exterior of the space of planet Tatooine. Imperial cruisers fire at the pirate ship. Beep, 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 doop, doop, doop. Interior Millennium Falcon in the dog pit. The ship shudders as an explosion flashes outside the window.
Here's where the fun begins. How long before we could make the jump to light speed? I don't know where I was.
He's talking to himself again.
Take a few moments to get the coordinates from the Nava computer.
The ship begins to dog violently as the lasers are hit.
Are you kidding? At the rate they're gaining.
Traveling through hyperspace is like destined crops, boy. With precise calculations, we could fly right through a star or bounce too close to a supernova, and that'd end your trip real quick, wouldn't it?
The ship.
My God.
I fucking love Southern Han Solo.
It's Muhammad Ali. That's what it is. It's Muhammad Ali.
Awesome.
The ship is now constantly battered with laser fire as red warning light begins to flash.
What's that flashing?
Look, listen out the deflector shield. Go strap yourself in. I'm going to make the jump to light speed.
The galaxy brightens as they move faster, almost as if crashing a barrier. Stars become streaks as the pirate ship makes the jump to hyperspace. Exterior, space. The Millennium Falcon zooms into infinity in less than a second. Exterior, Death Star. Alderaan looms behind the Death Star battle station. Interior, Death Star, in the control room. Admiral Mahdi enters the quiet control room and bows before Governor Tarkin, who stands before a huge wall screen displaying a small green planet. Mahdi says,
"We've entered the Alderaan system."
Vader and 2 stormtroopers enter the Princess Leia. Entered the Princess Leia. Vader and 2 stormtroopers.
You started reading the wrong
That's
script.
what that black robot.
Vader and 2 stormtroopers enter with Princess Leia. Her hands are bound.
Tarkin, I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash. I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board.
Charming to the last. You don't know how hard I found it signing the order to terminate your life.
I surprised?
I'm surprised! That's actually in the script!
Surprised? I was surprised? I surprised you had the courage to take the responsibility yourself.
Princess Leia, before your execution, I would like you to be my guest at a ceremony that will make this battle station operational. No star system will dare oppose the Emperor now.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
Not after we demonstrate the power of this station. In a way, you have determined the choice of the planet that will be destroyed first. Since you are reluctant to provide us with the location of the rebel base, I have chosen to test this station's destructive powers on your home planet of Alderaan.
No! Alderaan is peaceful. We have no weapons. You can't possibly...
You would prefer another target? A military target, then name the system.
Tarkin waves menacingly towards Leia.
I'm so menaced.
I'm waving at her.
Just like casually, hey, hello.
Like scowling while waving.
I grow tired of asking this, so it will be the last time. Where is the rebel base?
Leia overhears the intercom voice announcing the approach to Alderaan.
We're approaching Alderaan.
Sorry, Dantooine? Is that that?
is that supposed to be right?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's Tatooine.
Okay.
Leia lowers her head.
They're on Dantooine.
Yeah, you see, Lord Vader, she can be reasonable. Continue with the operation. You may fire when ready.
What?
You're far too trusting. Tatooine is too remote to make an effective demonstration, but don't worry. We'll deal with your rebel friends soon enough.
No!
The interior of the Death Star. The blast chamber.
Commence primary ignition.
A button is pressed which switches the panel of lights. A hooded Imperial soldier reaches overhead and pulls a lever. Another lever is pulled. Vader reaches still another lever, and a bank of lights and a panel and a wall light up a lever. A huge beam of levers emit a light immencing with a cone-shaped area which converges into a single laser beam out toward Alderaan. The small green planet of Alderaan is blown to itty-bitty space dust.
You wanker!
In the interior of the Millennium Falcon, in the central hold area, Ben watches Luke practice the lightsaber with a small Seeker robot. Ben suddenly turns away and sits down. He falters, seems almost faint.
Are you alright? What's wrong?
I felt a great disturbance in the Force, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. I fear something terrible has happened. By the way, we're 100 on Reddit.
Whoa!
Wow!
I just noticed that. So,
Which Reddit?
Like Reddit.
All of Reddit.
No, like
All
which
Reddit.
subreddit?
We're
That's a
100.
joke.
We're 100 on all of Reddit. I just had a
We're
quick look.
100 on all of Reddit. Fuck it.
Only to people who are subscribed to Star Wars.
It's like the 4th page, yeah.
Surely.
Wow.
We're on the front of Star Wars.
I wasn't expecting to actually have that go anywhere. I just posted that there sort of offhandedly.
What do you mean? We
I
got
think
hashtag
everyone listening
Southern
should
Mike
upvote
Bithell
it,
in
right?
here.
Everyone listening should upvote.
Well, if they decide to.
Yeah, dude, we
Their
can't.
own,
But yeah, if
personal
you all
autonomy.
choose to upvote that.
All right,
you know.
I'm gonna say I don't give a shit about the Reddit rules. Upvote that shit right now.
He plays by his own rules.
Luke says.
Oh, sorry, I was looking on Reddit.
Take your
Apparently
time.
there's a cat who's really into eating a vacuum cleaner. I don't know what's happening here. But...
Are
You'd
we,
better get with your exercises. Oh, and then it's me again. Well, you can forget your troubles with those Imperial slurs. I told you I'd outrun them. Luke, what's Luke doing?
Luke is once again practicing with a lightsaber.
Don't everyone thank me at once.
3PO watches Chewbacca and R2 as they are engrossed with a game which three-dimensional holographic figures move along a chess-type board. Who's the horse?
I believe that's you.
Anyway, we should be at Alderaan about 200 hours.
That's a fucking long time. Chewbacca and two robots sit around the light table covered in small holographic monsters. Each side of the table has a small computer monitor embedded in it. Chewbacca seems very pleased with himself as he rests his lanky fur-covered arms over his head.
Now be careful, R2.
R2 immediately reaches up and taps the computer with his stubby claw hand, causing one of the holographic creatures to walk into a new square. A sudden frown crosses Chewbacca's face and begins yelling gibberish at the tiny robot. 3PO intercedes on behalf of his small companion and begins to argue with the huge Wookiee.
He made a fair move. Screaming about it won't help you.
Let him have it. It's not wise to upset a Wookiee.
But sir, nobody worries about upsetting a droid.
That's because droids don't pull people's arms out of their socket when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that. That was shit.
I see your point, sir. I suggest a new strategy, R2. Let the Wookiee win.
Luke stands in the middle of a small hold area. He seems frozen in place. A humming lightsaber is held high over his head. Ben watches him from the corner, studying his movements. Han watches with a bit of smugness.
Remember, a Jedi can feel the Force flowing through him.
You mean it can control your actions?
Partially, but it also obeys your commands.
Suspended at eye level, about 10 feet in front of Luke, a Seeker, a chrome baseball-like robot covered with antenna, hovers slowly in a wide arc. The ball floats to one side of the youth and then another. Suddenly, it makes a lightning-swift lunge and stops within a few feet of Luke's face. Luke doesn't move, and the ball backs off. It slowly moves behind the boy. Then, makes another quick lunge. This time, emitting a blood-red laser beam as it attacks. It hits Luke in the leg, causing him to tumble over. Han lets loose a burst of laughter.
Hokey religions and ancient weapons are no match for a good blaster at your side, kid.
You don't believe in the Force, do you?
Kid, I've flown from one side of this galaxy to the other. I've seen a lot of strange stuff, but I've never seen an elephant fly. I've never seen anything to make me believe there's one all-powerful force controlling everything. There's no mystical energy field that controls my destiny.
Ben smiles quietly.
It's all a lot of simple tricks and nonsense. I suggest you try it again, Luke.
Ben places a large helmet on Luke's head, which covers his eyes.
This time, let's go.
Let's go over your consciousness.
Let go your conscious elf and act on instinct.
Get the blast shield down. I can't even see. How am I supposed to fight?
Your eyes can deceive you. Don't trust them.
I don't even see the blast shield anymore. Han skeptically shakes his head as Ben throws the Seeker into the air. The ball shoots straight into the air, then drops like a rock. Luke swings the lightsaber around blindly, missing the Seeker, which fires off a laser bolt, which hits Luke square in the seat of his pants, in his butt.
You were gonna say dick, weren't you?
Don't say, yeah, I was. He lets out a painful yell and attempts to hit the Seeker.
Stretch out with your feelings.
Luke stands in one place, seemingly frozen. The Seeker makes a dive at Luke and, incredibly, he managed to deflect the bolt. The ball ceases to fire and moves back to its original position.
You see, you can do it. I call it luck. In my experience, there's no such thing as luck. Look, going good against remotes is one thing. Going good against the living, well, that's something else.
Solo notices a small light flashing in the far side of the control panel.
Looks like we're coming up to Alderaan.
Han and Chewbacca head back to the cockpit.
You know, I did feel something. I could almost see the remote.
That's good. We have taken your first step into a larger world.
In the interior of the Death Star in the conference room, an Imperial officer, Cass, stands before Governor Tarkin and the evil Lord Darth Vader.
Yes.
All scout ships have reached Tatooine. They've found the remains of a rebel base, but they estimate that it has been deserted for some time. They are now conducting extensive search of the surrounding systems.
She lied! She lied to us!
I told you. She would never consistently betray the rebellion.
Consistently.
I told you she would never consciously betray the rebellion.
The Reddit thread is now on my front page.
Wow.
I've read it.
Wow.
What subreddit?
No way.
It's in Star Wars.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's in Star Wars. I'm just gonna see where it is on the whole thing.
I love his, like, oh.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, oh.
Not good enough.
But, like, I subscribe to Star Wars.
Do you? I have not subscribed to Star Wars.
Oh, yeah, definitely subscribe to Star Wars. In the Millennium Falcon dog pit, Han says...
He does. Stand by, Chewie, here we go. Cut in the sublight engines.
Han pulls back on a control lever. Outside the dog pit, where the window stars begin to streak past, seem to decrease in speed, then stop. Suddenly, the starship begins to shudder, then violently shake about. Asteroids begin to race towards them, battering the sides of the ship.
What the? Oh, We have come out of hyperspace into a meteor shower. Some kind of asteroid collision. It's not on any of the charts.
The Wookiee flips off several controls and seems very cool in the emergency. Luke makes his way into the
It's not
balancing
going to solve any
cockpit.
problems.
What's going on?
Just flipping off the controls.
Han
Sorry.
says,
What's going on?
Our position is correct, except no Alderaan.
What do you mean? Where is it?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, kid. It ain't here. It's been totally blown away.
What? How?
Ben moves into the cockpit behind Luke as the ship begins to settle down.
Destroyed by the Empire. The entire Starfleet couldn't destroy the whole planet. It'd take 1,000 ships with more firepower than I've.
A signal starts flashing in the control panel and a muffled alarm starts humming.
There's another ship coming in.
Maybe they know what happened.
It's an Imperial flighter. Flighter?
Imperial flighter.
Well, it's very descriptive. It does fly.
Chewbacca starts barking his position. A huge explosion bursts outside the cockpit window, shaking the ship violently. A tiny, finned Imperial TIE fighter races past the cockpit window.
Someone is.
It followed us.
No, it's a short-range flighter. There aren't any bases around here. Where did it come from?
Space. The fighter races past the Corellian pirate ship.
Space.
Interior of the Millennium Falcon in the cockpit.
It sure is leaving in a big hurry. If they identify us, we're in big trouble.
Not if I can help it. Chewie, jam its transmissions. It'd be as well to let it go. It's too far out of range. Not for long.
The pirate ship zooms over the camera and away into the vastness of space after the Imperial TIE fighter. In the Falcon, in the cockpit, the tension mounts as the pirate ship gains on the tiny fighter. In the distance, one of the stars becomes brighter until it is obvious that the TIE ship is heading for it. Ben stands behind Chewbacca.
A fighter that size couldn't get this deep into space on its own.
It must have gotten lost, been part of a convoy or something.
Well, he ain't going to be around long enough to tell anyone about it.
The TIE
It's like
fighter...
there's two different people here.
Acting. That's what it is. Acting.
Are you method acting? Do you put on a cowboy hat every time you play Han?
I have. I've got a cowboy hat and a Shakespearean rock.
Hashtag Mark Bithell. The TIE fighter is losing ground to the larger pirate ship as they race towards camera and disappear overhead. The distant star can be distinguished as a small moon or planet. Luke says...
Excuse me, I'm tweeting right now. Okay, tweet sent. Now going back to the script of the movie we're supposed to be streaming for enjoyment for everybody. Is this
Take your time.
Look at him, he's headed for that small moon.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's headed for that small moon.
I think I can get him before he gets there. He's almost in range.
The small moon begins to take on the appearance of a monstrous spherical battle station.
That's no moon. It's a space station.
No shit, I just told you that.
It's too big to be a space station.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Nice.
Yes, I think you're right. Full reverse, Chewie. Why is this Ben saying this? Why the hell is he taking control of this? Full reverse, Chewie. Lock into the auxiliary power.
Yeah, why did Ben say that? The pirate ship shudders and the TIE fighter accelerates away toward the gargantuan battle station.
Well, why are we still moving towards it?
We're caught in the tractor beam. It's pulling us in.
There's got to be something you can do.
There's nothing I can do about it, kid. I'm on full power. I'm going to have to shut down, but they're not going to get me without a fight.
Ben Kenobi puts a hand on his shoulder.
You can't win, but there are alternatives to fighting.
In the interior of the Millennium Falcon, within the Death Star, as the battered pirate ship is towed closer to the awesome metal moon, the immense size of the massive battle station becomes staggering. Running along the equator of the gigantic sphere is a mile-high band of huge docking ports. into which the helpless pirate ship is dragged. In the exterior of the Death Star, in the huge dock doors, the helpless Millennium Falcon is pulled past a docking port control room and a huge laser turret cannons. Voice of the Death Star intercom.
Clear the bay. 2737. We are opening the magnetic field.
Interior of the Death Star, the docking bay, 2069. The pirate ship is pulled through port doors of the Death Star, coming to rest at the huge hangar. 30 stormtroopers stand at attention in the central assembly area.
To you, stations.
To you, it's a cheer. It's a cheers. To you, stations.
Come with me.
In the interior of the Death Star hallway, stormtroopers run to their posts. In the interior of the Death Star and hangar 2069, a line of stormtroopers march towards the pirate ship in readiness to board it. A line of stormtroopers march toward the pirate ship in readiness to dock it, while other troopers stand with weapons ready to fire. And the officer says,
Close all outboard shields. I don't even know what that voice is going for. Close all outboard shields. Close all outboard shields.
On an airliner.
In the conference room, everyone's really confused about why that guy's accent changed so drastically. But Tarkin pushes the button in response to the intercom buzz.
Yes.
Voice over the intercom.
We've captured the freighter, entering the remains of the Alderaan system. Its marking match those of the ship that blasted its way to Mos Eisley. They must be trying to return the stolen plans to the princess. She may yet be of some use to us.
In the interior docking star bay of 2069, Vader and a command approaches the troops as the officer and several heavily armored troops exit the spacecraft. Voice over intercom says,
Unlock the 5, 7, and 9. Unlock the 6, 9, and 9. Release the charges.
There's, hold on. There's no one on board, sir. According to the log, the crew abandoned ship right after takeoff. It must be a decoy, sir. Several of the escape pods have been jettisoned.
Did you find any of the droids?
No, sir. If there were any on board, they must have also jettisoned.
Send a scanning crew on board. I want every part of this ship checked.
Righto.
I sense... I sense something. A presence I haven't felt since.
Vader returns quickly and exits the hangar. And the officer says,
Oh, God. Get me a scanning crew in here on the double. I want every part of this ship checked.
In the interior of the Millennium Falcon hallway, a trooper runs through the hallway heading for the exit. In a few moments, all is quiet. The muffled sounds of a distant officer giving orders finally fade. 2 floor panels suddenly pop up, revealing Han Solo and Luke. Ben Kenobi sticks his head out of the third locker. And then Luke says...
And
then Luke says...
It's lucky you had these compartments.
I feel like I should point out that there's actually some fan art of us doing these roles already.
Yes, it's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, it's great.
Did you guys get the link?
Someone just sent me the Mia's hand, right?
Yeah.
You guys, yeah.
I'll post it in the Skype chat real quick so you
It's
guys
already
can see.
in the Skype chat.
Oh, it
It's
is?
awesome.
Ah,
Yeah, that's the old
sorry.
one. There's a new one.
There's a new one.
It's a new one.
There's a new one.
There's a new one.
It's a new one.
Boy, it's lucky you had these compartments.
I don't know how many we're up to now, but I'm now involved in the fan art.
You see. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say someone needs to put an alpaca head onto Moff Tarkin. that needs to happen.
I want Kevin Spacey Han Solo. That's what I want to see.
No, like what Ryan said earlier, like Herschel Johnson needs to be Han Solo.
How viable is whiskey at 11 a.m.?
With his magnificent beard.
The most viable.
The most viable. All right, let's do that.
I strongly recommend this.
It's me, right? I use them for smuggling. Yeah. I use them for smuggling. I never thought I'd be smuggling myself in them. This is ridiculous. Even if I could take off, I'd never get past the tractor beam. Leave that to me. Damn fool. I knew that you were going to say that. Sorry. It's me again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's the more foolish? The fool or the fool who follows the fool? The fool follows.
The fool who follows the fool.
Oh, the fool.
Han shakes his head at what he just said, muttering to himself, "What a fucking jackass." Chewbacca agrees. In the interior of the Death Star, the main forward bay, the crewmen carry a heavy box on board the ship, past the 2 stormtroopers guarding either side of the ramp.
Ship's all yours. Scan us, pick up anything, report it immediately. All right, let's go.
The crewmen enter the pirate ship, and a loud crashing sound is followed by a voice calling the guard below.
Hey, down there, could you give us a hand with this?
The stormtrooper enters the ship, and a quick round of gunfire is heard. In the interior of the Death Star forward bay, in the command office, in a very small command office near the entrance of this pirate ship, a gantry officer looks out his window and notices the guards are missing. He speaks into the comex.
TX-412, why aren't you at your post? TX-412, do you copy?
A stormtrooper comes down the ramp in the pirate ship and waves to the gantry officer, pointing to his ear indicating his comlink is not working. The gantry officer shakes his head in disgust and heads for the door, giving his aide an annoyed look.
Take over. We've got a bad transmitter. I'll see what I can do.
As the officer approaches the door, it slides open, revealing the towering Chewbacca. The gantry officer, in a momentary state of shock, stumbles backward with his boner-chilling howl. The giant Wookiee flattens the officer with one blow. The aide immediately reaches for his pistol, but is blasted by Han. Dressed as an Imperial stormtrooper, Ben and the Robots enter the... Ben and the Robots is a really good band name, by the way. Ben and the Robots enter the room quickly, followed by Luke, also dressed as a stormtrooper. Luke quickly removes his helmet.
You know, between his howling and your blasting, everything in sight, it's a wonder the whole station doesn't know we're here.
Bring them on. I prefer a straight fight to all this sneaking around. He's getting camper, isn't he? He's getting camper as it goes on.
We found the computer outlet, sir. That's the whiskey.
Ben feeds some information into the computer, and a map of the city appears on the monitor. He begins to inspect it carefully. 3PO and R2 look over the control panel. R2 finds something that makes him whistle wildly.
Plug them in. He should be able to interpret the entire Imperial computer network.
R2 punches his claw arm into the computer socket, and then the vast Imperial brain network comes to life, feeding information to the little robot. After a few moments, he beeps something.
He says he's found the main computer to power the tractor beam that's holding the ship here. He'll try to make precise location appear on the monitor.
3PO is always scared. The computer monitor flashes readouts.
The tractor beam is coupled to the main reactor in 7 locations. A power loss in one of the terminals will allow the ship to leave.
Nick is the greatest 3PO ever.
I'm like dying here.
He's the most amazing 3PO. He's better than the original.
I'm really trying to stick to it, guys. I'm trying my best.
I love it.
We're only halfway through this, so keep going.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm gonna try.
You're making jokes.
Ben studies the data on the monitor readout.
I don't think you boys can help. I must go alone. Whatever you say, I've done more than I bargained for on this trip already.
I want to go with you.
Be patient, Luke. Stay and watch over the droids.
But he can...
They must be delivered safely, or other star systems will suffer the same fate as Alderaan. Your destiny lies along a different path than mine. The Force will be with you. Always.
I love when hashtag Mike Bithell talks to himself. It's so good. Alright, so Ben adjusts the lightsaber on his belt and silently steps out of the command office. Then he disappears down the long gray hallway. Chewbacca, although, he barks a comment, and then Han shakes his head in agreement.
Boy, you said it, Chewie.
Jesus Christ. And then Han looks at Luke.
Where did you dig up that old fossil?
Hey, Ben is a great man.
Yeah, great at getting us into trouble.
I didn't hear you give any ideas.
Well, anything would be better than just hanging around waiting for him to pick us up.
Who do you think?
Suddenly, R2 begins whistle a deep blue streak. What? He whistles a color?
How does he beep a blue streak?
R2 begins to whistle a beep and a blue...
Whistle and
Wait,
beep.
R2 begins to whistle and beep a blue streak. He beeps a blue streak.
Hey.
And then Luke goes over to him.
What is it?
Well, what is it? You totally missed the well, what is it?
I'm afraid I'm not quite sure, sir. He says I found her and keeps repeating she's here.
Well, who? Who's he found?
R2 whistles a frantic reply.
Princess Leia.
The princess? She's here?
Han says,
Princess, what's going on?
Level 5, detention block AA23. I'm afraid she's scheduled to be terminated.
Luke says,
Excuse me?
Luke says, oh no.
Oh no, we've got to
Oh,
do something.
no.
Whatever.
Oh no, we can't.
Oh no, we got to do something.
What are you talking about? Luke?
The droid belongs to her. She's the one in the message. We've got to help her.
Now look, and don't get any funny ideas. The old man wants us to wait right here.
We didn't
Luke?
say she was here. Look, will you just find a way for us to get back into the detention block? I improvised a lot of that.
No.
It worked.
I'm not going anywhere.
They're just going to execute her. Look, a few minutes ago you said you didn't want to just wait here to be captured. Now all you want to do is stay.
Marching into the detention area is not what I had in mind.
But they're going to kill her.
Better her than me.
She's rich.
Chewbacca growls.
Rich.
Yes, rich, powerful. Listen, if you were to rescue her, the reward would be...
What?
Well, more wealth than you can imagine.
I don't know. I can imagine quite a bit.
You'll get it.
I better.
You will.
All right, kid, but you'd better be right about this.
Han looks at Chewie, who grunts a short grunt.
All right.
What's your
What's that?
plan?
I have water that's boiling over right now. Understudy Luke.
3PO, hand me those binders, will you? Luke moves towards Chewbacca with electronic cuffs. Okay, now, I'm just gonna put these on. Chewie lets out a hideous growl. Luke says, okay, Han, you put these on. Luke sheepishly hands the binders to Han.
Don't worry, Chewie. I think I know what he has in mind.
The Wookiee has a worried and frightened look on his face as Han binds him with electronic cuffs.
Master Luke, sir, pardon me for asking, but, what should R2 and I do if we're discovered here?
Lock the door!
And hope they don't have blasters.
That isn't very reassuring.
Luke and Han put on their armored stormtrooper helmets and start off into the giant Imperial Death Star. Within the interior of the Death Star, in the detention area, in the elevator tube, Han and Luke try to inconspicuously in their armored suits as... Wait. Han and Luke try to look inconspicuous as their armored suits... in their armored suits as they wait for a vacuum elevator to arrive. Troops, bureaucrats, and robots bustle about, ignoring the trio completely. Only a few give a giant Wookiee's curious glance. Finally, a small elevator arrives and the trio enters. I can't see the thing in this helmet. A bureaucrat races to get aboard also, but is signaled away by Han. The door in the pod-like vehicle slides closed and the elevator car takes off through the vacuum tube. In the interior of the Death Star, the main hallway, several Imperial officers walk through the wide main passageway. They pass several stormtroopers and a robot similar to 3PO, but with an insect face. At the far end of the hallway, a passing flash of Ben Kenobi appears, then disappears down a small hallway. His appearance is so fleeting that it is hard to tell if he is real or just an illusion. No one in the hallway seems to notice. In the interior of the Death Star, in the interior elevator detention security area, Luke and Han step forward and exit the elevator, but the door slides open behind them. A giant Wookiee and his 2 guards enter the old gray security station. Guards and laser gates are everywhere. Han whispers to Luke under his breath.
This is not going to work.
Why didn't you say that before?
I did say so before.
Oh, yeah. In the interior detention area, the elevator doors open. A tall, grim-looking officer approaches the trio.
Where are you taking this thing?
Chewie growls a bit and remarks, but Han nudges him to shut up.
Prisoner transfer from Block 1138.
I wasn't notified. I'll have to clear it.
The officer goes back to his console and begins to punch in the information. There are only 3 other troopers in the area. Luke and Han survey the situation, checking all the alarms, laser gates, and camera eyes. Han unfastens one of Chewbacca's electronic cuffs and shrugs to Luke. Suddenly, Chewbacca throws up his hands and lets out one of his ear-piercing howls. And grabs Han's laser rifle.
Pierced.
Look out! He's loose!
He's gonna pull us all apart.
Go get him!
He's gonna pull us all apart. The startled guards are momentarily dumbfounded. Luke and Han have already pulled out their laser pistols and are blasting away at the terrified Wookiee. Their barrage of laser fire misses Chewbacca but hits the camera's eyes, laser gate controls, and the Imperial guards. The officer is last of the guards to fall under the laser fires just as he is about to push the alarm system. Han rushes to the comlink system, which is screening questions about what is going on. He quickly checks the computer readout.
We've got to find out which core this cell even this princess of yours is in. Here it is, cell 2187. You go get her, I'll hold them here.
Luke races down the cell corridors. Han speaks into the comlink.
Everything is under control. The situation normal.
What happened?
Had a slight weapons malfunction, but everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here. Now, thank you. How are you?
We're sending a squad up.
Negative. We had a reactor leak down here now. Give us a few minutes to look it down. Large leak. Dangerous.
Who is this? What's your operating number?
Han blasts the comlink as it explodes.
Barring conversation anyway. Luke, we're going to have company.
That's so good. In the interior of the Death Star in the cell row, Luke steps in front of one of the cells and blasts the door away with his laser pistol. When the smoke clears, Luke sees the dazzling young Princess Senator. She has been sleeping and is now looking at him with uncomprehending look on her face. Luke is stunned by her incredible beauty and stands staring
Don't do it, dude.
at her with his mouth hanging open.
Aren't you a little short to be a stormtrooper?
Luke takes off his helmet, coming out of his pants.
What? Oh, uniform. I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
You're who?
I'm here to rescue you. I've got your R2 unit. I'm here with Ben Kenobi.
Ben Kenobi's here. Where is he?
Come on.
Interior, Death Star conference room. Darth Vader paces the room as Governor Tarkin sits at the far end of the conference table.
He is here.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, what makes you think so?
A tremor in the Force. The last time I felt this, it was in the presence of my old master.
Surely, he must be dead by now.
Don't underestimate the power of the Force.
The Jedi are extinct. Their fire has gone out of the universe. You, my friend, are all that's left of their religion.
There is a quiet buzz in the clinic.
Yes.
Governor Tarkin, we have emergency alert in the detention block AA-69.
The princess! Put all sections on alert!
Obi-Wan is here. The Force is with him.
If you're right, he must not be allowed to escape.
Escape is not his plan. I must face him alone.
In the interior of the Death Star, the detention area in the hallway, an ominous buzzing sound is heard on the other side of the elevator door.
Chewie!
Chewie responds with a growling noise.
Get behind me! Get behind me!
A series of explosions knock a hole in the elevator door, through which several Imperial troopers begin to emerge. Han and Chewie fire laser pistols at them through the smoke and flame. They turn and run down the cell hallway, meeting with Luke and Leia rushing toward them.
Can't get out this way. No.
What? Leia says.
Yes? Oh, what?
Leia says.
Leia does not orgasm.
Looks like you've managed to cut off our only escape route.
Maybe you'd like this. Yeah, I'll start that again. Maybe you'd like.
Get yourself together, Han.
I can't help it.
You're supposed to be rescuing me.
Oh, but unfortunate. No, I'll try again. Maybe you'd like it back in your cell. What the fuck? That's the same. Maybe you'd like it back in your cell. Maybe you'd like it back in your cell, Your Highness.
Han's gonna put it in her cell.
Sexual events.
Luke takes a small comlink transmitter from his belt as they continue to exchange fire with the stormtroopers making their way down the corridor.
C-3PO, C-3PO.
Yes, sir.
We've been cut off. Is there any other ways out of the cell bay? What was that? I didn't. Or what was that? I didn't copy.
In the interior of the Death Star main bay gantry in the control tower, 3PO paces the control center as a little R2 beeps and whistles a blue streak. 3PO yells into a small comlink transmitter.
I said all systems have been alerted to your presence, sir. The main entrance seems to be the only way in or out. All other information on your level is restricted.
Someone begins banging on the door.
Open there!
Oh no!
The interior of the Death Star in the detention corridor. Luke and Leia crouch together in an alcove for protection as they continue to exchange fire with the troops. Han and Chewbacca are barely able to keep the stormtroopers at bay at the far end of the hallway. The laser fire is very intense, and smoke fills the narrow cell corridor.
There isn't any other way out.
I can't hold them off forever. Now what?
This is some rescue. When you came in here, didn't you have a plan for getting out?
He's the brains, sweetheart.
Luke manages a sheepish grin and shrugs his shoulders.
Well, I didn't.
The princess grabs Luke's gun and fires a small grate in the wall next to Han, almost frying him.
What the hell are you doing?
Somebody has to save our skins. Into the garbage chute, wise guy.
She jumps through the jumps through the narrow opening.
Nora. Poor Nora.
Poor Nora. She jumps through the narrow opening as Han and Chewbacca look in amazement. Chewbacca sniffs the garbage chute and says something. Oh. And then Han says, "Get in here, you big."
Where'd we get to? What?
Get in here.
Get in there.
You big furry oaf. I don't care what you smell. Get in here and don't worry about it.
Han gives him a kick in the Wookiee's nuts, and he disappears into the tiny opening. Luke and Han continue firing as they work their way towards the opening.
Wonderful girl. Either I'm going to kill her, or I'm going beginning to like her. Get in there.
Luke,
I'm telling you, it's Ali. It's Muhammad Ali.
Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing.
Hashtag by Bithell. Luke ducks the laser fire as he jumps into the darkness. Han fires off a couple of quick blasts, creating a smoky cover, then slides into the chute himself, and is gone. In the interior of the Death Star in the garage room, Han tumbles into a large room filled with garbage and muck. Luke is already stumbling around looking for an exit. He finds a small hatchway and struggles to get it opened, but it won't budge.
Oh, the garbage chute was a really wonderful idea. What an incredible smell you've discovered. Let's get out of here. Get away from there.
No, wait.
Han draws his laser pistol and fires at the hatch. The laser bolt ricochets wildly around the room. Everyone dives for cover in the garbage as the bolt explodes, almost on top of them. Leia climbs out of the garbage with a rather grim look on her face.
Will you forget it? I already tried it. It's magnetically sealed.
Oh, put that thing away. You're gonna get us all killed.
Absolutely, Your Worship. Look, I had everything under control until you let us down here. You know, it's not going to take them long to figure out what happened to us.
It could be worse.
Allowed.
Someone suggested in the chat that on the actual stream video you put a list of who's playing what.
They just did that.
I think they've done that, haven't they?
Just now.
Oh, in the comments they've done it, but do they mean in the video itself?
In the actual video.
Oh, I could do that. I just need to do things first. So someone take over for a second. Just pimp your channels or something, and then Mike Bithell say Thomas Was Alone was the best game ever. And I'll be right back.
Best game ever. It's really good. It's got like rectangles and stuff. It's really good.
I really like it.
Oh, thank you.
What, Thomas Was Alone? I emailed you about it a couple of months ago.
Say again, sorry?
I emailed you about it a couple of months ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but
Mike
not as me. No, he replied.
Did I? I'm quite nice like
Yeah,
that.
we've already had a conversation before today. Hello.
Oh, hello.
It was before Prescription Pixel existed.
God,
Oh,
you British
okay.
People are polite.
Oh man, this is a gauntlet. This is a long film.
Someone just Spyro the Sheep. Thank you, Spyro the Sheep just said because of this he's going to go out and buy Thomas Was Alone. He's going to be massively disappointed because I don't do any voice.
Hey, it's award winning.
It is award. Thank you. It's just a BAFTA, you know.
Just a casual BAFTA.
I mean, sure, you know, star of stage and screen, Danny Wallace provides his voiceover, and there's an amazing soundtrack. But we're not here to talk about that. We're not here.
I'm gonna be honest, like watching the BAFTAs, I watched like a lot of the award shows this season for gaming stuff. The BAFTAs were the most knowledgeable game awards out of any of the ones I saw. Like the DICE Awards, they had like Journey in categories for like best first person game. And
Yeah. They know their stuff, man. They know their stuff.
Yeah.
Well, not enough to give me more BAFTAs. They only gave me one. Well, they gave one to the voice actor, but yeah, no, it's cool. I was on the panel actually for the action category, which I think Far Cry won. Which was quite nice.
That's pretty funny.
Let me see.
Well, it's not massively. Are you?
Keep in mind, I have been awake for 40
Don't humor me.
hours.
Have you been awake straight, or have you been napping? I'm not judging you for that, by the way. It's not. You know.
Pretty much straight. Yeah.
Pretty much
I
straight.
got
Wow.
4 hours in the last 48.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm approaching 24 hours awake, and then before that it was like a 3-hour break.
Oh wow. Okay.
Nobody here has gone through the whole time, which is, you know, whatever. But everybody is sleep deprived, so that compensates for it.
I think I'm the one that's been up the longest, though, because Green's out and Josh took a nap, and I was up all the way around again.
Northern Lion is...
I got on the stream early, and then I fell asleep again, and then I got back on the stream later.
Well, I mean, obviously we're gonna have to get on with it in a minute because we've got like at least 5 other Star Wars movies to get through. Right?
Fuck you, Mike Bithell.
I'm here for Phantom Menace. That's the one I'm here for.
Fuck you, BAFTA award-winning Mike Bithell.
The Reddit thread has 361 upvotes right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow, I'm really disappointed by you, chat. You could get more upvotes than that.
Where? Who else is Nick?
Kidding.
I wish the comment that says all of our YouTube channels were clickable, though.
Is it not?
You guys are a bunch of fucking savages. Just enjoy the moment.
Someone said the next movie we should do is Monty Python.
Which one?
Oh,
Is
the
this
Holy Grail or?
I
Has
put
to be Holy Grail.
put people in video. I hope that works.
I put people in the docu.
Where's my?
Yeah, I can see it.
You guys are the
Pixel
greatest.
lady,
This is the
all
silliest thing I've
female
ever done.
Excuse me, you've not credited me for my portrayal of Obi-Wan Kenobi. As
Oh
well.
yeah, that's it.
Where's Ben Kenobi? He plays a major role in the back half of Star Wars, if I
Kind
remember
of a big
correctly.
deal, yeah.
I'm looking forward to youthing him up for the prequels. Go through Ewan McGregor stages. That'd be cool.
Oh
can we
God!
like
Someone
Brian?
suggested after Star Wars we do Lord of the Rings. How about no?
How about
Life of
no?
Brian would be cool though. Life of Brian just came up. That's a cool one.
Is that sufficient for everyone?
That's
The what?
I'm not looking at it, but it's sufficient.
All right, I have JSmith narrator and ... other things. Northern Lion is Luke. Hashtag Mike Bithell is Southern Han Solo and Obi-Wan. Alpaca Patrol is all the awesome voices. Nick is C-3PO and Pixel Lady is all the female voices.
Look, there's a call to open up the fan art as well. That'd be quite cool too. Sorry, I'm just.
Where's the fan
driving.
art? Someone
Yes,
lead
I
me to the
apologize.
fan art and I'll put
No,
that on
no,
the screen.
no. That's
It's
a
in our
good idea.
Skype chat.
You act like I understand what that is.
Yeah, the Snapchat, the fucking thing is like amazing.
The
with
photo. Oh, Jesus Christ, that is so good.
If episode 4 doesn't end before noon Pacific, I'm gonna be pissed.
But
there's one with more people in it. I think there's one with like the 4.
Oh,
We have at least another 2 hours of reading.
no, that's the wrong one, Josh. You got to do the other one.
We have at least 10 hours of reading with these motherfuckers who refuse to read.
I don't know how to read.
You're the one checking Twitter.
It's
and
getting
taking 9
progressively
years.
harder, to be honest.
Well, we're too far at the bow now.
No, we definitely are. There's no turning back. Let's do this. I don't have any voices for this scene, so I mean, I can't start it up.
Where we at?
We're in the garbage chute.
It could be worse.
We're in the garbage.
Screen region.
Yeah, it
Bear
could be
with me.
worse.
Bear with me. I'm just going to
It could be worst. It's worse.
It's worst.
There.
There's someone alive in here.
Is that it? I think we're
That's your imagination.
Imagination.
Something just moved past my leg.
Is
Look,
it-
did you see that?
What?
Help.
Someone read the things that I have to read.
I'll do some of those.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Luke is yanked under the garbage. Luke! 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 Solo tries to get to Luke. Luke surfaces with a gasp of air and thrashing of limbs. A membrane tentacle is wrapped. This is getting. Yeah. A membrane tentacle is wrapped around his throat.
Luke!
Leia extends a long pipe towards him.
Oh,
All right, we're
Yes,
good.
it
Get
does.
away, Leia.
Luke, grab a hold of this.
Blast it, will you? My gun's jammed.
Where?
Anywhere. Oh.
Solo fires his gun downward. Luke is pulled back into the muck as by the slimy tentacle.
Luke! Luke!
Suddenly, the balls of the garbage receptacle shudder and
The
move
balls
in.
of the garbage.
Suddenly, the balls of the garbage receptacle shudder and move in a couple of inches. Then, everything is deathly quiet. Han and Leia give each other a worried look as Chewbacca howls in the corner. With a rush of bubbles and muck, Luke suddenly bobs to the surface.
Grab him.
Luke seems to be released by the thing.
What happened?
I don't know. It just let go of me and disappeared.
I've got a very bad feeling about this.
Before anyone can say anything about Southern Han Solo, the walls begin to rumble and edge toward the rebels.
The walls are moving.
Don't just stand there. Try to brace it with something.
They place poles and long metal beams between the closing walls. But they are simply snapped and bent as a giant trash masher rumbles on. Trash masher? That's a word? The situation doesn't look good.
Yeah, the situation really. He does too much spray tanning, really.
Wait a minute.
I spit on my beer on my laptop.
Oh no.
No, the stream.
3PO, come in.
no,
3PO, 3PO. Where could he be?
Jesus Christ. What am I reading? Jesus
Assault
Christ?
and buzzer.
Interior, Death Star, main gantry, command office.
Command office. Yeah, 3PO says they're madmen.
Excuse me?
Trooper pushes the button and supply cabinet door slides open. C-3PO and R2-D2 are inside. R2 follows his bronze companion into the office.
A soft buzzer and the muted voice of Luke calling out for C-3PO can be heard on 3PO's command or hand comlink, which is sitting on the deserted computer console. R2 and 3PO are nowhere in sight. Suddenly, there is a great explosion and the door of the control tower flies across the floor. 4 armed stormtroopers enter the chamber.
Take cover! Say to him! Look there!
A trooper pushes a button and the supply cabinet door slides open. C-3PO and R2-D2 are inside. R2 follows his bronze companion into the office.
They're madmen! They're heading for a prison level. If you hurry, you might catch them. That one was a little good.
The troops hustle off down the hallway. Yeah. The troops hustle off down the hallway, leaving a guard to watch over them in the command office.
Come on!
The guard aims his blaster at them.
Oh! All this excitement is over on the circuits of my counterpart here. If you don't mind, I'd like to take him down to maintenance.
All right.
The guard nods at and 3PO and his little R2 in tow hurries out the door. In the interior of the garbage room, as the walls rumble closed, the room gets smaller and smaller. Chewie is whining and trying to hold the wall back with his giant paws. Han is leaning back against the other wall. Garbage is snapping and popping. Luke is trying to reach 3PO.
3PO, come in.
Wait,
3PO,
I just lost where we are. Hang on.
Yeah.
There we. Oh, got it.
Han and Leia try to brace the contracting walls with a pole. Leia begins to sink into the trash.
Oh, no.
Get to the top.
I can't without any punctuation.
Where could it be? 3PO,
Really blunt.
3PO, will you come in?
Interior of the Death Star, the main forward bay and the service panel.
They aren't here. Something must have happened to them. See if they've been captured.
Little R2 carefully plugs his claw arm into a new wall socket, and a complex array of electronic sounds spew from the tiny robot.
Hurry!
The Death Star garbage room. The walls are only a few feet apart. Leia and Han are braced against the walls. The princess is frightened. They look at each other. Leia reaches out and takes Han's dick, and it holds it tightly.
That's not what
She's
happened.
terrified and suddenly groans as she feels the full power of the Force crushing pressure against her body.
One thing's for sure, we're all going to be a lot thinner. Leia, get on top of it.
Hey man, you gotta do what you gotta do if you're gonna die. I'm just saying.
That's it, man. You got time.
I'm trying.
In the Death Star forward bay, 3PO to R2.
Thank goodness. They haven't found them. Where could they be?
R2 frantically beeps something to C-3PO.
Use the comm link. Oh my, I forgot I turned it off.
In the garbage room, meanwhile, Luke is lying on his side, trying to keep his head above the rising ooze. Luke's comlink begins to buzz as he rips it off of his belt. And then muffled sounds of Luke's voice over the comlink can be heard, but not distinctly.
Are you there, sir?
3PO.
The image has been updated, by the way.
Sweet.
We've had some problems.
We've had some problems.
Whoa. It's all
sorry.
going Daft Punk.
Will you shut up and listen to me? Shut down all garbage mashers on the detention level, will you? Do you copy? Guys, I'm so tired. Like
In the garbage room, Luke says, Shut down
all the garbage mashers on the detention level. Shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level.
Shut them all down. Hurry.
3PO holds his head again in agony and hears the incredible screaming and hollering from Luke's comlink.
Listen to them. They're dying, R2. Curse my metal body. I wasn't fast enough. It's all my fault. My poor master.
3PO, we're all right.
In the garbage room, the screaming and hollering is the sound of joyous reliefs. The walls are stopped moving. The walls have stopped moving. Han, Chewie, and Leia embrace them in the background.
Straight up. I'm going to bed. Alpaca, take over.
You son of a bitch. You cannot do
fun.
that.
It's been fun. I'll be back in 3 hours.
No,
Ryan, hold on here.
I'm hanging up on you right now. Alpaca, I promise you, there's on an intellectual level, you could probably offer a lot of great arguments. On a biological level, my body is giving up. Man.
Your body is not ready.
Exactly. I'm not even close. I'm about at the point where I joined the stream yesterday, so just 24 hours later.
Yeah. It's all good.
It's dumb.
I took my nap.
You're dumb. Everybody here is dumb. Everybody watching is dumb. This is stupid as hell.
Everyone watching is the greatest people in the world.
I didn't mean that. Of course, everybody watching is awesome.
ban
And so are we.
Be like you anyway, though.
have to go to bed. I wish I could not, but
Hey man, you gotta do what you got. Sometimes I don't even announce when I'm going to bed. I just fucking leave.
yeah, you just
fall asleep.
I just fall asleep and start snoring.
I'll be back, guys. I promise. If you somehow manage to fucking FADC through Star Wars 4 into the fucking Empire and Jedi, I might be back around the Jedi starts.
Yeah, we're gonna power through 4, and then we'll see what happens. I'm definitely gonna be streaming.
1,000 subscribers called out in agony and were suddenly silenced.
And since Mike Bithell's here, I like we should
I'm
talk to
staying,
him.
man. I'm here for the duration. I'm gonna. Well, the guy who was meant to be having the meeting with is listening, so I'm cancelling, dude.
You want
We're here now. Come
you
on.
want to have your meeting on here?
Yeah, you could.
We could get him. He could be Luke.
I can chime in with C-3PO voices.
I mean,
No,
Grand,
we're
Grand,
here now. I'm here now. This is it now.
Seriously,
I
Mike.
offer you my support.
Grand Moff Tarkin is always good at meetings. I'm just
Sorry,
saying.
Grandma.
All right.
Power Grandma, yeah.
Power Grandma. Luke says, wait.
Hey! Open the pressure maintenance hatch on the unit number. Where are we?
I don't even know where you're reading at.
I don't know where I was reading either.
Maintenance numbers. I
If
thought
you
we were
Death
at.
Star,
I'm getting
main
aggressive
force-
messages. This is not good. Sorry, carry on. The guy I'm meant to be having the meeting with is not impressed by my idea to stay.
I told him that he could join. He could be.
He is a Star Wars fan.
All right,
We
he could be. He could be.
I don't know if he wants to remain anonymous. Do you want to remain anonymous? He says he wants to pick up some minor characters, but he's not up to Luke.
I'll
Should we
be-
bring him in?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Okay.
fuck yeah.
Let me just plug all that in.
Can
Bear
I?
with me.
What's his name?
What's your? This is great. I'm looking verbally and I'm getting text replies in Facebook. What's your Skype name? Daz, what's your Skype name? Daz, type your
Art's
Skype
name?
name. No. I'm using your stream to. What's that?
Hashtag Mike
I'm gonna
Bithell.
sort that out. I'm gonna sort that out. Well, carry on. Let's carry on.
At least we're all really professional about this.
That's great, isn't it? Daz, what's your Skype name? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I love how there's actually like another asleep YouTuber still in the call technically. Like Mathis is still here.
He never
Been
wants
here
to
for
leave.
hours.
Mathis, he refuses to leave. He knows that he told us, he's like, yeah, just like invite me back to the call when you're like around. We're just like, you can just fucking go.
Right, I
And
told him that, and then he's like, I am still gonna stay.
he's a great man.
Does he not know he could like leave and then hit join call?
That's what I told him.
Yeah, that's exactly what we told him. He's just a wild dude.
Are you guys not near dead? Because
I'm back alive. Like I'm fully alive.
I'm overextending myself to make sure I go as far as I can.
Yeah,
Alright.
I want to make sure that this shit happens and we get through the end of episode 4.
Yeah.
I'm
So
I made a promise.
Yeah.
I made a promise to Master Wayne.
And Master Wayne left.
And then Master Wayne left.
So we got to go sit at that little bar or the cafe and wait.
After, by the way, the other thing is after this reading is over, you guys need to record something for a second with me and tell my viewers on my YouTube channel why there's not going to be a video today.
Mike, hashtag Mike Bithell. Can you just drag him into the conversation?
I'm using my iPad, so I have absolutely no ability to do that because the iPad app for Skype is awful. Do you want to? I put his
Yeah,
name
yeah.
in.
I saw that. Nick, can you get that done?
Yeah, I guess. Well, who am I dragging and where?
Look in the Skype chat with hashtag Mike Bithell.
Oh, okay.
Where did the hashtag thing come from? That's awesome.
Don't worry about it, man. Just go with it.
Did you spend 40 hours?
Hashtag Mike
Yeah, I
Bithell
was
needs to
thinking
be
too.
trending on Twitter. That's what I want in life.
It's gonna be.
All right, here we go.
Everyone
Someone
tweet
asked
hashtag Mike Bithell right now if you want.
Someone in the stream chat was like, "Is that wait? Is that Mike Bithell?" And I said, "No, it's hashtag Mike Bithell."
Mike Bithell.
My girlfriend's done a Photoshop of me as Han Solo as Kevin Spacey in House of Cards.
That sounds amazing.
Dude, what your girlfriend, she has like an online shop, right?
She does. Should we plug that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I'm just going to have to actually double check the URL before I do so. It's okay. So it's a few things. So it's Kerry, Kerry, Dyer, which is spelled Dyer, one word. .bigcartel.com. KerryDyer.bigcartel.com. She sells loads of toys and necklaces and all manner of things. She's awesome.
Does she sell prints of this Star Wars shit?
I think she should. I think she should. She's at Kerry_Dyer on Twitter if anyone wants to follow her. There you go.
I do follow. All right, so Nick added this guy.
Yeah, he left, though.
He
Are
left?
you there, Daz?
He has to join himself.
Spyro, if Spyro's still in the chat, it looks like your girlfriend has made a Spyro the Dragon statuette. That seems pretty
It's
awesome.
similar, isn't it? It's kind of, it's like purple and yellow, yeah. She did, interestingly, she'd not heard of Spyro. She did that whole thing. And I was like, that's Spyro. Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool, isn't it?
Is she like Omrecker and like not hear about video games, but like, he is the video game man?
Say again, sorry?
Nothing. It's like an in-stream thing. So we have a friend called like Omrecker. He's like a super popular like YouTube guy, but like he's like real new to indie games, and so he's like, "What the fuck is Spy Party?" Like we've been talking about it for like a year.
Yeah.
He's an
It's
amazing.
like that Spy Party's been like
Way
going
more
on
than a year.
Years and years and years and years. Yeah.
We had the guy from Spy Party on here last night.
He's
Oh,
still
that's cool.
technically part of this call. He can join whenever he wants.
He could.
So things have got downhill since then. Obviously, you brought me in.
No, I fell asleep during his interview.
Oh wow, okay.
I didn't mean it. But it was real fun. Anyways, so let's continue on with Star Wars Episode 4. With the interior of the Death Star, which is
Last time on Star Wars Episode 4.
I've added Daz. Is he here?
Yep.
Oh, Daz, how's it going, man?
Oh, hey, look at this guy.
How's my volume?
It's pretty good. You're British.
Yes, I am. Yes.
What kind of microphone are you using?
I'm using a Xbox Live headset through an Xbox Live controller.
It sounds like it.
Through the controller.
Is that okay?
No, I mean,
yeah, that's great.
I have no. She can be all the intercom voices. Someone link him.
I was thinking, can I take over Ben Kenobi from Mike?
No, you can't, Daz. You can't.
Oh my god.
Invite you in, you do this. Yeah, no, he can have Ben Kenobi. Yeah, totally. I'll send you the script. Bear with me.
Yeah.
I've got it up. Don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Have you got the right one?
I've been following along.
We're doing an old one. Have you got the right one? I sent you the right one.
Okay.
Wait,
So
I
let's
just realized we're 50-50 on Brits in here.
that's
Good.
amazing. Let's start with Luke. We're all right. You did.
Where is that?
Just Control F.
We're all right. You did great. Yeah.
Just you can
Oh,
just
I got
say
it.
it, really.
Yeah.
I,
Luke, we're all right. You did great.
you don't have to say Luke. You are Luke.
Luke, we're all right. You did great.
You are Luke. Just say we're all right.
Luke,
Anyways,
right.
Luke moves to the pressure-sensitive hatch, looking for a number.
Hey, open the pressure maintenance hatch on unit number. Where are we?
In the interior of the Death Star, in the main forward bay, in the service panel.
326827.
In the interior of the Death Star, tractor beam, power generator trench. Ben enters a humming service trench that powers the huge tractor beam. The trench seems to be 100 miles deep. The clacking sound of huge switching devices can be heard. The old Jedi edges his way along the narrow ledge, leading to a control panel that connects two large cables. He carefully makes several adjustments in the computer terminal, and several lights on the board go from red to blue. Oh, I have to keep reading. Interior of the Death Star. The unused hallway. The group exits the garbage room to a dusty, unused hallway. Han and Luke remove the trooper suits and strap on the blaster belts.
If we can get... Okay, I'll start again. I will. If we can just avoid any more female advice, we ought to be able to get out of here. That's awesome. And you wouldn't get away with that anymore.
Do you think Luke might smile and scratch his head as he takes a blaster from Solo?
I've been doing that.
He takes a
Well,
blast
let's
from
get
Solo.
moving.
Well, Chewie begins growling and points the hatch at the garbage room as he runs away and stops howling. And Han says to Chewie,
Where are we doing?
Where are we doing?
Where are you going?
Straight into a Walken there.
I like it.
The Dianogo bands against the hatch and a long, slimy tentacle works its way out of the doorway, searching for a victim. Han aims his pistol.
Oh, sorry, I meant you want ice cream. No, wait, they'll hear.
Han fires at the doorway. The noise of the blast echoes relentlessly through the empty passageway. Luke simply shakes his head in disgust.
Come here, you big coward.
He says to Chewie. Chewie shakes his head no.
Chewie, come here.
Listen, I don't know who you are or where you came from, but from now on, you do as I tell you. Okay?
Han is stunned at the command of the petite young girl.
Look, your worshipfulness, let's get one thing straight. I take orders from one person. Me.
It's a wonder you're still alive. I look to Chewie. Will somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way?
Han watches her start away. He looks at Luke.
No reward is worth this.
They follow her, moving swiftly down the deserted corridor. In the interior of the Death Star, the power trench, suddenly a door behind Luke slides open and a detachment of stormtroopers marches to the power trench. Ben instantly slips into the shadows as an officer moves within a few feet of him.
Secure the area until the alert is cancelled.
Give me the regular reports.
All but 2 of the stormtroopers leave.
Do you know what's going on? Maybe. It's another drill.
Oh, echoes.
It's just, they're bouncing back off of their helmets. Ben moves around the tractor beam, watching the stormtroopers as they turn their backs to him. Ben gestures with his hand towards him as the troops think there's something in the hallway. With the help of the Force, Ben deftly slips past the troopers into the main hallway.
What was that? Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's probably just a breeze.
In the interior of the Death Star in the hallway, Luke, Han, Chewbacca, and Leia run down the empty hallway and stop before the bay window overlooking the pirate ship. Troopers are milling around the ship. Luke takes out his pocket comlink.
There she is.
C-3PO, do you copy?
For the moment, we're in main hangar across the ship.
Right above you. Stand by.
Han is watching the dozen or so troops moving in and out of the pirate ship. Leia moves towards Han, touches his arm and his dick, points directly out of the window of the ship.
You came in that thing? You came in that thing? You're braver than I thought.
Nice. Come on.
Han gives her a dirty look, and they start off down the hallway. They round a corner and run right into 20 Imperial stormtroopers heading toward them. Both groups are taken by surprise and stop in their tracks.
It's them! Blast them!
Before even thinking, Han draws his laser pistol and charges the troops, firing. Rawr! His blaster knocks one of the stormtroopers into the air. Chewie follows his captain down the corridor, stepping over the fallen trooper on the floor. Han says to Luke and Leia,
Get back to the ship.
Where are you going? Come back.
Han is already rounded the corner and does not hear.
He certainly has courage.
Well, what good will it do us if he gets himself
You
killed? You know what? I'm asleep. If it gets himself killed, come on!
Luke is furious, but doesn't have time to think about it where muted alarms begin to go off down the hangar deck. Luke and Leia start off toward the starship hangar. And in the Death Star sub-hallway, Han chases the stormtroopers down the long sub-hallway. He is yelling and brandishing his laser pistol. The troops reach a dead end and are forced to turn and fight. Han stops a few feet from them and assumes a defensive position. The troops begin to raise their laser guns. Soon, all 10 troopers are moving into an attack position in front of the lone star pirate. Han, determined look, begins to fade as the troops begin to advance. Solo jumps backward as they fire at him. In the interior of the Death Star sub-hallway still, Chewbacca runs down the sub-hallway in a last-ditch attempt to save his bold captain. Suddenly, he hears the firing of a laser guns and yelling. All around the corner shoots Han, pirate extraordinaire, running for his life, followed by a host of furious stormtroopers. Chewbacca turns and starts running the other side also. Fucking goddamn it! Luke fires his laser pistol wildly as he and Leia rush down a narrow hallway, chased by several stormtroopers. They quickly reach the end of the sub-hallway and race through the open hatchway. And in the central core shaft of the Death Star, Luke and Leia race through the hatch onto a narrow bridge that spans a huge, deep shaft that seems to go on to infinity. The bridge has also been retracted into the wall of the shaft. Luke and Leia almost rush to the abyss. He loses his balance off the end of the bridge, and Leia, behind him, takes hold of his arm and pulls him back.
I think we took a wrong turn.
Blasts from the stormtroopers' laser guns explode nearby, reminding him of the oncoming danger. Luke fires back at the advancing troops. Leia reaches over and hits a switch that pops the hatch door shut with a resounding boom, leaving them precariously perched on a short piece of bridge overhang. Laser fire from the troopers continue to hit the steel door.
There's no lock!
Luke blasts the controls with his laser pistol.
That'll hold it off for a while.
Quick, we've got to get across. Find the control that extends the bridge.
Oh, I think I just blasted it.
Luke in the blasted bridge control while the stormtroopers on the opposite side of the door begin making ominous drilling and pounding sounds.
They're coming through.
Luke notices something on his stormtrooper belt. When laser fire hits the wall behind him, Luke aims his laser pistol at the stormtrooper perched on a higher bridge overhang across the abyss from him. They exchange fire. 2 more troops appear on the overhang, also firing. A trooper is hit and grabs his chest. Another trooper standing on the bridge overhang is hit by Luke's laser fire and plummets down the shaft. Troopers move back off the bridge. Luke hands the gun to Leia.
Here, all this.
Luke pulls out a thin nylon cable from his trooper utility belt. It has a grappler hook on it. A trooper appears on the bridge overhang and fires at Luke and Leia. As Luke works with his rope, Leia returns the laser volley. Another trooper appears and fires at them, as Leia returns his fire as well. Suddenly, the hatch door begins to open, revealing the feet of more troops.
Here they come.
Sexually. Leia hits one of the stormtroopers on the bridge above, and he falls into the abyss. Luke tosses a rope across the gorge and wraps itself around an outcropping of pipes. He tugs on it to make sure that it works, and the rope is made sure to be secure. Then he grabs the princess in his arms. Leia looks at Luke, then kisses him quickly on the lips. Luke is very surprised.
For luck.
Luke pushes off, and they swing across the treacherous abyss to the corresponding hatchway on the opposite side. Just as Luke and Leia reach the far side of the canyon, the stormtroopers break through the hatch and begin to fire at the escaping duo. Luke fires at the hallway before ducking into the tiny sub-hallway. Ben hides in the shadows of the narrow passageway as several stormtroopers rush past him in the main hallway. He checks to make sure they're gone. Then, he runs down the hallway in the opposite direction. Darth Vader appears at the far end of the hallway and starts after the old Jedi. In the main forward bay, 3PO looks around the troops milling around the pirate ship ramp.
Where could they be?
R2, plugged into the computer socket, turns in his dome left and right, beeping in response. In the blast shield's door, Han and Chewbacca run down the long corridor with several troopers at their trail.
Close the blast doors.
At the end of the hallway, blast doors begin to close in front of them. The young star pilot and his furry companion race past the huge doors just as they are closing, and manage to get off the couple of laser blasts as they are pursuing troopers before the doors slam shut.
Open the blast doors, open the blast doors.
In the hallway leading to the main forward bay, Ben hurries along the tunnels leading to the hangar where the pirate ship awaits. Just before he reaches the hangar, Darth Vader steps into view at the end of the tunnel, not 10 feet away. Vader lights his saber. Ben also ignites his and steps forward.
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again, at last. The circle is now complete.
Ben Kenobi moves with elegant ease into the classical offensive position. The fearsome Dark Knight takes the defensive stance.
When I left you, I was but a learner. Now, I am the master.
Only a master of evil, Darth.
Nice.
I like that. The two galactic warriors stand perfectly still for a few moments, sizing each other up and waiting for the right moment. Ben seems to be under increasing pressure and strain, as if the invisible weight were placed upon him. He shakes his head, blinking, tries to clear his eyes. Ben makes a sudden lunge at the huge warrior, but is checked by a lightning movement of the Sith. A masterful slash stroke by Vader is blocked by the old Jedi. Another of the Jedi's blows is blocked, then countered. Ben moves around the Dark Lord and starts backing into the massive starship hangar. The two powerful warriors stand motionless, and for a few moments, with laser swords locked in midair, grating a low, buzzing sound.
Your powers are weak, old man.
You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Their lightsabers continue to meet with combat.
Michael Caine.
Now that is Michael Caine.
That is Michael Caine.
That's totally Michael Caine.
You are the ultimate Michael Caine.
Thank you.
In the interior of the Death Star, the main forward bay, Han Solo and Chewbacca, their weapons in hand, lean back against the wall surveying the forward bay, watching the Imperial stormtroopers make their rounds of the hangar. And then Han says,
Didn't we just leave this party?
Chewbacca growls a reply, as Luke and Princess join them.
What kept you?
We ran into some old friends.
Is the ship all right?
Seems okay if we can get to it. Just hope the old man got the tractor beam out of commission.
In the hallway, Vader and Ben Kenobi continue their powerful duel. As they hit their lightsabers together, lightning flashes on impact. Troopers looked on in interest as the old Jedi and Dark Lord of the Sith fight. Suddenly, Luke spots the battle from his group's vantage point.
Look!
That's how Luke says look.
That's the best I got, man.
Luke? Very Hodor. I like it.
Hodor.
Look!
Luke?
It's the stormtroopers over there.
It's the stormtroopers. Luke, Leia, Han, and Chewie look at as see Ben and Vader emerging from the hallway on the far side of the docking bay. 3PO.
Which docking bay, though, Josh?
Docking bay 69, of course.
Ah, okay.
Of course. 3PO and R2-D2 are in the center of the Death Star's Imperial docking bay 69.
Come on, R2, we're going.
3PO ducks out of sight as 7 stormtroopers who were guarding the starship run past him, heading towards Ben and the Sith Knight. He pulls on R2. Solo, Chewie, Luke, and Leia tensely watch the duel. The troops watch toward the battling knights.
Now's your chance. I don't know where. Go. Sorry.
I don't know where to go, but...
I don't know where, but go.
Hold on. Alright.
This guy.
They start for the Millennium Falcon. Ben sees the troops charging toward them and realizes that he is trapped. Vader takes advantage of Ben's momentary distraction and brings his mighty lightsaber down on the old man. Ben manages to deflect the blow and swiftly turns around. The old Jedi Knight looks over his shoulder at Luke, lifts his sword from Vader's, and then watches his opponent with serene look on his face. Vader brings his sword down, cutting old Ben in half. Ben's cloak falls to the floor in 2 parts, but Ben is not in it. Vader is puzzled at Ben's disappearance and pokes at the empty cloak. As the guards are distracted, the adventurers and the robots reach the starship. Luke sees Ben cut in 2 and starts for him. Aghast, he yells out,
No!
The stormtroopers turn around. The stormtroopers turn towards Luke and begin firing at him.
Oh dear.
And then Princess Leia says, "Oh dear."
Colin.
The robots are already moving into the ramp in the Millennium Falcon, while Luke, transfixed by anger and awe, returns their fire. Solo joins the laser fire. Vader looks at the advances towards them as one of the troopers is struck down.
Come on.
Oh, sorry. Come on, Luke, it's too late.
Blast the door, kid.
Luke fires his pistol at the door control panel and explodes. The door begins to slide shut. 3 troopers charge towards the firing laser bolts as the door slides to a close behind them, shutting Vader and the other troopers outside of the docking bay. 69. A stormtrooper lies dead at the feet of his onrushing compatriots. Luke starts for the firing advancing troops. As Solo and Leia move up the ramp in the pirate ship, he takes off his pants. He fires, hitting a stormtrooper, who crumbles to the floor.
Fly, you fools.
Luke runs around to see where the voice came from. He says, "Gandalf, what the fuck are you doing here?" He turns around the pirate ship, ducking Imperial gunfire from the troopers, races to the ship. In the interior of the Millennium Falcon cockpit, Han pulls back the controls and the ship begins to move. The dull thud of laser bolts bouncing off the outside of the ship as Chewie adjusts his controls. And then Han says,
I hope the old man got that tractor beam out of commission, or this is going to be a real short trip. Okay, hit it.
Chewbacca growls in agreement. On the exterior of the Millennium Falcon powers away from the Death Star docking bay 69 and spectacular turn disappears into the vastness of space. In the interior of the Millennium Falcon, Luke, saddened by the loss of old Obi-Wan, stares off as blankly as the robots look on. Leia puts a blanket around him protectively, and Luke turns and looks up at her. She sits down beside him. In the cockpit, Solo spots approaching enemy ships. And Han Solo says to Chewie,
We're coming up on the sentry ships. Hold them off. Angle the deflector shields while I charge up the main guns.
Han Solo obviously shotgunned a beer before he just said that. And on the interior of the Millennium Falcon in the central hold area, Luke looks down sadly, shaking his head back and forth as the princess smiles comfortably at him.
I can't believe he's gone.
And R2-D2 beeps in a reply.
There wasn't anything you could have done.
Han rushes to the hold area where Luke is sitting with the princess. Han to Luke.
Come on, buddy. We're not out of this yet.
They both take off their pants.
Sounds like you're offering me to come on, buddy, whoever that guy is.
Solo
Feel bad for him.
Solo climbs into his attack position in torpedo or in the topside gun port. Also in the hold area, Luke gets up and moves out toward the gun port as Leia heads for the cock. Luke climbs down the ladder into the gun port cockpit, settling into one of 2 main laser cannons mounted in the large rotating turrets on either side of the ship. Han adjusts his laser headset as he sits before the controls of his laser cannon. Then, with his large erection, he speaks into the attached microphone.
Are you in, kid? Okay. Stay sharp.
All right.
Wow.
Chewbacca and the Princess Leia search the heavens for attacking TIE fighters. The Wookiee pulls back at the speed the controls as the ship bounces slightly. And on the interior of the Millennium Falcon in the Solo's gun port, the computer graphics read out from Solo's targeting screen as Han reaches for the controls. Luke sits in radius for attack, his hands on the laser cannon's control button. Chewbacca spots the enemy in ships and barks.
Here they come.
The Imperial TIE fighters move towards the Millennium Falcon, one each veering off into the left and to the right of the pirate ship. The stars whip past behind the Imperial pilot as he adjusts his maneuvering joystick. The TIE fighter races to pass the Millennium Falcon, firing laser beams as it passes. Pew, 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 pew! 3PO is seated in the hold area next to R2-D2. The pirate ship bouncing and vibrates. The power goes out in the room and comes back on. The TIE fighter maneuvers in front of Han, who follows it and fires at the laser cannon. Luke does likewise. As the fighter streaks into view, he's like really naked. The ship has suffered a minor hit and bounces slightly. In exterior of space, 2 TIE fighters dive down towards the pirate ship. Luke fires at an unseen fighter.
They're coming in too fast! I'm changing his voice for every single line.
Pan with pirate ship as 2 TIE fighters charge through the background. Laser bolts streak from all the craft. The ship shudders as a laser bolt hits very close to the cockpit. The Wookiee chatters something to Leia. Full shot of the TIE fighter as it moves through the frame, firing at the pirate ship. Pew 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 pew. The 2 TIE fighters fire a barrage of laser beams at the pirate ship. A laser bolt streaks into the side of the pirate ship. The ship lurches violently, throwing poor 3PO into the cabinet full of small computer chips.
Oh!
Leia watches the computer readout as Chewbacca manipulates the ship's controls.
We've lost lateral controls.
And then Han Solo says,
"Don't worry, she'll hold together."
An enemy laser bolt hits the pirate ship control panel, causing it to blow out of the shutter. Causing it to blow out in a shower of sparks.
You hear me, baby? Hold together.
R2-D2 advances towards the smoking, sparking control panel, dousing the Inferno by spraying it with his fire retardant, beeping all the while. Boop, doop, 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 doop. Luke swivels in his gun mount, following the TIE fighter in his laser cannon. Solo does something. Solo aims his laser cannon at the enemy fighter, and in space, the TIE fighter streaks in front of the starship. Leia watches the TIE fighter ship fly over. A TIE fighter heads right for the pirate ship and zooms overhead. Luke follows the TIE fighter across his field of view, firing laser beams at his cannon. The TIE fighter dives past the pirate ship. Luke fires the TIE fighter at his port. Han follows the fighter in his sights, releasing a blast of laser fire. He connects. The fighter explodes into a fiery dust. Han laughs victoriously. Two TIE fighters move toward the Millennium Falcon, unleashing a barrage of laser bolts at the ship. Another TIE fighter moves into the pirate ship, and Luke, smiling, fires a laser cannon at it, scoring a spectacular direct hit.
Got him! I got him!
Han turns and gives Luke a victory wave, which Luke gleefully returns.
Great, kid. Now, don't get cocky.
Han turns back to his laser cannon. Two more TIE fighters cross the front of the pirate ship. While Chewbacca manipulates the controls, Leia turns, looking over her shoulder at the ports. And then she says,
What?
There are still 2 more of them!
I'm pretty sure she didn't say that.
There's still 2 more of them out there.
A TIE fighter moves towards the pirate ship, firing laser blasts at it. Luke and Han look at each other's respective projected target screens. An Imperial fighter crosses Solo's port, and Han swivels in his chair, following it as his blast from his laser's cannon. Another fighter crosses Luke's port, and he reacts in a like manner, the glow of his target screen lighting his face. The TIE fighter zooms towards the pirate ship, firing destructive blasts at it. Psh, psh. Luke fires a laser blast at the approaching enemy TIE fighter, and it bursts into a spectacular explosion. Luke's projected screen gives a readout of the hit. The pirate ship bounces slightly as it is struck by the enemy fire. The last of the attacking Imperial TIE fighters loom in, firing upon the Falcon. Solo swivels behind his cannon. He aims his scribingly arc of the TIE fighter. The TIE fighter comes close, firing at the pirate ship, but a well-aimed blast from Solo's laser cannon hits the attacker, which blows up into a small atomic shower of burning fragments.
That's it, we did it!
The princess jumps up and gives Chewie a congratulatory hug and a blowjob.
Well, I didn't agree to this. We did it!
3PO lies on the floor of the starship, completely tangled in smoking, sparkling wires.
That would
Help!
be awkward.
I think I'm melting.
Imagine the fur.
This is all your fault.
R2 turns his dome from side to side, beeping in response. The victorious Millennium Falcon moves off majestically through space. Darth Vader strides into the control room where Tarkin is watching a huge view screen, a sea of stars before him.
Are they away?
They have made the jump to hyperspace.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship? I'm taking an awful risk, Vader. This had better work!
Han removes his glove and smiling, is at the controls of the ship. Chewie moves into the aft section of the check damage. Leia is seating near Han.
Not a bad bit of rescuing, huh? You know, sometimes I even amaze myself.
That doesn't sound too hard. Besides, they let us go. It's the only explanation for the ease of our escape. Right, now is anything's funny now, isn't it? The word hard. It's setting you all off. Come on.
Easy. You call that easy?
But that, oh my god. The
Leia's
bar
real easy.
There, as in THEIR, tracking us.
George Lucas can't spell for shit.
The tracking that belongs to them is us. Come on, Han.
Not this. I apologize. Not this ship, sister.
Shaking. So much shaking of my head. At least the information in R2 is still intact.
What's so important? What's he carrying?
The technical readouts of that battle station. Only hope that when the data is analysed, a weakness can be found. It's not over yet.
It is for me, sister. Look, I ain't in this for your revolution, and I'm not in it for you, princess. I expect to be well paid. I'm in it for the money.
You needn't worry about your reward. If money is all that you love, then that's what you'll receive. I turn angrily and start out of the cockpit.
You pass Luke coming in.
Hello, Luke. Your friend is quite a mercenary. I wonder if he really cares about anything. Or anyone.
I care.
Luke's shaking his head, and he sits in the co-pilot seat. He and Han stare out as the vast blackness of space.
So, what do you think of her, Han?
I'm trying not to, kid.
Good.
She's got a lot of spirit. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think a princess and a guy like me?
Nah.
Luke says it with finality and looks away. Yeah, nah. Han smiles at young Luke's jealousy. Okay, so the exterior of the Millennium Falcon is space around fourth moon of Yavin. The battered pirate ship drifts into orbit around the planet Yavin and proceeds onto one of its tiny green moons. The pirate ship soars over a dense jungle, and as excuse me, hold on, Jesus Christ, what am I doing with my life? An alert guard, his laser gun in hand, scans the countryside. He sets the gun down and looks towards the temple, barely visible in the foliage. In the jungle temple, rotting in a forest of gargantuan trees, an ancient temple lies shrouded in an eerie mist. The air is heavy with fantastic cries of unimaginable creatures. Han, Luke, and the others are greeted by the rebel troops. Luke and the group rides to a massive temple on the armored military speeder. The military speeder stops in a huge spaceship hangar, set up in the interior of a crumbling temple. Willard, the commander of the rebel forces, Willard, really? Rushes to the group and gives Leia a big ol' hug. Everyone is pleased to see her. And Willard
You're
said,
safe. We had feared the worst.
Willard composes himself, steps back, and bows formally.
When we heard about Alderaan, we were afraid that you were lost along with your father.
We don't have time for our sorrows, Commander. The battle station has surely tracked us here.
And then
Han.
you point to Han.
I apologize.
I'm looking pointedly.
I'm
It's
sorry.
the only explanation for the ease of our escape. You must use the information in this RT unit to plan the attack. It is our only hope.
In the exterior of space, the surface of the Death Star ominously approaches the red planet Yavin. Grand Moff Tarkin and Lord Vader are interrupted in their discussion by the buzz of a comlink. Tarkin moves to answer the call.
Yes. Yo, wow, wait, that was actually the line?
Yeah, that was it.
That was, all right, well, yes. There you go. That's,
Intercom Xbox 360, man.
Daz.
Yep.
Say the line.
What line?
The next one.
Oh, sorry. We are approaching the planet Yavin. The rebel base is on a moon on the far side. We are preparing to orbit the planet.
He is the greatest intercom voice in the world.
That's a really good voice for that.
I want you to read that again.
I was caught off guard. I was Skyping at the time.
Read it again because it's so good.
Oh, pressure. Hang on, I'll go. We're approaching the planet.
No, you don't have to do it because you're automatically like intercom voice through your Xbox Live headset.
We are approaching the planet Yavin. The rebel base is on a moon on the far side. We are preparing to orbit the planet.
That's so good.
That's so good.
This is authentic. It's like I'm watching the movie.
Better than the movie.
You, man. It's production value.
On Yavin in the jungle, a lone guard stands in a high tower above the Yavin landscape, surveying the countryside. A mist hangs over the jungle of the twisted green. Dodana stands before a large electric wall display. Leia and several other senators are to one side of the giant readout. The low-ceiling room is filled with star pilots, navigators, and a sprinkling of R2-type units. Everyone is listening intently on what Dodana is saying. Han and Chewbacca are standing nearby, the back.
Classic.
We need a Dodana.
Who's Dodana?
Dodana's the woman, right?
Oh, alright then.
The old dude.
She's going to be Australian then.
That's best.
The battle station is heavily shielded and carries a firepower greater than half the Starfleet. Its defenses are designed around a direct large-scale assault. A small one-man fighter should be able to penetrate the outer defense.
Hint. Apparently, Australian is also London accent.
Hey, what?
No.
That was it. That was her regular voice.
It
No, it
really,
wasn't.
really wasn't.
That was it. That's all I heard. Anyways, so the Gold Leader, a rough-looking man in his early 30s, stands and addresses Dodana. And Gold Leader says,
Pardon me for asking, sir, but what good are snub fighters going to be against that?
Well, the Empire doesn't consider a small one-man fighter to be any threat, or they'd have a tighter defense. An analysis of the plans provided by Princess Leia has demonstrated a weakness in the battle station. That was a bit bad. I apologize.
It's alright. R2-D2 stands next to a similar robot and makes beeping sounds, thrusting his small little robotic genitals into the other robot, and turns his head from left to right in ecstasy.
The approach will not be easy. If you're required to maneuver straight down this trench and skim the surface to this point, the target area is only 2 meters wide. It's a small thermal exhaust port right below the main port. The shaft leads directly to the reactor system. A precise hit will start a chain reaction, which could destroy the station.
A murmur of disbelief runs through the room.
Where's my murmur of disbelief?
Rabble, rabble. I can't believe this fucking bullshit.
I can't believe
Only a
that butter.
precise hit will set
Oh
up a
my
chain
god,
reaction.
Nick, I was gonna make that joke.
The shaft is ray shielded, so you have to use proton torpedoes.
Luke is sitting next to Wedge Antilles, a hotshot pilot about 16 years old.
This is bullshit.
Wedge is the greatest man.
It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than 2 meters. What was that?
They fixed that line in the final film, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Man your ships, and may the force be with you.
The group's erection all rise and begin to leave.
On the end. Forgot.
In the exterior of space, the Death Star begins to move around the planet towards the tiny green moon. Tarkin and Vader watch the computer-projected screen with interest. As a circle of light intertwines around another on the screen, showing its position in relation to Yavin, and the fourth moon. The Death Star intercom voice says,
Orbiting the planet at maximum velocity, the moon with the rebel base will be in range in 30 minutes.
It's so fucking good!
It's amazing. It's
amazing.
perfect. People spend thousands to get audio effects that we found.
Hey Josh, they had a good idea in the chat. You should put the Reddit thread up in the video on the screen cap.
You understand I'm like on the other side of the room of that.
Oh no, never mind.
I'll do it at some point after.
Whatever. I just want to say it.
Could you possibly move the animated GIF as well? It's making me look a little bit unwell.
Oh, why? You're just splooging everywhere, man. You're really excited.
I'm having a great time.
I love. Oh my god! I'm looking at my second monitor, and it's just Mike Bithell just coming with like accentuated force. So it keeps going.
It does. It does.
I can't stop that. Mike Bithell hashtag.
Hashtag Mike Bithell.
Well, I'll do that in like after this episode 4 is done. And
Apparently Dodonna's a man as well.
I'll make you stop coming after episode 4. Don't worry. Okay, this is me.
This will be a long day to remember. It has seen the end of the Kenobi and will soon see the end of the rebellion.
In the interior Masasi outpost in the main hangar deck, Luke, 3PO, and little R2 enter a huge spaceship hangar and hurry along the long line of gleaming space fighters. Flight crews rush along the loading last-minute armaments and unlocking power couplings. In an area isolated from this activity, Luke finds Han and Chewbacca loading small boxes onto an armored speeder. And a man's voice says, over a loudspeaker,
All flight troopers, man your stations. All flight troops, man your stations.
It's so good. Han is deliberately ignoring the activity of the fire pilot's preparation. Luke is quite saddened at the sight of his friend's departure.
So, you got your reward and you're just leaving then?
That's right. Yeah. I got some old debts I've got to pay off with this stuff. Even if I didn't, you don't think I'd be fool enough to stick around here, do you? Why don't you come with us? Y'all pretty good in the fight. I could use you.
Come on! Why don't you take a look around? You know what's about to happen, what they're up against. They could use a good pilot like you. You're turning your back on them.
What good's a reward if you ain't around to use it? Besides, attacking that battle station ain't my idea of courage. It's more like suicide.
Alright, well, take care of yourself, Han. I guess that's what you're best at, isn't it?
Luke goes off and Han hesitates. Then he calls to him.
Hey, Luke, may the Force be with you.
Luke turns and sees Han wink at him, sexually.
I feel as though that was facetious, making fun of my belief in the Force.
Luke lifts his hand in a small wave and then goes off. Han turns to Chewie and growls at his captain.
What are you looking at? I know what I'm doing.
In the main hangar in Luke's ship, Luke, Leia, and Dodonna meet under a huge space fighter.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's Han. I don't know, I really thought he'd change his mind.
He's got to follow his own path. No one can choose it for him.
I only wish Ben was here.
No one can choose it for him. Leia gives Luke a little kiss on the dick, turns and goes off. As Luke heads for the ship, another pilot rushes up to him and grabs his arm. Oh shit! Fucking here it comes.
Oh, Biggs is back?
Yes.
All right, nice. I might be too tired for this. Here we go. Luke, I don't believe it. How'd you get here? Are you going out with us? Biggs, of course. I'll be up there with you. Listen, have I got some stories to tell?
Red Leader, a rugged, handsome man in his 40s, comes up behind Luke and Biggs and touches him in the butt. He is a confident smile and a born leader.
Are you Luke Skywalker? Have you checked out the Incom T-65?
Sir, Luke is the best bush pilot in the Outer Rim territory.
Red Leader pats Luke on the back as they stop in front of his fighter.
I met your father once when I was just a boy. He was a great pilot. You'll do all right. If you've got half your father's skill, you'll do better than all right.
Thank you, sir. I'll try.
Whoa, was that like... I wonder if that's like in episode 1. Anyways, Red
I'm gonna
Leader...
hurry to my ship.
That sounds pretty awesome. Red Leader says, Nick? Oh, wait, hold on. Time out. Wait, am I here? Where am I at? Red Leader hurries to his own ship.
I've got to get aboard. Listen, you tell me your stories when we get back, all right?
Oh, I told you I'd make it someday, Biggs.
You did all right. It's going to be like old times, Luke. We're a couple of shooting stars that'll never be stopped.
So fucking good. It's so amazing. Luke laughs and shakes his head in agreement. He heads for his ship. As Luke begins to climb up the ladder into his sleek, deadly spaceship, the crew chief, who is working on the craft, points to his little R2, who is being hoisted into the socket of the main fighter.
Yes, R2 unit seems to be beat up. You want a new one?
Not in your life. That little droid and I have been through a lot together. You okay, R2?
The crewman lowers R2 into the craft. I almost said the shaft. Now part of the exterior shell of the spaceship, the little droid beeps that he is fine. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-doop-doop. Luke climbs in the cockpit of his fighter and puts on his helmet. 3PO looks on from the floor of the massive hangar as the crewmen secure his little electronic partner into Luke's X-Wing. It is an emotional-filled moment as R2 beeps goodbye.
Righty she goes.
Hang on tight, R2. You've got to come back.
R2 beeps in agreement.
You wouldn't want my life to get boring, would you?
R2 whistles his reply. All final preparations are made for the approaching battle. The hangar is buzzing with the last-minute activity as the pilots and crewmen alike make their final adjustments. The hum of the activity is occasionally trespassed by the distorted voice of the loudspeaker issuing commands. Coupled hoses are disconnected from the ships as they are fueled. Cockpit shields roll smoothly into place over each pilot. A signalman holding a red guiding lights directs the ships. Luke, a trace of smile gracing his lips, peers through his goggles.
Luke, the Force will be with you.
Luke is confused as the voice taps through his headphones.
My God, it links up perfectly.
It's so good. It doesn't matter if he's like dead or if he's like an intercom speaker. He is like the greatest man.
You guys are amazing.
Zed's here.
Oh my god.
All that can be seen of the fortress is a lone guard standing on a small pedestal jutting out from a dense jungle. The muted, gruesome crying sounds of the naturally permeate this eerie purgatory are overwhelmed by the thundering din of ion rockets as 4 silver starships catapult from the foliage in the tight formation and disappear through into the morning cloud cover. In the Masasi outpost in the war room, the Princess 3PO and the field commander sit quietly before the giant display showing the planet Yavin and its 4 moons, the red dot that represents a Death Star moving ever closer to the system. A series of green dots appear around the 4th moon. A din of indistinct chatter fills the room.
Indistinct.
Stand by alert. Death Star approaching. Estimated time to firing range 15 minutes.
So perfect. I can't get over that. In the exterior of space, the Death Star slowly moves behind the massive yellow surface of Yavin in the foreground, as many X-wing fighters flying in the formation zoom toward us out of frame. Light from a distant sun creates an eerie atmospheric glow around the huge planet Yavin. Rebel fighters flying in formation settle ominously in the foreground and very slowly pull away. Red Leader lowers his visor and adjusts his gun sights, looking to each side of his wingmen.
All wings report in.
One of the rebel fighters checks in through his mic.
Red 10 standing by.
In the interior of Biggs' cockpit, Biggs checks his fighter controls, alert, ready for combat.
I guess I'll just do all of them.
Yeah.
Red 10 standing by.
Biggs. We need Biggs.
Yeah, Biggs is coming in here. Was it? Red 3 standing by.
Oh, he's Porkins.
Red 6, I'm eating bacon right now. Just standing by.
Red 6, standing by.
Red 2,
Red 9 standing by.
Oh shit, I'm ahead of myself. Red 2, standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
And then Luke says,
Red 5, standing by.
R2-D2, in position outside of the fighter, turns his head from side to side and makes beeping sounds. Beep doop 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 doop.
Interior, Red Leader's fighter. Red Leader says...
Hang on, I just lost my place.
Lock S foils in attack
Thanks.
position. The group of X-Wing fighters move into formation towards the Death Star, unfolding the wings and locking them as the X position. In the interior of Biggs' cockpit, Red Leader says over the headset,
Oh, I'm doing that right. We're passing through their magnetic field.
and then he also says,
Hold tight. This is really confusing. My brain can't like parse which ones are coming up in advance anymore.
Luke adjusts his controls as he concentrates on the approaching Death Star. The ship begins befuddled slightly.
Befuddled.
That's what I said. Befuddled.
Switch your deflectors on. Double front.
The fighters, now X-shaped darts, move in formation. The Death Star now appears a small moon, growing rapidly in size as the rebel fighters approach. Complex patterns of the metallic surface begin to become visible. A large dish antenna is built into the surface on the side. Wedge is amazed and slightly frightened at the awesome spectacle.
Look at the size of that thing.
Cut the
He's
chatter,
going more
Red 2.
Cockney. I'm really sorry. I'm going more Cockney as it goes on. Cockney Wedge.
Look at the size of that thing, mate.
Oh, Lily's fucking god doing Cockney accents.
Accelerate to
can't
attack
do it.
speed. This is it, boys.
Right.
As the fighters move closer to the Death Star, the awesome size of the gargantuan Imperial fortress is revealed. Half of the deadly space station is in shadow, and this area sparkles with thousands of small lights running on its thin lines, and occasionally grouped of large clusters, somewhat like a city at night, as seen from a weathered satellite.
Oh, I was also Gold Leader. Okay, Red Leader, this is Gold Leader. I copy, Gold Leader. We're starting for the target shaft now.
In Red Leader's cockpit, Red Leader looks around his wingmen, the Death Star looming in front of him. Two Y-Wing fighters bob back and forth in the background. He moves his computer targeting device into position.
We're in position. I'm going to cut across the axis and try to draw their fire.
Two squads of the rebel fighters peel off. The X-Wings dive towards the Death Star surface. 1,000 lights glow across the dark gray expanse of the huge station. Alarm sirens scream as soldiers scramble into the turbo-powered laser gun emplacements. Electronic drivers rotate the huge guns into position as the crew adjust their targeting devices. Laser bolts streak through the star-filled night. The rebel X-Wing fighters move towards the Imperial base as the Death Star aims its massive laser guns at the rebel forces and fires. Princess Leia listens in the battle room intercom, 3PO at her side. Wedge says,
Heavy fire, boss. 20 degrees.
I see it. Stay low.
The X-Wing zooms across the surface of the Death Star. In the Death Star, technical crews scurry here and there, loading last-minute armaments and unlocking power cables. In Wedge's cockpit, Wedge maneuvers his finger towards the menacing Death Star. X-Wing continues their attack course on the Death Star, and Luke nosedives radically, starting his attack on the monstrous fortress. The Death Star surface streaks past the cockpit's window.
This is Red 5, I'm going in!
Luke's X-Wing races toward the Death Star. Laser bolts streak from Luke's weapons, creating a huge fireball explosion on the dim surface. Terror crosses Luke's face as he realizes he won't be able to pull out in time to avoid the fireball.
Luke, pull up!
Luke's ship emerges from the fireball with the leading edges of his wings slightly scorched. And then Big says,
Are you alright? Why don't you?
Luke adjusts his control breach as a sigh of relief. Flak bursts outside the cockpit window.
I got a little cooked, but I'm okay.
Rebel fighters continue a strafe of the Death Star surface with laser bolts. In the Death Star, walls buckle and cave in. Troops and equipment are blown in all directions. Stormtroopers stagger out of the rubble, standing in the middle of the chaos, a vision of calm and foreboding as Darth Vader, one of the Astro officers, rushes up to him. And the Astro officer says,
We count 30 rebel ships, Lord Vader, but they're so small they're evading our turbo lasers.
We'll have to destroy them ship by ship. Get the crews to their fighters.
The smoke belches from the giant laser cannon as they wind their turbo generators to create sufficient power. The crew rushes about preparing for another blast. Even the trooper's headgear is not adequate to protect them from the overwhelming noise of the monstrous weapon. One trooper bangs his helmet with his hand in attempt to stop the ringing. Red Leader flies through the heavy hail of flak and
Luke,
says,
let me know when you're going in.
Sexually. The Red Leader's X-Wing flies past Luke as he puts his nose down towards his attack dive.
I'm on my way in now.
Watch yourself. There's a lot of fire coming from the right side of that deflection tower.
I'm on it.
Luke flies his X-Wing twisting a dive across the horizon and down into the gray surface. A shot hurls from Luke's guns. Laser bolts streak towards the unrushing Death Star surface. Several small radar implements erupt in flame. Laser erupts from a protruding tower on the surface. A blurry Death Star surface races across the cockpit window as a big smile sweeps across Luke's face and the success of his run. Flak thunders on all sides of him. The Death Star's superstructure races past Luke and as he maneuvers his craft through the wall of laser fire and peels away from the surface towards the heavens. The thunder and smoke of the big guns reverberate throughout the massive structure. Many soldiers rush about in their smoke and chaos, silhouetted by the almost continual flash of explosions. Biggs dives through the forest of radar domes, antenna, and gun towers, and he shoots across the Death Star surface. A dense barrage of laser fire streaks by all sides.
Whoa!
Imperial Star pilots dash in unison to the line of small auxiliary hatches and lead to the Imperial TIE fighters. Princess Leia, surrounded by her generals on all sides, paces nervously before a lighted computer table. All the sides' technicians work in front of many lighted glass walls. Dodonna watches quietly from the corner. One of the officers working over the screen speaks into his headset. He speaks into his headset.
Leaders, we've placed a new group of signals. Enemy fighters coming your way.
Luke looks around to see if he can spot approaching Imperial fighters.
My scope's negative. I don't see anything.
The Death Star surface sweeps past the Red Leader, searches the sky for Imperial fighters. Flak pounds at his ship.
Keep up your visual scanning. With all this jamming, they'll be on top of you before your scope can pick them up.
Silhouetted against the rim lights in the Death Star horizon, 4 ferocious Imperial TIE ships dive into the small rebel fighters. 2 of the TIE fighters peel off and drop out of frame. Pan with the remaining 2 TIE ships. Biggs panics as he discovers a TIE ship on his tail. The horizon on the background twists around his peels off, hoping to lose the Imperial fighter.
Biggs, you picked one up. Watch it.
I can't see it. Where is he?
Biggs zooms off at the surface of space, closely followed by an Imperial TIE fighter. The TIE ship fires several laser bolts at Biggs, but misses. Biggs see the TIE ship behind him? Swings around? Trying to avoid him? Biggs sees the TIE ship behind him swings around, as it swings around, I guess, trying to avoid him.
He's on me tight. I can't shake him. I can't shake him.
Biggs, flying at high altitude, peels off and dives toward the Death Star surface, but he is unable to lose the TIE fighter, who sticks close to his tail. Luke is flying upside down as he rotates his ship around to normal attitude as he comes out of dive view.
He's at normal attitude.
It says attitude.
It really does say attitude.
Does. I know it does, yeah. He's got a good attitude.
And then Luke says,
Hang on, Biggs, I'm coming in.
Biggs and the tailing TIE ship dive to the surface, now followed by fast-gaining Luke. After Biggs dives out of sight, Luke chases the Imperial's fighter. In the foreground, the Imperial fighter races across the Death Star's surface, closely followed by Luke's in the background. There is a shot from Luke's X-Wing of the TIE fighter ship exploding in a mass of flames.
Got him!
Darth Vader strides purposely down the Death Star corridor, flanked by Imperial stormtroopers.
Several fighters have broken off from the main group. Come with me!
Concerned Princess Leia, 3PO, Dodonna, and other officers of the rebellion stand around the huge round readout screen, listening of the ship-to-ship communication as the room's loudspeaker says.
Pull out, Luke! Pull out!
Watch your back, Luke. Watch your back. Fighters above you, coming in.
Luke's ship soars away from the Death Star's surface as he spots the tailing TIE fighter. The TIE fighter takes aim at Luke's X-Wing. The Imperial TIE fighter scores a hit on Luke's ship. Fire breaks out on the right side of the X-Wing. Luke looks out of his cockpit at the flames of the ship. I'm hit. Oh, excuse me.
You son of a bitch. I'm hit, but not bad.
Smoke pours out from behind the R2-D2.
R2, see what you can do with it. Hang on back there.
Green laser fire moves past the beeping little robot as he turns. Luke nervously works his controls.
Red 6.
In the war room, Leia stands frozen and all listens to worries about Luke.
Can you see Red 5? There's a heavy fire zone on this side. Red 5, where are you?
Luke spots a TIE fighter behind him and soars away from the Death Star surface.
I can't shake him!
Luke's ship soars closer to the surface of the Death Star, an Imperial TIE fighter closing in on him in hot pursuit. The Death Star whips below Wedge.
Yeah, I got this one. Hold on.
Wedge dives across the horizon towards Luke at the TIE fighter. Wedge moves his X-Wing in rapidly. Luke reacts frantically.
Blast it! Wedge, where are you?
The fighter pilot watches Wedge's X-Wing approaching. Another X-Wing joins him, but both unleash a volley of laser fire on the Imperial fighter. The TIE fighter explodes, filling the screen with white light. Luke's ship can be seen far from the distance. Luke looks about in relief.
Thanks, Wedge.
Leia, 3PO, Dodonna, and other Imperial officers are listening to the rebel fighters' radio transmissions over the war room intercom.
Good shooting, Wedge.
Red Leader.
Gold Leader peels off and starts towards the long trenches as the Death Star surface pole.
This is Gold Leader. We're starting out attack run. That is what that says. Yeah, okay.
That is what it says.
We are starting out attack run.
3 Y-Wing fighters in Gold Group dive at the stars towards the Death Star surface. Leia and the others are grouped around the screen as technicians move about attending their duties.
I copy.
Duties.
I copy, Gold Leader. Move into position.
Darth Vader calmly adjusts his control stick as the stars whip past the window above his head.
Stay in attack formation.
Technicians are seating on the computer readout table.
The exhaust post is marked and locked in.
You're actually delivering that exactly the way the actor who played Gold Leader did. It's like in the film, he was literally like, the exhaust port is marked and locked in. And it's uncanny.
Jesus Christ.
I aim to please.
Gold Leader approaches the surface and pulls out of the skim surface of the huge station. The ship moves into a deep trench, firing laser bolts. The surface streaks past laser fire and returns to the Death Star. Gold 5 is the pilot in his early 50s with a battered helmet and looks like he's been through many battles. He looks around to see if many enemy ships are near. His fighter is buffeted by the Imperial flak. Gold Leader races the enormous trench that leads to the exhaust port. Laser bolts blast towards him, increasing numbers, occasionally exploding near the ship, causing it to bounce about.
Switch power to front deflector screens.
3 Y-Wings scream the Death Star surface into the trench as laser bolts string at all sides. The exterior surface of the gun blazes away at the oncoming rebel fighters.
How many guns do you think, Gold 5?
I'd say about 20 guns, some on the surface, some on the towers.
Leia, 3PO, and technicians view the projected target screen as red, blue targets glow. The red target near the center blinks off and on. Masashi intercom voice says over the speaker,
The Death Star will be in range in 5 minutes.
it's really good. The three Y-wing fighters race can't resume overhead and through the hail of laser fire. Gold Leader pulls his computer targeting device down in front of the eye. Laser bolts continue batter the rebel craft.
Switching to targeting computer.
Gold 2, a younger pilot about Luke's age, pulls down his targeting eye viewer and adjusts it. His ship shudders under the intense laser barrage. As the fighter begins to approach the targeting area, suddenly, all the laser fire stops. An eerie calm clings under the trench as the surface whips past in a blur.
The guns, they've stopped. Stabilize your reed deflectors. Watch for enemy fighters. They're coming in. 3 marks at 210.
3 Imperial TIE ships, Darth Vader at the center flanked by 2 wingmen, dive into precise formation and almost vertically towards the Death Star surface. Darth Vader calmly adjusts his control stick and Darth Vader calmly adjusts his control stick and... Wait.
As the stars zoom by.
As the stars zoom by. Thank you, I needed that.
No problem.
I'll take them myself. Cover me.
I'll take off my helmet if you take
I'll take off my pants. Cover me.
Yes, sir.
3 TIE fighters zoom across the surface of the Death Star. Vader lines up stone cold in his targeting computer. Vader's hands grip the control stick as he presses the button. The cockpit explodes around Gold 2. His head falls forward. As Gold 2's ship explodes, debris is flung into space. Gold Leader looks over his shoulder at the scene. The 3 TIE fighters race along the trench in this tight of formation. Gold Leader panics.
I can't maneuver.
Gold 5, the old veteran, tries to calm Gold Leader.
Stay on target.
It's stay on target.
Stay on target.
The Death Star races outside the cockpit window as they adjust his targeting device.
We're too close.
The older pilot remains calm.
Stay on target.
Now he's really panicked.
Loosen up. This is weird.
Vader calmly adjusts his targeting computer. He pushes the fire button. Gold Leader's ship is hit by Vader's laser. Pew, 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 pew. Gold Leader explodes in a ball of flames, throwing debris in all directions. Gold 5 moves into exhaust port.
Gold 5 to Red Leader.
Luke looks over his shoulder in the action outside of his cockpit.
Lost T-Tree. Lost Dutch.
In the
I
interior
copy,
of
Gold
Red
5.
Leader's cockpit, Red Leader says...
I can copy Gold 5.
Gold
They
5
came
says...
from behind.
One of the engines explodes as Gold 5's Y-Wing fighter blazes out of control. He dives past the horizon towards the Death Star's surface, passing the TIE fighter during his descent. Gold 5, a veteran of countless campaigns, spins towards his death. Luke looks nervously about him in an explosive battle. Grant Moff Tarkin and Chief Officer stand in the Death Star's control room.
We analyzed their attack, sir, and there's a danger. Should I have your ship standing by? Evacuate in a moment of triumph. I think you overestimate that chance.
Tarkin looks to the computer readout screen. Flames zoom around the green dick as the center of the screen as numbers read across the bottom.
Rebel base, 3 minutes in closing.
Red Leader looks to his room.
Red Group, this is Red Leader.
Dodonna moves to the intercom and fiddles with the computer keys.
Rendezvous at Mark 6.1.
Red 2 flying towards you.
Red 3 standing by.
Dodonna
Red
says...
Leader, this is base 1. Keep half your group out of range for the next run.
Copy, base 1, Luke. Take Red 2 and 3. Hold up here and wait for my signal to start your run.
The X-Wing fighters as Luke, Biggs, and Wedge fly in formation high above the Death Star's surface. Luke passes out from his cockpit. What? Oh, no, Luke peers out from his cockpit. he peers out. He doesn't pass out yet. I was like, what the fuck? 2 X-Wings move across the surface of the Death Star. Red Leader's X-Wing drops below the surface, leading to the exhaust port. Red Leader looks at the watch of the TIE fighters. He begins to perspire?
This is it.
Exterior space. Red Leader roams down the trench of the Death Star as it lasers streak across the black heavens. A huge remote control laser fires the approaching rebel fighters. The rebel fighters evade the Imperial laser blast. Red 10 looks around for the Imperial fighters.
We should be able to see it by now.
From the cockpits of the rebel pilots, the surface of the Death Star streaks by, with Imperial laser fire shooting towards them.
Keep your eyes open for these fighters. There's too much interference.
3 X-Wing fighters move in formation from down the Death Star trench.
Red 5, can you see them from where you are?
Luke looks down the Death Star surface below.
Luke says some things. No sign of any. Wait!
Red 10 looks up and sees the Imperial fighters. And then he says...
Is that me? God damn it. Hold on. Sorry, I was setting bookmarks and shit. Coming in 0.35. There's a new fan art. It's really cool. Like shit in the chat.
I see them.
3 TIE fighters, Vader flanked by 2 wingmen, dive in a tight formation. The sun reflects their dominant solar fins as they loop towards Death Star's surface. Praise the sun! Red Leader pulls the targeting device out from his eyes and makes several adjustments.
Where the hell am I? I'm in range.
Solaire's X-Wing moves up from the Death Star trench.
Target's coming up.
Red Leader looks at his target readout screen. He looks up to his targeting device.
Just hold them off for a few seconds.
Vader adjusts his control levers and dives into the X-Wing fighters.
Close-up formation.
The 3 TIE fighters move in a formation across the Death Star surface. Red Leader lines up his targeting device at the crosshairs. Vader and his wingmen zoom down the trench. Vader rapidly approaches 2 X-Wing and Red 10 and Red 12. Vader's laser cannons fire laser blows from view of the front porthole. The X-Wing shows the center of the Vader's computer screen. Red 12's X-Wing fighter is hit by Vader's laser fire and explodes into flames in the trench. Red 10 works his laser furiously, trying to avoid Vader's fighter behind him.
You better let her loose.
That's what she said. Red Leader is concentrating on his targeting device.
Almost there.
Still, she says that as well. Red 10 panics.
I can't hold them.
That's what she said too. Vader's wingmen whip through the trench in pursuit of the rebel fighters. Vader coolly pushes the fire button. Bam! It's ain't no thing on his control dick. Darth Vader's well-aimed laser fire proves to be unavoidable and strikes Red 10's ship. Red 10 screams in anguish, in pain. Red 10's ship explodes in a burst of flames. Grimly, Red Leader takes careful aim and watches the computer targeting device, which shows the targeting line in the crosshairs and fires.
It's away.
An armed Imperial stormtrooper is knocked to the floor from the attack explosion. Other troopers scurrying around the corridors are knocked against the wall and lose their balance. In the war room, Leia and others stare at the computer screen.
It's a hit.
Red Leader says...
Negative.
Red Leader looks back at the receding Death Star. Tiny explosions are visible in the distance.
Negative. It didn't go in. It just impacted on the surface.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah,
Darth Vader peels off in pursuit as Red Leader's X-Wing passes into the Death Star's horizon. Vader swings his ship around for the next kill.
And Luke said...
Oh God! I was reading interior Red Leader's cockpit. I'm like, I'm not interior. Red Leader, we're right above you. Turn to point.
Luke tries to spot the Red Leader. He looks down at the Death Star surface.
Oh, 5. We'll cover for you.
Stay there.
A wary Red Leader looks about nervously.
I just lost my starboard engine.
Luke looks excitedly towards Red Leader's X-Wing.
Oh, what a D-bag.
Get set to make your attack run.
Vader's gloves make hand contact with the control sticks, and he presses the firing buttons. Red Leader fights to gain control of his ship. Laser bolts are flung from Vader's TIE fighter, connecting with Red Leader's Rebel X-Wing fighter. Red Leader buys it, creating a tremendous explosion far below. He screams and is destroyed. Oh, fuck yeah for this music right now. Luke looks at the window of his X-Wing explosion far below. For the first time, he feels the helplessness of the situation. Grand Moff Tarkin casts sinister eye on his computer screen.
Rebel base, 1 minute and closing.
Dodon and Princess Leia with 3PO beside him listen intently and talk between the pilots. The room is grim after Red Leader's death. Princess Leia nervously paces about the room.
Biggs, Wedge, let's close it up. We're going in. We're going
going in full throttle!
The horizon twists as Reg begins to pull out.
Right with you, boss.
The two X-Wings peel off against the wall. The background of the stars dive toward the Death Star.
Luke, at that speed, will you be able to pull out in time? It'll be just like Beggar's Canyon back home.
The three X-Wings move in, unleashing a barrage of laser fire. Laser bolts are returned from the Death Star. In the interior of Biggs' cockpit, Luca's lifelong friend struggles with his controls.
We'll stay back far enough to cover you.
Flak and laser bolts flash outside Luke's cockpit window. And Wedge says, "That is so loud."
It's
too loud.
But I can't see
Sorry,
the exhaust.
bring it up.
Are you sure the computer can hit it?
Wedge says, "My scope shows over the tower, but I can't see the exhaust port. Are you computer can hit it?"
Sure the computer can hit it.
The Death Star laser cannon slowly rotates and shoots laser bolts. Luke looks around at the Imperial TIE fighters. He thinks for a moment and then moves his targeting device into position.
Watch yourself. Increase speed. Full throttle.
Wedge looks excitedly about for any sign of TIE fighters.
What about the tower?
You worry about those fighters. I'll worry about the tower.
Luke's X-Wing streaks across the trench, firing lasers. Luke breaks into a nervous sweat as lasers are returned, making his... Fuck you, man. Making one of his wings close to the engine.
Part 2. That stabilizer is broken loose again. See if you can't back it down. Lock it down.
Back it down, lock it down. R2 works to repair damages. The canyon wall rushes into the background, making delicate tasks seem even more precarious.
I can't hear anybody.
It's really loud.
Sorry.
It's drowning out.
Is that hashtag Mike Bithell?
That's hashtag. I needed to do something, didn't I?
You're the greatest man. Hashtag Mike Bithell. You could just read the rest of like all these things, so I don't have to.
Yeah, seriously.
Where are you up to?
2 laser cannons firing the laser fighters, rebel fighters.
Do you want me to? Okay.
Please do.
2 laser cannons are firing on the rebel fighters. Wedge looks up and sees the TIE ships. Luke's targeting device marks off the distance to the target. Vader and his wingmen zoom closer. Vader adjusts his controls and fires laser bolts at 2 X-Wings flying down the trench. He scores a direct hit on Wedge. Leia and the others are grouped around the computer board.
I'm hit. I can't stay with you.
Get clear, Wedge.
Luke's X-Wing fighter cockpit.
It's so confusing. They wrote this script incorrectly, by the way. I'm a former film student anyway. You can't do any more good back there.
That's what she said, Luke. Sorry.
Exterior space around the Death Star. Wedge pulls his crippled X-Wing back from the battle. And in the interior of Darth Vader's cockpit, Vader watches the escape but issues a command to his wingmen.
Josh.
Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. I leave the fucking thing for,
Let him go. Stay on the leader.
Exterior space around the Death Star. Luke's X-Wing speeds down the trench, the 3 TIE fighters still in the perfect unbroken formation, tail close behind. In Biggs' cockpit, he's looking around at the TIE fighters, and he's worried.
Hurry! Fucking A, hold on.
He's worried.
Hurry, Luke! They're coming in much faster this time! You can't hold them!
Oh, I've lost it. Oh no, I've lost it! They can't hold them. The 3 TIE fighters move ever closer, closing in on Luke and Biggs. Luke looks back anxiously at little R2. Luke
says...
R2, try to increase the power.
In Luke's X-Wing fighter, and ignoring the bumpy ride and flak, the lasers are beating
Bumpy ride.
R2-D2, struggles to increase the power. His dome turning from side to side. Stealthily, the TIE formation creeps ever closer as Darth Vader adjusts his control stick. He looks around at the TIE fighters, while Luke looks into his targeting device. He moves it away for a moment and ponders its use. He looks back into the computer targeter.
Hurry up, Luke!
Vader and his wingmen race through the Death Star trench. Biggs moves in to cover Luke, but Vader gains on him. Then Biggs sees the TIE fighter aiming at him.
Wait, why don't you even exit stage left?
Vader squeezes the fire button on his controls, while Big's cockpit explodes around him, lighting him in red.
Oh no!
On the surface of the Death Star, Biggs' ship bursts into a million flaming bits and scatters across the surface. On the Maasai outpost in the war room, Leia and the others stare at the computer board. In Luke's cockpit, he's stunned by Biggs' death. His eyes are watering, not crying, but watering, and he's angry. Anger is also growing. Grand Moff Tarkin watches the projected target screen with satisfaction.
Rebel base, 30 seconds and closing.
It's so good.
Vader takes aim on Luke and talks to the wingmen.
Wait.
I'm the leader. I am on the leader.
On the surface of the Death Star, Luke's ship streaks through the trench of the Death Star. Princess Leia returns her general's worried and doubtful glances with solid, grim determination. 3PO seems nervous.
Hang on, R2!
Wow, that was really fucking good.
Luke concentrates on his targeting device as 3 TIE fighters charge away down the trench towards Luke. Vader's finger curls. Can you hear the music, by the way?
Yeah, it's that's like the moment.
Fingers curl around the control stick. Luke adjusts the lens of his targeting device, and his ship charges down the trench. Luke lines up the yellow crosshairs lines of the targeting device's screen. He looks into the targeting device, then starts at a voice he hears.
Use the Force, dumbass.
Zooms by. Luke looks up, then starts to look back into the targeting device. He has second thoughts.
Let's go,
the Force is strong with this one.
Grim determination sweeps across Luke's face as he closes his eyes and starts to mumble Ben's training to himself. Luke's mumble, by the way. Mumble, Luke. Luke's fighter streaks through...
Sorry, I'm like half dead.
Vader.
Wait, what?
The Force is strong.
The Force is strong with this one.
Vader follows Luke's X-Wing down the trench. Luke looks to the targeting device, then away as he hears Ben's voice. Luke's hand reaches for the control panel and presses the button. The targeting device moves away. Leia and the others stand watching the projected screen.
Bass voice says over the loudspeaker.
His computer's off. Luke, you switch off your targeting computer. What's wrong? Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. What the hell is wrong with you, you piece of shit? Nothing. I'm all right.
Luke's ship streaks ever closer to the exhaust port. Luke looks at the Death Star surface streaking by as R2-D2 turns his head from side to side, beeping in anticipation. Beep. The 3 TIE fighters manned by Vader and his 2 wingmen follow Luke's X-Wing down the trench. Vader maneuvers his controls as he looks at his doomed target. He presses the fire button on his control sticks. Laser fire shoots towards Luke's X-Wing fighter. A large burst of Vader's laser fire engulfs R2. The arms go limp on the smoking little droid as he makes a high-pitched sound. Make that noise?
Arms?
Ooh, ouch. Luke looks frantically back over his shoulder at R2. Smoke billows out around little R2 and sparks begin to fly. R2 sounds die out.
Ouch.
Stare intently at the projected screen while 3PO watches the princess. Lights representing the Death Star and targets glow brightly. In the interior of the Death Star, Tarkin glares at the projected target screen. Oh, sorry,
Base in range.
You may
fire when ready.
Command primary ignition.
An officer reaches up and pushes buttons on the control panel as green lighted buttons turn to red.
Beep-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop.
The 3 TIE fighters zoom down the Death Star trench in pursuit of Luke, never breaking formation. Luke looks anxiously at the exhaust port as Vader adjusts his control sticks, checking his projected targeting screen. Luke's ship barrels down the trench, and Vader's targeting computer swings around into position as Vader takes careful aim on Luke's X-Wing fighter.
I have you now.
He pushes fire buttons. The 3 TIE fighters move in on Luke. As Vader's center fighter unleashes a volley of laser fire, one of the TIE ships at its side is hit and explodes into flame. The 2 remaining ships continue to move on. Luke looks around, wondering whose laser fire destroyed Vader's wingman. Vader is taken by surprise and looks out from his cockpit.
Banana bread.
Vader's wingman searches around him, trying to locate the unknown attacker. Han and Chewbacca grin from ear to ear. Yahoo! The Millennium Falcon heads right at the two TIE fighters. It's a collision course. The wingman spots the pirate ship coming at him and warns the Dark Lord.
Look out!
Look out!
Vader's wingman panics at the sight of the oncoming pirate starship and veers radically to one side, colliding with Vader's TIE fighter in the process. Vader's wingman crashes into the side wall of the trench and explodes. Vader's damaged ship spins out of the trench with a damaged wing. Vader's ship spins out of control with a bent solar fin, heading for deep space. Vader turns round and round in circles as his ship spins into space.
No!
Poe's ship moves in towards the Death Star trench. Smiling, he speaks. Someone speaks to Luke. Oh, Solo! Solo smiling speaks to Luke over his headset mic. You are all clear, kid. Leia and the others listen to Solo's transmission. Now let's blow this thing and go home. Luke looks at the flight. He concentrates on the exhaust port, then fires his laser torpedoes. Luke's torpedoes shoot towards the port and seem to simply disappear into the surface and not explode. But the shots do find their mark and have gone into the exhaust port and are heading for the main reactor. Luke throws his head back in relief. An Imperial soldier runs into the control panel board and pulls the attack lever as the board behind him lights up.
Stand by to fire at Rebel base.
2 X-Wings, a Y-Wing, and the pirate ship race towards Yavin in the distance, as several Imperial soldiers flanking a pensive Grand Moff Tarkin busily push control levers and buttons.
Standing by.
The rumble of a distant explosion begins. The Rebel ships race out of sight, leaving the moon-like Death Star alone against a blanket of stars. Several small flashes appear on the surface. The Death Star bursts into a supernova, creating a spectacular heavenly display. Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
He's losing his accent.
It's not working. Ben?
Oh my god.
Ben?
Luke said
remember, the Force will be with you. Always.
The ship rocks back and forth as Vader's ship spins off into space.
Michael Caine is Obi-Wan from the grave.
The Rebel ship towards the 4th moon of Yavin. Luke climbs out of his starship fighter and is cheered by a throng of ground crew and pilots. Luke climbs down the ladder as they all welcome him with laughter, cheers, and shouting. Princess Leia.
Luke! Luke! Luke!
Dun dun dun. She throws her arms around Luke and hugs him as they dance around in a circle. Solo runs in towards Luke and they embrace one another, slapping each other on the back. I'm going to just change the music a bit, I think. Hey!
Yeah.
Hey!
I knew you'd come back. I just knew it.
Well, I wasn't going to let you get all the credit and take all the reward. Luke and Han look at one another as Solo playfully shoves at Luke's face. Leia moves in between them. She laughs.
Hey, I knew there was more to you than money.
Luke looks towards the ship.
Oh no!
The fried little R2-D2 is lifted off the back of the fighter and carried off under the worried eyes of 3PO.
Oh my, R2, can you hear me? Say something! You can repair him, can't you?
We'll get to work on him right away.
Right away.
You must repair him! Sir, if you have any of my circuits and gears will help, I'll gladly donate them.
He'll be alright.
Luke, Han, and Chewbacca enter the huge ruins of the main temple and throne room of the Maasai outpost. Hundreds of troops are lined up in neat rows. Banners are flying, and at the far end stands a vision in white, the beautiful young Senator Leia. Luke and the others solemnly march up the long aisle and kneel before Senator Leia. From one side of the temple marches a shined-up and fully repaired R2-D2. He waddles up to the group and stands next to an equally pristine 3PO. He is rather awestruck by the whole event. Chewbacca is confused. Dodonna and several other dignitaries sit at the left of the Princess Leia. Leia is dressed in a long white dress and is staggeringly beautiful. She rises and places a gold medallion around Han's neck. He winks at her. The end.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Hey!
Bravo. Mike,
That's amazing.
fucking hashtag Mike Bithell comes through in the clutch.
Hashtag Mike Bithell.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever been in, ever. Holy
Josh, you just read so many words.
I read all the words. Well, I read all the words until Mike Bithell took
You read
the words.
like 90% of the words.
Indeed.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Josh, I told you didn't know what you were getting yourself into when you first started reading
I
those.
had no idea.
Man, that's like the best 4 hours ever, man. That's awesome.
Well, I would be inclined to agree. However, I feel like I'm walking through a living hell and